What if a single afternoon could end an empire, or save one? For 25 centuries, history's biggest turning points weren't decided in palaces or parliaments, they were decided in a few violent hours on a battlefield. This is Luminous Starlight Audiobooks, and this is the complete audiobook of 100 battles that changed the world. Chapter 1. The morning the West almost died. The Battle of Salamis, 480 BCE. The fleet that shouldn't have been there. Xerxes I, king of kings, ruler of the Persian Empire, sat on a golden throne on a hillside above the Saronic Gulf and waited to watch his navy destroy what remained of Greek resistance. He had reason to be confident. His army had already burned Athens to the ground. The city was still smoldering on the morning of September 480 BCE when the battle began. His fleet numbered somewhere between 800 and 1,200 warships, crewed by Phoenicians, Egyptians, Ionians, and a dozen other subject peoples. The Greek fleet, 371 triremes, mostly Athenian, was outnumbered at least 2-1 and trapped in the narrow strait between the island of Salamis and the Attic mainland. The Greek commanders were quarreling. The Spartan Eurybides, nominally in charge, wanted to retreat to the Peloponnese. Most of the other Greek generals agreed. Themistocles of Athens, the one man who understood what the narrow strait could do for a smaller, faster fleet, was running out of arguments. So he sent a secret message to Xerxes, telling the Persian king that the Greeks were about to flee and that he should block the western exit from the strait immediately. Xerxes believed him. The Persian fleet moved to seal the trap and in doing so, sealed their own. It was the most consequential bluff in military history. Themistocles had told the truth about the Greeks' intention to flee, and had used that truth to prevent the flight. The Greeks, finding the exits blocked, had no choice but to fight in exactly the conditions Themistocles had wanted all along the narrow strait, where Persian numbers counted for nothing and Athenian seamanship counted for everything. The killing ground. The Persian fleet entered the strait in the pre-dawn darkness, expecting to catch the Greeks preparing to escape. Instead, they found the Greek triremes already in formation, oars at the ready, waiting. The Athenian ships were heavier and slower than the Persian vessels in open water, but in the strait the difference mattered less than the simple physics of a crowded channel. Persian ships, attempting to maneuver, ran into each other. The flanking squadrons that should have encircled the Greeks found no room to flank. The battle became a grinding, chaotic melee in which the Athenians' superior bronze rams' heavy beaks at the prow designed to punch through an enemy hull at ramming speed did their work at close quarters. The Persian commander Ariobarnes, a brother of Xerxes, was killed early in the fighting, which disrupted the coordination of the Persian fleet at a critical moment. The Phoenician squadron on the Persian right, fighting against the Athenians, took the worst of it. Ships that were damaged tried to withdraw and collided with ships pressing forward. The channel filled with wreckage, with men screaming in the water, with the grinding sound of bronze on wood. Xerxes, watching from his throne on the hillside, was said to have torn his robes 3 times as he watched his fleet destroyed. By afternoon it was over. The Persian fleet had lost somewhere between 200 and 300 ships. The Greeks had lost around 40. More than half the Persian fleet was at the bottom of the Saronic Gulf or run aground on the Attic shore. Xerxes, understanding that his supply lines were now vulnerable to a Greek fleet that controlled the Aegean, ordered the bulk of his army to withdraw. The invasion of Greece was finished. What Persia would have meant. The magnitude of Salamis is best understood by considering what a Persian victory would have produced. A Greek defeat at Salamis would have meant the end of Greek resistance. There was no second line, no reserve fleet, no defensible positions south of the Peloponnese that could have held against Persian naval power. The city-states that had not already submitted would have submitted. The experiment in democratic self-governance that Athens had been conducting for 30 years would have ended. The Athens of 480 BCE was not yet the Athens of Pericles, the Parthenon, Sophocles, and Plato. Those were decades in the future. But the conditions that would produce them, the democratic institutions, the civic culture, the intellectual freedom, would have been extinguished at Salamis. Persian rule was not uniquely brutal by ancient standards, but it was not democracy. The philosophical and political traditions that Western civilization has drawn on for 2,500 years might have developed differently, or not developed at all, or developed along lines we cannot now imagine. This is necessarily speculative. History never runs the experiment. What is not speculative is that Salamis was the decisive moment, the hinge on which the subsequent history of the Greek world, and through it the subsequent history of the Western world, turned. Themistocles's bluff, the narrow strait, the grinding work of Athenian oarsmen on a September morning, these were the specific mechanisms by which a specific future was preserved. The man who saved Greece and was exiled for it. The aftermath of Salamis is as instructive as the battle itself. Themistocles, the architect of the Greek victory, was the most celebrated man in Greece for approximately 2 years. At the Olympic Games following Salamis, the crowd reportedly stood in honor when he entered the stadium, a reception previously reserved for victorious athletes. He received a prize for wisdom from the assembled Greeks. He was the hero of the hour. Within a decade he was ostracized from Athens, the mechanism of democratic exile that he himself had championed. He fled to Persia, where Artaxerxes I, son of the Xerxes he had defeated, received him with honors and gave him the governorship of Magnesia. He died there, in comfortable Persian exile, approximately 20 years after Salamis. The man who had saved Greek democracy from Persian conquest spent the last years of his life as a Persian governor. The irony is almost too neat. It suggests something real about how democracies treat their saviors, with gratitude that cools quickly, suspicion that grows steadily, and a preference for manageable mediocrity over dangerous genius. Themistocles was too clever, too self-promoting, and too right too often for Athenian political comfort. The civilization he had preserved rewarded him with precisely the treatment he had saved it to administer. The golden throne was Xerxes's. The exile was Themistocles's. The victory belonged to Greece. Themistocles's secret message to Xerxes, the letter that sealed the Persian fleet in the strait, was delivered by a trusted slave named Sisinus, who rowed out to the Persian command ship under cover of darkness. Sisinus was later given Thespian citizenship and considerable wealth for his role in the most consequential piece of misinformation in ancient history. The Greco-Persian Wars, Peter Green, 1996. Chapter 2. The Day 3 Legions Vanished. The Teutoburg Forest, 9 CE. The general everyone trusted. Publius Quinctilius Varus was the kind of Roman official the empire produced in abundance: competent, well-connected, personally honest, and dangerously wrong about the people he was sent to govern. He had managed Syria effectively and had served as a trusted administrator under Augustus. When Augustus appointed him legate of Germania in 7 CE, Varus brought to his new posting the assumptions that had served him well in the East: that the Germanic tribes were ready for Romanization, that their chiefs were essentially Roman clients in tribal dress, and that the young Cheruscan nobleman Arminius, who had served in the Roman auxiliary forces, held Roman citizenship, and spoke fluent Latin, was exactly the reliable local partner that Roman provincial administration required. Arminius was none of those things. He had spent his years in Roman service studying Roman military tactics with the specific intention of defeating them. He understood the legion's strengths, its discipline, its shock power in open battle, its siege capability, and more importantly its weaknesses, its dependence on supply lines, its vulnerability to ambush in broken terrain, its assumption that any enemy would meet it on open ground where its advantages were decisive. He had, by 9 CE, spent years quietly recruiting an alliance of Germanic tribes for a single purpose. He was waiting for the right moment and the right terrain. Varus gave him both. In September of 9 CE, Varus was marching 3 legions, the 17, 18, and 19, approximately 25,000 men including auxiliaries from their summer camps, back toward the Rhine for winter quarters. He received a report that a minor tribal uprising required his attention, and he altered his route through the Teutoburg forest to respond. It was, almost certainly, a report that Arminius had arranged for him to receive. 3 days in the forest. The Teutoburg forest, the precise location was lost for centuries and only archaeologically confirmed in the 1980s near Kalkreis in modern Lower Saxony, was not a forest in the sense of a park or a woodland. It was a dense, primeval tangle of old-growth trees, undergrowth, and waterlogged terrain that stretched for miles without a clearing large enough to form a legion into battle order. There were no roads. The path the legions followed was barely a track, muddy from recent rains, wide enough for perhaps 3 men abreast in places. On the first day, the Germanic attack was a series of ambushes from the tree-lined javelins, arrows, warriors who struck and retreated before the Roman auxiliaries could pursue. The legions maintained formation and continued to march, which was the correct response but achieved nothing. On the second day, the terrain narrowed between a wooded ridge and a marsh, and the attacks intensified. The Roman column stretched for miles through the forest, the rear was fighting while the front was still moving. Units lost contact with each other. Officers were killed. The discipline that was the legion's greatest asset required space and visibility that the forest denied. On the third day, Arminius committed his full force. The Roman column had been compressed, disordered, and blooded over 2 days of constant harassment. The Germanic warriors who emerged from the trees were not the disorganized mob that Roman military doctrine described. They were men who had fought in Roman formations, who understood the tactical situation, and who attacked with a coordination that the ambush conditions had made possible. Varus, understanding that the situation was beyond recovery, fell on his own sword. His officers followed. The rank and file were killed or captured. Those who survived captivity were reportedly enslaved or sacrificed in Germanic religious rituals. Augustus and the empire that stopped. The news reached Augustus in Rome in late September. The sources describe his reaction in terms that suggest a psychological collapse. He let his hair and beard grow untrimmed for months, which was Roman mourning practice, but the duration suggests something beyond ritual. Reportedly walked the palace halls at night, striking his head against the walls and calling out, "Varus, give me back my legions." The 17, 18, and 19 legions were never reconstituted. Their numbers were considered too cursed to reuse, the only time in Roman history this occurred. The strategic consequences were more significant than the emotional ones. Roman policy east of the Rhine had been moving toward the permanent incorporation of Germania as a province, a process that would have extended Roman civilization to the Elbe and potentially further. Teutoburg ended that policy permanently. Augustus's dying advice to his successor Tiberius was to keep the empire within its existing borders, and the Rhine became a frontier that Rome would probe but never successfully cross again. The Germanic peoples beyond it would remain outside the empire, developing along different cultural and political lines, until the empire's collapse brought them inside it in a very different way. The Germany that was not Romanized became, eventually, the Germany that destroyed Rome. The Franks, the Visigoths, the Vandals, the Ostrogoths, the peoples who dismantled the Western Empire in the 4th and 5th centuries, were the cultural descendants of the tribal confederations that Arminius had organized at Teutoburg. The forest that swallowed 3 legions on 3 days in September of 9 CE was the forest from which the barbarians who ended Rome eventually emerged. Arminius, hero and ambiguity. Arminius won the Battle of Teutoburg and spent the next 7 years fighting Rome to a strategic stalemate. The Roman general Germanicus, Tiberius's nephew and adopted son, conducted 3 punitive campaigns into Germania between 14 and 16 CE, winning several battles and recovering 2 of the 3 lost eagles, but never achieving the decisive victory that would have restored Roman control east of the Rhine. Arminius kept his coalition together, kept Rome at bay, and died not at Roman hands but at the hands of his own tribal kinsmen who feared his growing power. He was murdered by his own relatives in 21 CE, at approximately 37 years of age. He never saw Rome again after his years as an auxiliary soldier. He never built a state or an institution that outlasted him. He had defeated the greatest military machine of the ancient world with a combination of patience, tactical intelligence, and an understanding of both sides of the Rhine that no Roman commander could match, and he received for it the reward that Germanic custom offered successful war leaders: suspicion and assassination. 19 centuries later, 19th-century German nationalism would build an enormous monument to Arminius the Hermannsdenkmal in the Teutoburg forest, completed in 1875, showing him raising his sword in triumph and claim him as the first German national hero. The Roman citizenship he held, the Roman military training that made his victory possible, and the fact that his Germany was a collection of mutually hostile tribes rather than anything resembling a nation were inconvenient details that the monument does not address. History's greatest ambushers are eventually ambushed by their mythologizers. The three Roman eagles, the legionary standards of the 17, 18, and 19 legions, were captured at Teutoburg and kept as trophies by the Germanic tribes. Two were recovered by Germanicus in his punitive campaigns. The third was not recovered for decades, when a diplomatic mission retrieved it from a different tribe entirely. The Romans considered the recovery of each eagle a significant military triumph. The fate of Rome, climate, disease, and the end of an empire. Kyle Harper, 2017. Chapter 3. The field where an empire ran out of room. The Battle of Marathon, 490 BCE. The army that had no right to win. In September of 490 BCE, approximately 10,000 Athenian soldiers and 1,000 Plataean allies stood on the plain of Marathon and looked at a Persian army that outnumbered them perhaps 2 to 1 and included cavalry and massed archery that Greek hoplites had no answer for. The Persians had already subdued Eretria, a Greek city that had also sent ships to support the Ionian revolt. The Eretrians had held out for 6 days before being betrayed by their own citizens. The survivors were enslaved and eventually settled in Persia. Athens was next on the list, and everyone on the plain of Marathon knew it. The Athenian generals were divided. Several voted to withdraw behind Athens's walls and wait for help that might not come. Sparta had been asked and had declined to march until the full moon, citing religious obligations. The deciding vote fell to Miltiades, who had actually fought alongside Persians in previous campaigns and understood their tactical doctrine better than any other Greek commander. His argument was not that the Athenians could win a conventional battle against superior numbers, it was that they could not afford to wait, that the Persians were preparing to re-embark and sail around the peninsula to attack an undefended Athens, and that the specific terrain of the Marathon plain offered an opportunity that no other position would. The specific opportunity was the Persian cavalry. The plain of Marathon was surrounded by hills and marshes that severely limited the cavalry's ability to maneuver. The Persian army had landed the cavalry first, as it always did, but for reasons that historians still debate, the cavalry was not on the field when the battle began. Some accounts suggest the horses had been re-embarked for the planned flanking movement. Whatever the reason, when Miltiades gave the order to advance, the Athenians were charging an infantry force without its most dangerous component. The run that changed everything. What Miltiades ordered his hoplites to do at Marathon was unprecedented and nearly impossible. Charge at a run across approximately a mile of open plain, in full armor, against an enemy line that included thousands of archers. A hoplite in full panoply helmet, breastplate, greaves, 8-foot spear, and 30-pound shield was not designed for sustained running. The charge was intended to minimize the time the Greek line spent under Persian arrow fire, covering the killing ground as fast as legs could carry armored men. Miltiades also made a tactical adjustment that was either brilliant or desperate depending on how it turned out. He thinned the Greek center and deepened the wings. The Persian formation was conventionally deep in the center where the best troops fought, and thinner on the flanks. Miltiades essentially inverted this, accepting that the Greek center would be pushed back by superior Persian numbers while the stronger Greek wings crushed the Persian flanks. It was a gamble that required precise timing, discipline, and the ability of the victorious wings to wheel inward and encircle a Persian center that was already engaged with a retreating Greek center. It worked. The Persian center broke through the Greek middle and pursued, while the Greek wings completed the envelopment. The battle that had looked like a Persian walkover became a rout. The Persians fled for their ships, the Athenians pursued to the water's edge. Persian casualties were approximately 6,400 dead, Athenian casualties were 192. The dead were buried on the plain of Marathon in a mound, the Shorosh, that still stands today. Each man buried there was given a hero cult, which was exceptional even by Greek religious standards. The messenger and the myth. The story of Pheidippides running from Marathon to Athens to announce the victory, covering approximately 25 miles in full armor before collapsing and dying, is almost certainly not historical. The ancient sources do not consistently tell this version of the story, and the version that appears in Herodotus involves Pheidippides running 140 miles to Sparta and back before the battle, not from Marathon to Athens after it. The 25-mile run became attached to the story centuries later and was commemorated in the modern Olympic Games of 1896 as the marathon race. The historical Pheidippides was a professional runner, a hemerodrome, literally a day runner who covered extraordinary distances as a matter of course. Herodotus says he reached Sparta in 2 days, covering more than 70 miles per day. The god Pan reportedly appeared to him on the road and asked why the Athenians gave him no cult. Athens subsequently established one. The mythologized version, the dying herald gasping Nike, victory, at the moment of his death, is a later invention that served the purpose of making Marathon's significance legible as narrative. The significance needed no embellishment. The victory at Marathon gave Athens the confidence and the credibility that would sustain it through the catastrophic Persian invasion of 480 BCE. It established the hoplite formation as a viable counter to Eastern military power. It provided the psychological foundation for Athenian democracy's subsequent golden age. The men who fought at Marathon were called the Marathonomachoi, the marathon fighters, and were honored for the rest of their lives as the men who had proved that the Persians were not invincible. The empire that learned nothing. The Persian commander Datis sailed back to Asia after Marathon, having failed to take Athens and having lost a significant portion of his force. He had not been destroyed. The empire's resources were so vast that 6,400 dead was a manageable loss. He brought back Eretrian prisoners as a trophy of partial success. Darius, enraged at the Athenian defeat of his expedition, began planning a much larger second invasion, the one that would eventually produce Thermopylae, Salamis, and Plataea. The lesson Persia should have drawn from Marathon was tactical, that massed hoplites in appropriate terrain could defeat Persian infantry, and that the Greek preference for hand-to-hand combat at close quarters negated Persian archery. The lesson Persia actually drew was logistical, that the first expedition had been too small. The second invasion, under Xerxes, would bring an army that ancient sources describe in numbers so large that modern historians debate them, but certainly several times larger than the force at Marathon. More troops, the Persian strategic logic ran, would solve the problem that better tactics might have solved more efficiently. Marathon also had a consequence that its Athenian victors did not intend and would not have welcomed. It made Athens, rather than Sparta, the dominant military power in Greece in the minds of the Athenians themselves. The Spartan failure to arrive in time for the battle they showed up the day after and walked across the battlefield in appreciation was remembered for generations. The pride that Marathon produced in Athens was the pride that would eventually make Athens's relationship with Sparta unsustainable. The battle that saved Greek civilization from Persia planted seeds that would, 90 years later, produce the Peloponnesian War and the destruction of Greek civilization from within. The 192 Athenians killed at Marathon were buried in the Shorosh, a burial mound on the plain that is still visible today. Pausanias, writing in the 2nd century CE, reported that on the anniversary of the battle, one could hear phantom sounds of horses and fighting men near the mound at night, a detail that suggests the battle had already become mythology within living memory. Marathon, the battle that changed Western civilization. Richard Billows, 2010. Chapter 4. The 300 who were supposed to lose. The Battle of Thermopylae, 480 BCE. The Pass and the Problem. The Pass of Thermopylae, the Hot Gates, named for the sulfurous springs nearby, was, in 480 BCE, a narrow corridor between the mountains of central Greece and the Malian Gulf, at some points no wider than a wagon track. It was the main land route from northern Greece into the Greek heartland, and it was the position that the assembled Greek city-states had decided to defend against the Persian army of Xerxes. The force sent to hold it was commanded by the Spartan king Leonidas and consisted of 300 Spartan warriors, several thousand allied hoplites from other Greek cities, and light troops and helot servants. The choice of 300 Spartans was not random and not the product of Spartan parsimony. Sparta was celebrating the Carneia, a religious festival during which military operations were traditionally forbidden, the same festival that had prevented Sparta from reaching Marathon in time. Leonidas chose 300 men who had living sons, which was interpreted as men whose deaths would not end their family lines. It was, from the beginning, a force that its commander expected to die. Leonidas understood the strategic function of Thermopylae. The pass could not be held indefinitely against an army of hundreds of thousands. No force of any size could do that. What it could do was buy time. Time for the Greek fleet at Artemisium to fight the Persian navy, time for the rest of Greece to mobilize, time for the strategic plan that Themistocles was executing to be completed. The question was not whether Thermopylae would fall. The question was how long it could be held and at what cost to the Persians. 2 days and a betrayal. For 2 days, the Greek force held the pass against everything Xerxes sent at it. The terrain made Persian numbers irrelevant. The pass was so narrow that only a small fraction of the Persian force could engage at any one time, and the Spartans and their allies, fighting in deep phalanx formation in a space where the phalanx was almost impossible to break, inflicted casualties out of all proportion to their numbers. Xerxes sent his elite troops, the Immortals, 10,000 of the best soldiers in the empire, on the second day. The Immortals suffered the same fate as everyone else. They could not engage more than the front of their formation against a Greek wall of shields and spears. On the evening of the second day, a local Greek named Ephialtes, the sources describe him as motivated by the desire for a reward, showed the Persians a mountain path that bypassed the pass entirely. The path was known to the Greeks. A force of Phocian troops had been assigned to guard it. When the Immortals appeared on the path at dawn of the third day, the Phocians retreated to higher ground rather than holding. Whether they panicked, made a tactical judgment, or simply ran is debated. The result was that the Persian flanking force reached the southern end of the pass while Leonidas was still holding the northern end. Leonidas received the news at dawn and immediately sent away most of the allied Greek forces. The sources debate whether this was a rational order to preserve the allied troops for future battles, or whether the allies chose to leave and the Spartans stayed by choice, or whether religious law prevented the Spartans from retreating. The most likely answer involves all three. What is certain is that when the Persian flanking force appeared behind the Greek position, Leonidas held the pass with 300 Spartans, 700 Thespians who chose to stay, and 400 Thebans who may not have had the choice. They died in the pass that afternoon. The last stand and its function. The final battle at Thermopylae was conducted on a small hill later called the Kolonos, where the surviving Greeks retreated when their spears broke and their formation was finally compressed. They fought until they were all dead. Leonidas was killed in the close fighting. The Persians sent troops specifically to recover his body, which Xerxes subsequently had beheaded and crucified, an act that suggests the Persian king understood that he had won a tactical victory at significant cost and wanted to claim a symbolic one as well. The Spartan epitaph, composed by the poet Simonides and reportedly inscribed on a stone at the pass, has been translated in various ways, but its most famous version in English is, "Go, tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here, obedient to their laws, we lie." It is one of the most famous epitaphs in history, and it captures the specific nature of what Thermopylae had been, not a victory, not a defense, but an act of obedience to a decision that had been made before the battle began. The 300 were sent to die. They died. The pass fell. The strategic plan continued. The plan worked. The Greek fleet at Artemisium, fighting simultaneously with the land battle at Thermopylae, damaged the Persian fleet sufficiently to set up Salamis. The Athenian evacuation of the city, facilitated by the 2 days Leonidas had purchased, removed the civilian population before Xerxes arrived. When the Persians burned Athens, there was no one left to burn. The psychological effect of Thermopylae. The story of 300 men who had held an empire for 2 days and died rather than retreat was as significant as any of its material consequences. It demonstrated that Persian soldiers bled like anyone else. The myth that took on its own life. Thermopylae is one of the most mythologized battles in history, and the myth has consistently outrun the reality in interesting ways. The story of the 300 Spartans has been told and retold as a story of free men choosing death over submission to tyranny, which is partly true but leaves out the 700 Thespians who also died, the Theban contingent that may not have had a choice, and the fact that Sparta was itself a slave state whose economy rested on the labor of helots who were subjected to conditions considerably worse than Persian rule. The myth also tends to present Thermopylae as a stand in defense of the West against the East, a framing that would have been incomprehensible to Leonidas, who was fighting for Sparta specifically and Greece loosely, not for a civilization that would not be identified as Western for another 2 millennia. The use of Thermopylae as a political symbol invoked by movements ranging from Greek nationalist resistance to Ottoman rule in the 19th century to various forms of Western nationalism in the 20th and 21st says more about the invokers than about the battle. What the battle actually was, stripped of its mythological accretion, was a tactical defeat that functioned as a strategic asset, a battle that was designed to be lost in a way that contributed to an eventual victory. Leonidas understood this. His decision to stay when he could have retreated was not suicidal romanticism, it was a calculated contribution to a larger plan. The 300 Spartans did not die for Western civilization. They died for Greece, for Sparta, for their king, and for the specific strategic requirement of holding a pass long enough for a plan to work. That is enough. It has always been enough. The Persian army reportedly suffered such heavy casualties in the assault on Thermopylae that Xerxes ordered 3 of the Persian dead buried in pits so that his troops, marching past, would not be demoralized by the number of their fallen. A detail preserved in Herodotus that, if true, suggests the cost of taking the pass was high enough to require active concealment. Gates of Fire, Stephen Pressfield, 1998, The Histories, Herodotus. Chapter 5. The Trap That Defined Military History. The Battle of Cannae, 216 BCE. Hannibal's problem. Hannibal Barca had been in Italy for 2 years and had won every battle he fought. He had crossed the Alps with approximately 26,000 surviving soldiers and had destroyed Roman armies at the Trebia River and Lake Trasimene with a consistency that should have broken Rome's will to continue fighting. It had not. Rome had raised new armies, elected a dictator, Quintus Fabius Maximus, who understood that the way to defeat Hannibal was to deny him battle rather than seek it, and had allowed the Carthaginian army to march up and down the Italian peninsula without being destroyed in the field. Hannibal's strategic problem was fundamental. He could not take Rome by assault, could not starve it into submission, and could not force the Italian allies to defect in sufficient numbers without first demonstrating that Rome was unable to protect them. Every Roman army that refused battle was a Roman army that survived to threaten his supply lines and his communications with Carthage. He needed a decisive battle, a battle so catastrophic for Rome that the political will to continue the war would collapse. Rome, conveniently, gave him one. The Fabian strategy of avoiding battle was deeply unpopular with the Roman aristocracy, who considered it cowardly and who were watching their estates in southern Italy being pillaged by Hannibal's foraging parties. In 216 BCE, Rome elected 2 new consuls, Gaius Terentius Varro and Lucius Aemilius Paulus, and assembled the largest army in Roman history to that date, approximately 86,000 infantry and 6,000 cavalry. This army sought Hannibal out near the town of Cannae in Apulia. Hannibal, with approximately 40,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry, accepted the engagement. The perfect battle. Cannae is studied in military academies around the world not because of who won or lost but because of how it was won. Hannibal's tactical plan was so precisely executed that it has become the template for encirclement doctrine, the double envelopment that military commanders have attempted to replicate ever since, with varying success. The plan exploited Rome's tendency to mass its infantry in the center and its tactical preference for advancing until it had crushed the enemy center. Hannibal placed his weakest infantry, his Gauls and Spanish, in the center of his line, bowing outward toward the Romans. On each wing he placed his Africans, his best infantry, in deep formations. His superior cavalry held the wings. As the battle began, the Roman center drove into the Gallic and Spanish center, which deliberately bent backward under the pressure, transforming the convex bow into a concave cup. The Romans, pressing forward with increasing confidence as the center yielded, were channeled into an ever-tightening space. While the Roman center was pushing inward, Hannibal's cavalry destroyed the Roman cavalry on both wings and then swung inward to attack the Roman rear. The African infantry on the flanks closed inward from the sides. The Roman army, 70,000 infantry in the fighting line, was encircled on four sides in a space so compressed that men could not raise their swords to strike. They were stabbed, suffocated, trampled. By the end of the day, approximately 47,000 to 70,000 Romans were dead. The sources vary, but the numbers agree in magnitude. Roman casualties at Cannae in a single afternoon may have exceeded the total American dead in the entire Second World War. Rome's response. The Senate's response to Cannae is one of the most remarkable collective acts of political will in history. The surviving consul Varro rode back to Rome with the remnants of his army and was met not with recrimination but with thanks for not despairing of the Republic. This was extraordinary. Varro had arguably caused the disaster by insisting on aggressive engagement, and it reflects a specific Roman calculation that showing public despair would accelerate the defection of allies that Hannibal was counting on. Rome went into deep mourning. The sources described the city as a place of lamentation for weeks but did not negotiate. It raised new legions from men who were too young or too old for previous service, and then, in an act of legal creativity that illustrates Roman flexibility, it raised 2 legions from slaves, who were manumitted and enrolled. It called home soldiers from Sicily. It reformed the tactical doctrines that had failed at Cannae. It waited. Hannibal did not march on Rome immediately after Cannae, a decision that has been debated ever since. His cavalry commander Mahabal reportedly said, "Hannibal, you know how to win a victory, you do not know how to use one." Whether this is historical or legendary, it captures the strategic reality. Cannae was decisive tactically and inconclusive strategically. Rome could absorb the loss of 50,000 soldiers in ways that Carthage, fighting a long-range war on foreign soil, could not absorb equivalent setbacks. Hannibal won the most perfect battle in ancient military history and lost the war. The lesson that outlasted Rome. Cannae became, across 23 centuries, the most studied battle in military history. Every major European military institution from the Prussian Kriegsakademie to the American War College has used it as a case study in encirclement, combined arms warfare, and the relationship between tactical brilliance and strategic context. Schlieffen's plan for the German invasion of France in 1914 was explicitly designed as a Cannae double envelopment at the scale of a continent, and its failure revealed the limits of applying a tactical template to a strategic situation its designer did not share. The commanders who explicitly sought to repeat Cannae include Alexander the Great, who preceded it but employed similar envelopment tactics, Scipio Africanus, who studied Hannibal and defeated him at Zama using modified Cannae tactics, Frederick the Great, Napoleon, Molt the Elder, and Erwin Rommel. The principle they were trying to replicate is simple to state and nearly impossible to execute: fix the enemy's center, destroy his flanks, and prevent his escape. The difficulty lies in having the superior cavalry, the disciplined infantry, the precise timing, and the enemy's willing cooperation in pressing forward into the trap. Hannibal returned to Carthage after 16 years in Italy, having won every major engagement and achieved nothing strategic. He was eventually hunted by Rome even after Carthage's defeat, fled to the eastern Mediterranean, and took poison rather than surrender to Roman agents in 183 BCE. He died alone in Bithynia, an old man who had spent his life defeating armies that could not be permanently defeated. Cannae was his masterpiece, and it was not enough. Military history has remembered it more faithfully than military history has remembered Hannibal's warning about what masterpieces cannot accomplish. The Roman Senate responded to the catastrophe at Cannae by forbidding public mourning after a defined period, a measure intended to prevent the visible despair that might have broken Allied loyalty. The 2 serving censors who had survived the battle were also forbidden from resigning their offices on the grounds that the public needed to see continuity of government. It is one of the earliest documented examples of crisis communications strategy. Hannibal's War, John Lazenby, 1978. Chapter 6. The River at the Edge of the World. The Battle of the Hydaspes, 326 BCE. The army that had walked too far. By the time Alexander's army reached the Hydaspes River in the spring of 326 BCE, the modern Jhelum in Pakistan, it had been marching for 8 years and approximately 17,000 miles. It had crossed the Hellespont, subdued Persia, campaigned through Egypt, marched through Bactria and Sogdia, and was now standing on the eastern bank of a rain-swollen river in the monsoon season, looking across at the army of Porus, the king of the Pauravas, and at 200 war elephants that no Macedonian soldier had faced before. The elephants were the tactical problem. The Macedonian cavalry horses, which had been the decisive arm in every major engagement of Alexander's campaigns at the Granicus, Issus, and Gaugamela, refused to go near elephants. The smell and the sound caused them to rear and bolt. A cavalry charge that encountered an elephant line would dissolve before making contact. Porus had understood this perfectly when he positioned his elephants across his front at 100-foot intervals, creating a wall that the Macedonian phalanx would have to pass through while the elephants attacked from the sides. Porus also had the river. The Hydaspes was flooding from the monsoon rains and was wide, fast, and cold. Any crossing under observation would be cut down on the far bank by Porus's cavalry before it could form up. Alexander had to cross the river, form his army, defeat the elephants, and do all of this against a commander who had prepared his position intelligently. He spent approximately 2 weeks on the western bank creating the conditions that made it possible. The crossing in the storm. Alexander's solution involved deception on a scale that the Battle of Thermopylae Ephialtes would have recognized. He spent 2 weeks conducting ostentatious night marches along the western bank with the bulk of his cavalry, creating the impression that he was about to cross at multiple points simultaneously. Porus's forces marched and countermarched to respond, exhausted themselves, and eventually stopped responding, which was exactly what Alexander wanted. On the night of a severe thunderstorm, Alexander moved approximately 11,000 men, the companion cavalry, the mounted Agrianian javelin men, and several battalions of phalanx infantry to a crossing point 17 miles upstream from Porus's main position, behind a wooded island that provided cover. The storm noise masked the sound of the crossing. By dawn, the force was across the river and had formed up before Porus could respond. Porus had to fight with what he had. He sent his son with cavalry to delay Alexander while the main army turned to face the new threat. Alexander's cavalry destroyed the son's force. The son was killed in the fighting, and then the armies met in the open plain north of the main crossing. The tactical problem of the elephants was solved, not by a cavalry charge, but by a combination of phalanx discipline and light infantry harassment. The Hypaspists and the Agrianians threw javelins at the elephant handlers, drove the elephants into confusion with spear wounds, and then the phalanx closed around the confused animals with swords and axes, hamstringing them and killing their riders. The battle lasted several hours. Porus, who had fought personally and been wounded, was captured when the battle was clearly lost. Alexander and Porus. The encounter between Alexander and the captured Porus is one of the most celebrated moments in ancient military biography, and it may be historical. Alexander reportedly asked Porus how he wished to be treated. Porus replied, "As a king." Alexander, who had murdered Cletus in a drunken rage the previous year and had executed Philotas on dubious charges, responded to this answer with the generosity that his biographers consistently associated with worthy opponents. He restored Porus to his kingdom as a client ruler and added additional territories to his realm. The Hydaspes was the last great set-piece battle of Alexander's career. His army, on the far bank of the river, refused to go further. The Indian soldiers they had faced at the Hydaspes were the most formidable opponents of the entire campaign. Rumors of even larger armies further east were circulating. The monsoon rains were relentless. The men had been away from home for 8 years. They sat down on the bank of the Hyphasis River, one more river east, and would not move. Alexander, who had never before encountered a tactical problem he could not solve, encountered one he could not solve. His army had decided to stop. He spent 3 days trying to persuade them. He sulked in his tent. He received no visitors. No one came to beg him to continue. He turned back. The retreat eventually cost more lives than any of his battles. The march through the Gedrosian desert killed tens of thousands, and Alexander died in Babylon in 323 BCE at the age of 32, before he could launch the next campaign he was already planning. The river at the edge of the world was the place where the greatest army of the ancient world decided that the edge was enough. The empire that dissolved in a day. Alexander's death without a clear successor produced exactly the dissolution that any reasonable observer would have predicted. His generals, the Diadochi, the successors, spent 40 years fighting each other for pieces of an empire that no single one of them had the legitimacy or the military capacity to hold entire. By the time the fighting subsided, the empire had been divided into 3 large kingdoms: the Ptolemaic in Egypt, the Seleucid in Asia, and the Antigonid in Macedonia, plus various smaller polities. The Hydaspes battle had, in one sense, defined the eastern limit of Greek power for the following 3 centuries. The Mauryan Empire that Chandragupta founded in the vacuum left by Alexander's withdrawal and death pushed back against the Seleucid kingdom in the east and established a genuinely Indian imperial tradition that the Hellenistic world could not supplant. The Greek influence that remained in the Bactrian and Indo-Greek kingdoms that survived in the northwest was eventually absorbed into Indian cultural traditions rather than the other way around. What Alexander left in the east was not an empire but a cultural legacy. The Hellenistic synthesis of Greek, Persian, Egyptian, and Mesopotamian traditions that produced the intellectual world of the following 3 centuries, within which Christianity, Rabbinic Judaism, and classical philosophy all developed. It was a legacy produced by a general who crossed a river in a thunderstorm, defeated 200 elephants, and then watched his army sit down and refused to go any further. History is made in the specific, and the specific here was a man standing on the bank of the Hyphasis River in the monsoon rain, understanding for the first time that there was something his army would not do for him. Alexander named 2 cities on the banks of the Hydaspes after the battle: Nicaea, victory, on the site of the battle, and Bucephala in honor of his horse Bucephalus, who died during or after the battle at approximately 30 years of age, old for a warhorse that had been campaigning for over a decade. The cities are generally believed to be in the vicinity of modern Jhelum, Pakistan. Alexander of Macedon, 356–323 BC. A Historical Biography, Peter Green, 1991. Chapter 7. The Day Rome Stopped Being a Republic. The Battle of Pharsalus, 48 BCE. 2 generals, 1 world. The Battle of Pharsalus in August 48 BCE pitted the 2 greatest military commanders of the Roman world against each other in a confrontation that both had spent years trying to avoid. Julius Caesar, who had spent 9 years conquering Gaul, had crossed the Rubicon with 1 legion the previous year and triggered a civil war rather than submit to prosecution for illegal acts committed during his command. Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus Pompey the Great had aligned himself with the Senate and the Republican cause and commanded a force considerably larger than Caesar's, approximately 47,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry against Caesar's 22,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry. Pompey had the numbers, the resources, the legitimacy of the Senate, and the support of most of the eastern provinces with their revenues. What he did not have was a clear strategic concept. His instinct was to avoid battle and allow Caesar's army to wither from lack of supply, an approach similar to the Fabian strategy against Hannibal, but the senators in his camp were insistent that a general who had boasted of raising armies by stamping his foot should demonstrate this capacity now. They called him Agamemnon behind his back, implying he was too fond of power and too slow to use it. Eventually Pompey listened to them rather than to his own better judgment. Caesar's situation was approaching desperate. He had been besieging Pompey at Dyrrhachium and had been broken out with significant losses. He had marched into Thessaly looking for food and had offered battle repeatedly. When Pompey finally accepted the engagement on the plain near Pharsalus, Caesar's soldiers, many of them 10-year veterans of the Gallic campaigns, reportedly cheered. They had been trying to end this war for a year. The cavalry trap. Pompey's plan was straightforward and sensible. Use his overwhelming cavalry superiority on the left wing to sweep away Caesar's outnumbered horsemen, then sweep around the flank and rear of Caesar's infantry while the main line held in the center. Caesar, whose intelligence about Pompey's army was usually excellent, understood this plan before the battle began. He took 6 cohorts, approximately 2,000 veterans, out of his third line and positioned them obliquely behind his cavalry, invisible to Pompey's scouts. When Pompey's cavalry attacked on the right, Caesar's horsemen conducted a fighting withdrawal as planned. The Pompeian cavalry, flushed with success, pressed forward and ran directly into the hidden cohorts. Caesar had given these soldiers a specific instruction: do not throw your javelins in the normal fashion, aimed at the body and armor. Aim for the faces. Pompey's cavalry were, almost universally, young aristocratic Romans who cared intensely about their appearance and had no experience of being specifically targeted for facial wounds. They broke and fled. With the cavalry gone, Caesar committed his third-line fresh troops who had not yet been engaged, and the Pompeian infantry, already tired from pushing against Caesar's experienced first 2 lines, began to give way. The rout was complete within hours. Pompey watched the collapse from a command post, removed his general's insignia, and rode away from the battlefield without looking back. He was not yet beaten in the sense of being killed or captured, but he was finished. He fled to Egypt, where he was murdered on the orders of the young Ptolemy XIII before Caesar could arrive. The Republic's last battle. Pharsalus was not the end of the civil war. Pompey's sons and other republicans would fight for years afterward, but it was the moment at which the Roman Republic effectively ceased to be a functioning system of government. Caesar, returning to Rome with his victory, accumulated offices and powers that had no precedent: Dictator Perpetuo, an office historically limited to 6 months, the right to nominate most magistrates, supreme command over all Roman armies. He was, in everything but the title, a monarch. Whether Caesar intended to become king is one of history's unresolvable questions. He was assassinated on the Ides of March, 44 BCE, 2 years after Pharsalus, before his intentions could fully manifest. The senators who killed him believed they were saving the Republic. They were not. The Republic that Brutus and Cassius died trying to restore at Philippi in 42 BCE was already a ghost, a constitutional form without the social and political foundations that had given it meaning. The conflicts that Pharsalus had generated were not resolved until Actium in 31 BCE, when Caesar's heir Octavian defeated Mark Antony and Cleopatra and became, eventually, Augustus Caesar, the first emperor. The civil wars from the Rubicon to Actium lasted 20 years and killed more Romans than any foreign war in the Republic's history. Pharsalus was the pivot, the moment when one of the 2 men who could have run the Roman world won and the other fled. The Republic had been declining for a century before the battle. It took one afternoon on a Thessalian plain to confirm that it was over. Caesar's mercy and its limits. Caesar was famous, and in some respects genuinely remarkable, for his policy of clemency toward defeated enemies, what the Romans called clementia. After Pharsalus, he pardoned most of the prisoners, including Marcus Junius Brutus, who would lead his assassination. He pardoned Cicero. He pardoned dozens of senators who had fought against him. The policy was politically calculated. It removed the incentive for continued resistance by demonstrating that surrender was survivable, but it also reflected something genuine in Caesar's character: a preference for the theatrical gesture of mercy over the systematic elimination of opponents that his successors would practice more ruthlessly. The policy had limits that his assassination revealed. The men who killed him on the Ides of March were, predominantly, men he had pardoned and promoted. Brutus had fought for Pompey. Cassius had fought for Pompey. Decimus Brutus had been one of Caesar's most trusted generals. The clemency that he offered did not produce gratitude or loyalty. It produced, in men of republican principle, a growing conviction that they owed him nothing for having spared them because the sparing itself was illegitimate, a monarch's prerogative applied to free citizens who did not accept his monarchy. Pharsalus made Caesar's assassination possible by making his autocracy visible. The battle that ended the Republic created the conditions for the attempted restoration of the Republic 17 years later. The restoration failed, producing the Second Civil War that produced Augustus and permanent monarchy. The day Rome stopped being a republic was a specific afternoon in August 48 BCE on a Thessalian plain, but it took another generation of bloodshed to fully understand what that afternoon had meant. Caesar's 6 hidden cohorts, whose unexpected attack on Pompey's cavalry turned the battle, were reportedly instructed not just to aim for faces but to hold their javelins like spears rather than throwing them, using them as pikes at close quarters rather than as missiles. The tactic worked because Pompey's cavalrymen, many of whom were young aristocrats, instinctively flinched away from weapons aimed at their faces rather than pressing through the attack. Caesar, a biography, Christian Meyer, 1982. Chapter 8. The Walls That God Could Not Save. The Siege of Jerusalem, 70 CE. The City That Would Not Submit. The Jewish revolt against Roman rule began in 66 CE with what appeared to be a localized disturbance, a dispute over tax collection in Caesarea that escalated to the massacre of the Roman garrison in Jerusalem. Rome's initial response, a punitive expedition under Cestius Gallus that was then humiliatingly defeated at the Battle of Beth Horon, transformed what might have been suppressed as a riot into a full-scale war for independence. By the time the systematic Roman response arrived under Vespasian in 67 CE, Judea had a rebel government, a rebel army, and 3 years of confidence built on the defeat of a Roman force. The revolt was also, from the beginning, tearing itself apart from within. Jerusalem contained at least 3 major factions: the Zealots, the Sicarii, and the moderate aristocratic leadership, who were as determined to destroy each other as to resist Rome. The famine that Josephus describes during the siege was intensified by deliberate destruction. One faction burned the grain stores of another to prevent it from using the food to buy support. The civil war within the city killed thousands of its defenders before the Roman siege machinery had opened a single gate. Vespasian, conducting his campaign methodically, reduced the cities and fortresses of Galilee and Judea one by one before reaching Jerusalem. By the time his son Titus surrounded the city in April 70 CE, the rebel forces inside were already exhausted, starving, and fighting each other. The Roman force of 4 legions plus auxiliaries, approximately 60,000 to 80,000 men, surrounded a city of perhaps 1 million people, many of them pilgrims who had come for Passover and been trapped when the siege lines closed. The walls and what lay behind them. Jerusalem in 70 CE was among the most heavily fortified cities in the Roman world. It had 3 concentric walls, a massive citadel, and the Temple Mount, the Herodian Temple, one of the largest religious buildings in the ancient world, with walls 60 feet thick at the base and towers that rose higher still. Josephus, who had surrendered to the Romans and served as Titus's interpreter and historian, describes the defenses with the admiration of a military professional who understood what he was looking at. The Roman approach was systematic. They built a circumvallation wall around the entire city, 4.5 miles of earthworks and towers to prevent escape and reinforcement, then began reducing the outer walls with battering rams and siege towers. The defenders responded with countermining, with sallies against the Roman siege works, and with a fanatical refusal to negotiate that cost them the time that negotiation might have bought. Titus reportedly offered terms multiple times. The offers were rejected, sometimes violently. The outer wall fell in May. The second wall fell 2 weeks later. The Antonia fortress, which guarded the approach to the Temple Mount, fell in July after bloody fighting in the underground tunnels beneath it. Each position was taken at significant cost in Roman lives, and each position's fall brought the legions one step closer to the temple itself, the sacred heart of Jewish religious life, the building around which the entire identity of the revolt had organized itself. The burning and its meaning. The temple burned on the 9th of AV, the same date, in Jewish tradition, on which the first temple had been destroyed by the Babylonians in 586 BCE. Whether the coincidence was calendar or destiny, it became central to Jewish religious memory. Josephus claims that Titus wanted to preserve the temple and that a Roman soldier threw a burning brand through a window against orders. Roman sources suggest Titus may have ordered the burning himself. The dispute is irresolvable. What is certain is that the temple burned, and that everything inside it, the golden menorah, the table of showbread, the sacred vessels, was carried off to Rome, where they were displayed in Titus's triumph and depicted on the Arch of Titus that still stands in the Roman Forum. The killing was enormous. Josephus, whose numbers scholars treat with considerable skepticism, gives the dead as 1.1 million and the enslaved as 97,000. Modern estimates are much lower, perhaps 300,000 to 500,000 dead from famine, fighting, and massacre, but still represent one of the largest death tolls of any siege in ancient history. The survivors who were not sold into slavery were sent to the mines or to the arena. Jewish prisoners worked on the Colosseum. The three fortresses that held out after Jerusalem fell, Herodium, Machaerus, and Masada, were reduced over the following 3 years. Masada, the last, fell in 73 CE when the Roman ramp reached the fortress walls, and the defenders, understanding that capture was inevitable, killed themselves and their families rather than submit. The story of Masada, 967 people choosing death over slavery, became as important to later Jewish identity as Thermopylae to later Greek identity, a paradigm of resistance that defined what the cause had meant. The diaspora that lasted 19 centuries. The destruction of the temple in 70 CE was the event that created Judaism as it has existed ever since. The temple cult, the sacrificial system centered on Jerusalem, became impossible. The Pharisaic tradition, which emphasized textual study and legal interpretation over temple ritual, survived and became Rabbinic Judaism, the tradition of the rabbi and the synagogue, portable and adaptable, capable of existing without a temple or a land. The Sadducees, who had been associated with the temple establishment, essentially disappeared. The Jewish population that was not killed or enslaved dispersed throughout the Roman Empire and beyond, a diaspora that had existed before 70 CE but that was now permanent, organized around the synagogue and the text rather than the temple and the sacrificial cult. The Talmud, compiled over the following centuries, was the product of this diaspora, a portable homeland of law and commentary that a people without a territorial home could carry with them wherever they went. The next serious Jewish revolt, the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to -135 CE, was crushed with even greater violence, and the Emperor Hadrian renamed the province Syria Palestina and plowed Jerusalem under a Roman city called Aelia Capitolina. Jews were forbidden to enter it. The city that had been the center of Jewish life for 1,000 years would not have a Jewish majority again until the 20th century. The siege of 70 CE, 5 months, 3 walls, 1 million people, a burning temple was the event from which the modern world's relationship with the land between the Jordan and the Mediterranean begins. The golden menorah looted from the Jerusalem temple is depicted on the Arch of Titus in Rome, and its image became central to Jewish religious iconography. When the modern State of Israel chose a national symbol in 1949, it chose the menorah from the Arch of Titus, a symbol of the destruction of the temple reclaimed as the symbol of Jewish national restoration. The Jewish War, Josephus, 75 CE, Jerusalem. The biography, Simon Sebag Montefiore, 2011. Chapter 9. The Hammer That Stopped the Caliphate. The Battle of Tours, 732 CE. The Tide from the South. In the century between the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632 CE and the Battle of Tours in 732 CE, the armies of Islam had conquered more territory than Rome had accumulated in 5 centuries. Arabia, Persia, Egypt, the Levant, North Africa, and most of the Iberian Peninsula had fallen to Arab and Berber armies that combined religious conviction, innovative tactics, and the explosive energy of a civilization in its first and most expansive generation. The Visigothic kingdom of Spain had collapsed in a decade, the Byzantine Empire had lost its richest provinces and survived only because the Arabs could not take Constantinople. The force that crossed the Pyrenees into Francia in 732 under Abd al-Rahman al-Ghafiqi was not a conquering army in the sense of an organized invasion. It was more accurately a very large raiding expedition, perhaps 20,000 to 80,000 men, the sources wildly disagree, aimed at the wealthy monastery of Saint Martin at Tours, whose fame for riches had preceded it across the Mediterranean world. The force had already raided Bordeaux and had defeated the Aquitanian Duke Odo in a battle on the Garonne. Charles Martel, the mayor of the palace of the Frankish kingdom, the effective ruler of Francia while the Merovingian dynasty provided figureheads, intercepted the Arab force somewhere between Poitiers and Tours in October. The precise location is unknown. Medieval sources call it both the Battle of Tours and the Battle of Poitiers, and the archaeological evidence that would settle the question has not been found. What is known is that Charles chose his ground carefully and waited 7 days and a charge. The battle lasted, by some accounts, 7 days of skirmishing before the main engagement, a testament to Charles's patience and Abd al-Rahman's caution. Both commanders understood the stakes. The Franks needed to hold long enough to prevent the Arab cavalry from enveloping their flanks, and the Arabs needed to find a way to break a Frankish infantry formation that had chosen its ground specifically to negate cavalry. Charles formed his infantry in a dense mass on ground that minimized the room for cavalry maneuver, possibly with a forest behind them to prevent encirclement from the rear. The Arab cavalry made repeated charges. The Frankish infantry, fighting in what the Arab sources call a wall of ice or a wall of iron, absorbed them without breaking. The Arab accounts express surprise and admiration at the Frankish foot soldiers' steadiness under cavalry attack. It was not the response that Arab military experience had prepared them for. The battle turned when Frankish scouts or raiders reached the Arab baggage train, the assembled plunder from months of raiding, including the treasures of Bordeaux and the surrounding countryside. Word spread through the Arab cavalry that their camp was being attacked, and a significant portion of the force broke off the battle to protect their loot. Abd al-Rahman, trying to stop the disintegration of his formation, was killed in the fighting. The Arab force withdrew that night and retreated south, leaving their baggage behind. They did not return. The question of what was saved. The historical significance of Tours has been debated for as long as historians have written about it. Edward Gibbon's famous formulation that if Charles had lost, the Quran would have been taught in the schools of Oxford represents the maximum interpretation, that Tours was the moment that saved European Christianity from Islamic conquest. The minimum interpretation holds that the Arab force at Tours was a raiding party rather than a conquest army, that the Pyrenees remained a viable defensive barrier regardless of the battle's outcome, and that the Arab political instability of the 730s, a Berber revolt in North Africa and internal Umayyad conflicts would have prevented sustained expansion into Francia regardless of what happened at Tours. The reality is probably between the two positions. The Arab presence in southern France, the Septimanian bridgehead that persisted for decades after Tours, shows that further expansion was possible and was being pursued. The battle ended the momentum of northward expansion in a way that the internal Arab conflicts alone might not have done so quickly. Charles Martel's victory established the Frankish kingdom as the dominant military power in Western Europe and gave its ruling family the credibility that would eventually produce Charlemagne and the Carolingian Empire. The name Martel itself, the hammer, may have been applied to Charles because of Tours, though the etymology is disputed. If it was, it is a name that has served history's narrative needs very well. The hammer that stopped the caliphate, the man who defined Europe's boundary with the Islamic world at a line that, with modifications, has persisted for 13 centuries. Whether the battle deserves that weight or not, it has carried it, and the carrying has made it real. Charles Martel and the Church. Charles Martel's victory at Tours was not without irony. He funded his military campaigns, including the army that fought at Tours, largely through the seizure of church properties. He distributed monastery lands to his warriors as payment for military service, a practice that scandalized the clergy and earned him posthumous condemnation. A later medieval account claimed that a vision had shown the soul of Charles Martel being tormented in hell for his despoilment of the church, found there by Saint Eucharius of Lyon. The pragmatic logic of the church seizures was exactly the same as the pragmatic logic of the battle. Without mounted warriors equipped at considerable expense, the Frankish army was infantry, and infantry alone could hold a defensive line but could not pursue and destroy a retreating cavalry force. The mounted warrior, the early version of the medieval knight, required horses, armor, and land to support the training and equipment. The church lands provided that land. Tours was bought with the proceeds of a policy that the church officially condemned and practically benefited from. This tension between the religious mission that the battle supposedly defended and the very pious methods by which it was fought is characteristic of the period and of the man. Charles Martel was not a figure of Christian piety. He was a Frankish warlord who happened to be the right warlord in the right place when a raiding force needed to be stopped. History frequently requires its pivots to be provided by people who do not know they are providing them, and who would be surprised to learn what their particular afternoon of violence is subsequently taken to have meant. The Arab sources that describe the Battle of Tours call the Frankish warriors men from the north and describe their formation as a wall of ice immovable and cold that the cavalry charges could not penetrate. The image of a glacial wall resisting a warm tide is inadvertently poetic for a battle that is still described as the high-water mark of Islamic expansion in Western Europe. The Great Arab Conquests, Hugh Kennedy, 2007. Chapter 10. The night Persia ceased to exist. The Battle of Gaugamela, 331 BCE. The king who prepared the ground. Darius III of Persia was not the incompetent coward that Alexander's propaganda made him. He had come to the Persian throne by surviving the court intrigues of two predecessors which required the particular combination of intelligence, ruthlessness, and luck that courts under weak kings produce in their survivors. He had personally killed an enemy soldier in single combat before his elevation, which was not nothing. His problem at Gaugamela in October 331 BCE was not his character but his strategic situation. He had already fought Alexander at Issus in 333 BCE, had been defeated there, and had watched as Alexander systematically reduced the Persian Mediterranean coast and Egypt, eliminating the possibility of using Persian naval power to threaten Alexander's supply lines. For Gaugamela, Darius had prepared carefully. He had chosen the flat plains of northern Mesopotamia near the modern city of Erbil specifically because flat terrain maximized the effectiveness of his cavalry, his scythed chariots, and his war elephants. He had reportedly spent the days before the battle having his soldiers level and clear the ground to remove any obstacles that might impede the chariot charge. He had approximately 250,000 men. The number is certainly exaggerated in Alexander's sources, but the Persian army was clearly larger, perhaps by a factor of 3 or 4, than Alexander's 47,000. Darius also had a plan. The scythed chariots' vehicles fitted with blades extending from the axles designed to cut through infantry formations would break the Macedonian phalanx. The cavalry on both wings would then sweep around the flanks. A force of Indian elephants would follow. The sheer mass of the Persian force would do the rest. It was a plan that made sense given the assets available and the terrain chosen. It failed because Alexander's tactical intelligence was consistently one level above his opponent's. The gap in the line. The battle began with the chariot charge, which the Macedonian hypaspists and Agrianians disrupted by parting their formation to let the chariots through and then attacking the horses and drivers from the sides as they passed. The chariots that made it through the Macedonian line were killed by the rear troops. Those that did not make it through were destroyed. The great Persian secret weapon had failed within minutes of the battle's opening. Alexander, commanding the companion cavalry on the right, watched the Persian line respond to his aggressive maneuvering by stretching and shifting, trying to prevent him from working around the flank. The stretching created what he had been waiting for, a gap in the Persian line between the forces opposing his right wing and the forces in the Persian center. Alexander formed the companions into a wedge and drove into the gap at full gallop, heading directly for where Darius was positioned. What followed was the hinge of the ancient world. The companion cavalry, followed by the hypaspists, created a penetration into the Persian center that headed straight for the Persian command. Darius, seeing Alexander's wedge driving toward him personally, turned his chariot and fled. Whether he fled because he was a coward, because he made a rational calculation that his death would end all resistance, or because he was following Persian military custom that preserved the king as the state's most valuable asset. Historians dispute this. The effect was immediate and total. When the Persian emperor left the battlefield, the battle was over. An army of perhaps 200,000 men dissolved because its king rode away. The pursuit and the empire. Alexander could not immediately pursue Darius because his left wing, under Parmenion, was in serious difficulty. The Persian cavalry had swept around the flank and was attacking the Macedonian baggage train. Alexander had to break off the pursuit that might have ended the war that afternoon and go to his general's relief. By the time the crisis was resolved, Darius had a substantial head start. Darius fled east through Arbela and then into Media and Bactria, trying to organize continued resistance. He never commanded another army in the field. His Bactrian satrap Bessus, who had commanded the left wing at Gaugamela, eventually had Darius killed and proclaimed himself King of Kings, which meant that Alexander's pursuit of the legitimate Persian king ended with a corpse by the roadside, depriving him of the clean political resolution that a captured emperor would have provided. Alexander entered Babylon, Susa, Persepolis, and Pasargadae in quick succession. He burned Persepolis possibly as a calculated political act, possibly in a drunken party, and distributed the Persian royal treasuries, which were so vast that the injection of Persian gold into the Mediterranean economy produced inflation for decades. He then spent the next 8 years chasing Bessus and his successors through Bactria and Sogdia, fighting the hardest campaigns of his career against enemies who had no fixed cities to defend and who treated the concept of final defeat as culturally foreign. Gaugamela had ended the Achaemenid Empire. What replaced it was harder to conquer than it had been. The empire that wasn't. Gaugamela is often described as the battle that created Alexander's empire, and this is true in the sense that it destroyed the institutional structure of Persian power and left a vacuum that Alexander could fill with his person and his army. It is less true in the sense that implies a durable organized empire. What Alexander created was a system of personal relationships between himself and his generals and their troops, his troops and their expectation of plunder and homecoming that depended entirely on his continued presence and competence. The moment he died, the system dissolved. The Diadochi Wars that followed were not the collapse of an empire in the normal sense, but the revelation that there had never been an empire in the normal sense, only an extraordinarily competent individual and the improvised structures he built around himself. Gaugamela gave Alexander the Persian royal treasury and the Persian royal throne room and the Persian royal title. It did not give him the administrative and bureaucratic machinery that would have allowed the empire to function without him, because that machinery could not be captured on a battlefield or transferred by force of will. What Gaugamela actually produced, in the long run, was not Alexander's empire but the Hellenistic world, the period of Greek cultural dominance across the eastern Mediterranean and Near East that lasted until the Roman conquest, during which Greek became the common language of commerce and intellectual life from Egypt to Bactria. Alexander's successors built real states, the Ptolemaic, Seleucid, and Antigonid kingdoms that were stable in ways his empire was not. They were built on the opportunity that Gaugamela had created by ending the Achaemenid Persian state that had organized the eastern Mediterranean world for 2 centuries. The night Persia ceased to exist was the night the Hellenistic world began. The Persian royal treasury at Persepolis, taken after Gaugamela, contained so much gold and silver that Alexander required 20,000 mules and 5,000 camels to transport it. The injection of this hoarded wealth into circulation around the Mediterranean produced measurable inflation that can be tracked in surviving papyri and accounts one battle's prize, transforming the economics of an entire region for decades. Alexander the Great, Robin Lane Fox, 1973. Chapter 11. The Bay Where the Roman Republic Drowned. The Battle of Actium, 31 BCE. The Last War of the Roman Republic. The Battle of Actium on September 2, 31 BCE was not, technically, fought between Romans and foreigners. It was fought between 2 Roman commanders, Octavian Caesar and Mark Antony, and a Roman fleet versus an allied Roman-Egyptian fleet. The propaganda that surrounded it, and that Octavian's subsequent management of history has ensured we mostly receive, presented it as a war between Roman virtue and Eastern corruption, between the legitimate heir of Julius Caesar and a Roman general who had abandoned his Roman wife, taken an Egyptian queen as his consort, and given Roman provinces to her children. The reality was more mundane. It was the final act of the Roman civil wars that had been running for 15 years, and it was decided as much by defection and despair as by tactical genius. Antony and Cleopatra had spent the winter of 32 to 31 BCE at Patras in Greece with their combined fleet of approximately 500 ships and an army of 100,000 soldiers. Octavian had crossed to Greece with his fleet, perhaps 400 ships, and his general Agrippa, the most capable naval commander of the age, had conducted a series of operations that by the late summer of 31 BCE had blockaded Antony's fleet in the Bay of Actium and cut his supply lines. Antony's army was suffering from malaria, desertion, and famine. A number of his key commanders, including Ahenobarbus, who would later become the grandfather of Nero, had defected to Octavian. The strategic situation was so bad that Antony's council of war was debating not how to win but how to escape with something. Cleopatra, who had brought her fleet as her personal contribution to the alliance and who apparently had no intention of dying on a Greek headland for a Roman civil war, reportedly favored breaking out by sea with the treasure ships and returning to Egypt to rebuild. This advice, whatever its strategic merits, was used by Octavian's propaganda to paint Antony as a man so besotted with an Oriental queen that he had abandoned Roman military tradition for her preferences. The flight that became a rout. The battle itself is among the most contested in ancient naval history, partly because the primary sources are all written from the Augustan perspective that had every reason to make Octavian's victory look more decisive than it may have been. What appears to have happened is this: Antony's fleet broke out of the bay in a formation that was designed to allow a portion of the fleet, specifically Cleopatra's 60 Egyptian treasure ships, to escape south with the treasure and the campaign funds that would be needed to continue fighting from Egypt. The battle in the bay was fierce and inconclusive for several hours. Agrippa's faster ships used fire and grappling hooks against Antony's larger but slower vessels. At some point in the afternoon, Cleopatra's squadron, which had been positioned behind the main battle line waiting for the gap they needed, raised sails, an unusual act in ancient naval battles, where sails were normally stowed to reduce fire risk and windage, and sailed south through a gap in the fighting. Antony, seeing Cleopatra's fleet leaving, transferred to a smaller ship and followed. The effect on his remaining forces was catastrophic. The fleet that Antony had abandoned fought on for a time and then surrendered. His army on shore, learning that their commander had fled, negotiated its own surrender to Octavian. The war was functionally over. Antony and Cleopatra reached Egypt with the treasure ships and Cleopatra's personal fleet, but they had nothing left to fight with except the treasury, the loyalty of Egypt, and each other. Octavian's pursuit was methodical. Antony killed himself in August 30 BCE. Cleopatra died by her own hand. The asp may be legend, but the determination to die rather than be paraded in Octavian's triumph is not a few days later. Egypt becomes a footnote. The fall of Egypt to Octavian after Actium was one of the most significant territorial acquisitions in Roman history, but its significance was hidden rather than advertised. Egypt was not made a regular Roman province administered by a senatorial governor. It was made the personal property of the emperor, administered by an equestrian prefect who answered only to him. Senators were forbidden to visit Egypt without imperial permission. The reason was the wealth. Egypt's grain production fed Rome, and control of Egypt's grain supply gave the emperor a lever over the city of Rome that no senator should be allowed to contest. The Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled Egypt since Alexander's death ended with Cleopatra 7. Her children by Julius Caesar and by Antony were either killed or obscured by Octavian. Caesarion, Cleopatra's son by Julius Caesar and thus a potential rival, was killed on Octavian's order. The other children were raised in Rome as part of Octavian's household. Egypt, the last independent successor state of Alexander's empire, became a Roman appendage, and the Hellenistic age that Gaugamela had inaugurated finally closed. Octavian returned to Rome to a triumph that celebrated the conquest of Egypt rather than victory in a civil war. The framing was carefully managed to avoid appearing to celebrate the killing of Roman citizens. He then gradually accumulated powers and offices that transformed him from the most powerful Roman into something Rome had not had since Tarquinius Superbus, a monarch. The process took years and was conducted with a caution and a respect for republican forms that Caesar had never bothered with. When it was complete, Augustus Caesar was emperor, the republic was dead, and the empire that would last in the west for 5 more centuries and in the east for 15 had begun. It had begun in a bay in Greece where one Roman general had followed an Egyptian queen's sails south rather than fight to the end. Agrippa's victory. The military genius of Actium was not Octavian's, it was Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa's. Agrippa had built Octavian's fleet almost from scratch, had trained its crews through the preceding years, and had conducted the campaign that trapped Antony at Actium with a skill that modern naval historians compare favorably to the best operational planning of any era. He had destroyed Antony's supply lines, seized the harbors that could have supported Antony's force, and chosen the timing of the engagement to maximize Antony's weakness and Octavian's strength. Agrippa's reward was to remain the second man in Rome for the rest of his life, a position he occupied with apparent contentment, marrying Octavian's daughter Julia and fathering the children who would eventually succeed Augustus. He built the Pantheon, completed the first systematic survey of the Roman Empire, wrote memoirs that have not survived, and died in 12 BCE, having never claimed credit for the military victory that made his patron's reign possible. The Augustan settlement that Actium produced lasted, with modifications, for 3 centuries. It was not the Republic, though it preserved republican forms. It was not a tyranny, though it rested on the personal authority of one man. It was something the Romans had no word for and eventually called the Principate, the system of the first citizen. The bay where it began is now a quiet Greek harbor, the headland where Octavian camped marked by a marble monument that has mostly eroded. The victory that defined Western history for centuries left almost nothing visible on the ground where it happened. Octavian founded a city near the site of his camp before Actium and named it Nicopolis Victory City, which he populated by forcibly moving the inhabitants of neighboring towns. Nicopolis held games commemorating the battle for centuries and was still a significant city when the Apostle Paul wrote to Titus that he planned to winter there. The bay where the Roman Republic ended became, eventually, the bay where a new civilization's religious infrastructure passed through. Antony and Cleopatra, Adrian Goldsworthy, 2010. Chapter 12. The Arrow That Changed England. The Battle of Hastings, 1066. 3 kings in 1 year. The year 1066 began with Edward the Confessor dying childless and ended with 3 different men having held the English crown. Harold Godwin's son, the most powerful English nobleman, was elected king by the Witan, the Council of Nobles, on the day of Edward's funeral in January. He was the most powerful man in England, he spoke English, and he had no dynastic claim whatsoever to the throne. He was king because the Witans said he was king and because no one in England at that moment had the power to say otherwise. 2 claimants immediately disputed his election. Harald Hardrada of Norway argued a claim through a previous agreement between Norwegian and English kings that historians find impressive mainly for its ingenuity. William, Duke of Normandy, argued a claim based on Edward's promise of the succession if it was made. It was probably not constitutionally binding, and Harold's oath to support it, sworn, Harold subsequently argued, under duress while William's guest and effectively his prisoner. Harold dealt with Hardrada first. The Norwegian king had landed in the north with approximately 10,000 men and defeated the northern English earls at the Battle of Fulford. Harold marched his army 190 miles north in 4 days, surprised Hardrada at Stamford Bridge on September 25, and won one of the most decisive battles in English history. Hardrada and his ally Tostig, Harold's own brother, were both killed, and the Norwegian army was so thoroughly destroyed that the survivors needed only 24 ships for the return journey out of the 300 that had carried the invasion force. 3 days later, William landed in the south. The Ridge and the Shield Wall. Harold made the decision to march south immediately rather than rest his army and recruit reinforcements. Why he made this decision, whether from overconfidence, from a desire to protect his family's estates in the south, or from a political calculation that allowing William to rampage through the countryside unchallenged would undermine his authority, historians have debated for a millennium. He reached the south in approximately 6 days, assembled what forces were available including his elite huscarls and a militia of ferdmen of varying quality, and took up a defensive position on a ridge near the town of Battle in Sussex. The position was strong. The ridge was 800 yards long with steep slopes on 3 sides, and Harold formed his army across the top in a dense shield wall, the traditional English defensive formation in which overlapping shields created a continuous barrier that cavalry and infantry alike found extremely difficult to break. The formation had defeated Hardrada's Vikings at Stamford Bridge and had been the dominant tactical formation in northern European warfare for centuries. William's army attacked uphill against this position for most of October 14, 1066. His infantry broke against the shield wall repeatedly. His cavalry, when it charged the English position, was thrown back. At one point in the afternoon, a portion of the Norman army, either the Breton contingent on the left or a larger force, broke and fled down the hill, and a section of the English line broke formation to pursue. Whether this was a deliberate Norman feint, as later sources claim, or a genuine rout that the Normans happened to exploit, a gap appeared in the English line and was never fully closed. The Arrow and the King. The death of Harold is one of the most debated events in English history. The Bayeux Tapestry, the extraordinary embroidered account of the conquest commissioned within years of the battle, appears to show a figure being struck in the eye by an arrow near the word Harold, followed by another figure being cut down by a Norman knight. Whether the first figure is Harold, whether the arrow in the eye is the cause of death, or whether Harold died from a sword blow or was cut down in the final Norman assault, cannot be definitively established from the sources. What is certain is that Harold died at Hastings, and that his death ended the battle. The English fought on for a time after the king fell, but without command. The shield wall, which required coordination and discipline to maintain, fragmented. The Normans, seeing the English formation breaking, pressed their advantage. By nightfall the English army had disintegrated, and the Normans were masters of the battlefield. William reportedly wept when he found Harold's body, which is either genuine remorse or excellent political theatre. He refused to allow Harold honourable burial, initially a sign that he considered Harold a usurper and a perjurer rather than a legitimate king defeated in battle, though Harold's body was eventually buried, probably at Waltham Abbey. William marched to London, which submitted, and was crowned King of England on Christmas Day 1066 in Westminster Abbey. The England that Hastings made. The Norman conquest was one of the most thorough transformations of a ruling class in European history. Within a generation, the Anglo-Saxon nobility had been almost entirely replaced by Norman French lords. The English language, which had been developing its own literary and administrative tradition in Old English, was suppressed in the upper registers of society for 200 years. The language that emerged from the Norman period Middle English was a hybrid in which the French and Latin of the conquerors had transformed the Germanic Old English of the conquered. The common law tradition that would eventually become one of England's most significant contributions to global political culture, the system of precedent, jury trial, and rights against arbitrary detention, was shaped partly by Norman administrative practice and partly by the tension between Norman royal authority and the persistence of English local custom. Magna Carta in 1215 was, in some respects, the great-grandchildren of the English nobility that Hastings had created, demanding from the Norman monarchy a formalization of the rights that the conquest had disrupted. The arrow that may or may not have struck Harold in the eye changed the language, the law, the architecture, the religion, and the political culture of England. It changed them more completely than any subsequent invasion or revolution, including the various subsequent revolutions that the English exported to their own colonies. The England that colonized America, that developed parliamentary democracy, that built the Industrial Revolution, all of it is downstream of an afternoon on a ridge in Sussex when a king died and a shield wall broke. History is made in the specific, and the specific here is the most specific possible. One arrow, one eye, one kingdom. The Domesday Book, commissioned by William the Conqueror in 1085 to survey the resources of his new kingdom, recorded that by that date only 2 significant Anglo-Saxon landowners retained their pre-conquest estates in the whole of England, a testament to the completeness of the social revolution that Hastings had initiated 19 years earlier. 1066, the year of the conquest, David Howarth, 1977. Chapter 13. The Swamp That Saved England. The Battle of Edington, 878. The King in the Marsh. In January 878 CE, the Viking army of Guthrum launched a surprise attack on the royal estate at Chippenham in Wessex, where King Alfred was spending the Christmas season. The attack was a near-perfect strike. Alfred escaped with a small retinue, but the army of Wessex was dispersed, the kingdom's administration collapsed, and a large portion of the West Saxon nobility submitted to Danish rule or fled to the continent. Guthrum's strategy of striking in midwinter, during a feast when warriors were dispersed among their homes, had come closer to eliminating the last independent Anglo-Saxon kingdom than anything the Danes had achieved in a decade of campaigning. Alfred spent approximately 3 months in the Somerset Marshes, a landscape of islands, reed beds, and flooded lowland that Viking longships could not easily navigate and Viking cavalry could not cross without guides. He based himself at Athelney, a small island in the marshes, and the later legend of Alfred burning the peasant woman's cakes dates from this period, a story that captures, whether historically or symbolically, the image of a king reduced to the condition of a refugee, dependent on the charity of people who did not initially know who he was. What Alfred did in those 3 months is more important than the cakes. He sent messages to the Caldormen, the great lords of Somerset, Wiltshire, and Hampshire, organizing a mustering of the West Saxon fyrd, the militia Levi Formé. He conducted raiding operations against Danish supply lines from his marsh base. He maintained the administrative existence of Wessex while having no fixed seat and almost no resources. The organizational capacity that this required was exactly the capacity that would eventually produce the unified English state. The muster and the march. In May 878, Alfred emerged from the marshes and rode to a place called Egbert Stone, where the fyrd of Somerset, Wiltshire, and part of Hampshire assembled to meet him. The sources describe the men's joy at seeing the king as something close to wonder they had not known, for 3 months, whether Alfred was alive or dead or had fled to the continent. The assembly itself was an act of political restoration. The kingdom existed as long as the king existed and the people assembled to him. The force that gathered was not the largest army Wessex had ever fielded, but it was sufficient. Alfred moved quickly. The sources say he marched from the muster to engage the Danish army in 2 days, covering approximately 30 miles to the site of the battle near Edington in Wiltshire. Speed was essential. A slow advance would allow Guthrum to concentrate his forces, choose his ground, and use the mobility that Viking armies had perfected over decades of raiding to avoid a decisive engagement. The battle at Edington was a direct confrontation between the West Saxon shield wall and the Danish army in open field. Alfred, understanding that his marshland experience had given him time to organize and that the moral effect of his reappearance was immense, pressed the attack rather than waiting on the defensive. The Danish army broke after a sustained engagement and fled to their fortification at Chippenham, which Alfred immediately besieged. The peace and its terms. After approximately 2 weeks of siege, Guthrum sued for peace. The terms that Alfred dictated at Wedmore were extraordinary for a king who had been a fugitive in a swamp 3 months earlier. Guthrum and his leading men would convert to Christianity, with Alfred himself standing as Guthrum's godfather at the baptism. The Danish army would withdraw from Wessex and consolidate in the territory that would become known as the Danelaw, roughly the northeastern 2/3 of England. The baptism was not merely symbolic. By becoming Alfred's godson, Guthrum entered a relationship that was both personal and political. Alfred, as godfather, had specific obligations toward him, and Guthrum, as godson, was bound by the norms of Christian political conduct in ways that a pagan war leader was not. The treaty created, for the first time, a formal boundary between Danish England and English England, and established that the two communities would coexist under separate legal customs rather than that one would eliminate the other. Alfred spent the following 2 decades building the system that transformed Wessex from a kingdom that had barely survived into the kernel of a unified English state. He built a network of burghs, fortified towns spaced so that no point in Wessex was more than a day's march from a fortress that provided both defensive infrastructure and administrative centers. He reformed the FYRD to maintain a portion of the fighting force on continuous duty. He promoted literacy in English, translated Latin texts himself, and created an educational system that kept literate administrators in royal service. The England that almost wasn't. The counterfactual of Eddington: what England would have been if Alfred had not emerged from the Somerset marshes, if the FYRD had not assembled, if the battle had gone differently, is among the most tantalizing in English history. By 878, every other Anglo-Saxon kingdom had been destroyed or absorbed. Northumbria, East Anglia, and Mercia had all fallen to Danish power. Wessex was the last. If Wessex had been absorbed, the English language as it developed would have been a different language. The specific literary and administrative tradition that Alfred preserved and promoted, which became the vehicle for Old English poetry and prose, would have been replaced by something more thoroughly Scandinavian. The legal traditions that Alfred systematized would not have been systematized. The concept of a unified English people, which Alfred was among the first to articulate, calling himself King of the Anglo-Saxons rather than merely King of Wessex, would not have had the institutional expression that Alfred's burghs and his educational program provided. Alfred died in 899 and was succeeded by his son Edward, who spent his reign conquering the Danelaw. His grandson Athelstan became the first king recognized as King of all England in 927 CE. The unified English state that produced Magna Carta, parliamentary government, the common law, and eventually the Anglophone world was built on a foundation laid in a Somerset marsh in the winter of 878 by a king who burned a peasant's cakes and then marched out to save a civilization that would not know for centuries what it owed him. Alfred the Great is the only English monarch to be awarded the epithet the Great, a distinction usually reserved for foreign rulers in English historical memory. He earned it not primarily through military victory but through the administrative, legal, and educational program he implemented after Eddington, which transformed a kingdom that had nearly ceased to exist into the institutional foundation of the English state. Alfred the Great, David Sturdy, 1995. Chapter 14. The Desert That Proved the Mongols Were Human. The Battle of Ain Jalut, 1260. The Unstoppable Force. By 1260, the Mongol Empire had destroyed more cities, killed more people, and conquered more territory in less time than any military force in history. The statistics are almost incomprehensible. Genghis Khan's campaigns and those of his successors had killed an estimated 40 million people, perhaps 10% of the world's population at the time. The cities of Khwarezm, Baghdad, and Samarkand had been reduced to rubble. The Abbasid Caliphate, the political and religious center of Sunni Islam for 5 centuries, had been destroyed in 1258 when Hulagu Khan sacked Baghdad and had the last caliph killed, reportedly wrapped in a rug and trampled by horses to avoid the spilling of royal blood. The Mongol army that entered Syria in 1259–60 under Hulagu was a continuation of the same apparently unstoppable expansion. Aleppo fell and was sacked. Damascus surrendered without significant resistance. The Crusader states, watching from their coastal fortresses, sent a diplomatic mission to the Mongol camp and considered alliance. There appeared to be no force in the Islamic world capable of stopping the advance. Egypt and North Africa, the last remaining centers of significant Islamic military power, appeared to be next. Then Hulagu received news that required his personal attention. His brother Monkey Khan, the Great Khan, had died in China, and the succession struggle that always followed a Khan's death required Hulagu's presence and political participation. He withdrew the bulk of his force, leaving a holding force of perhaps 10,000 to 20,000 under his general Kitbuka to maintain Mongol control of Syria. The Mamluks. The force that met Kitbuka's army at Ain Jalut, the Spring of Goliath, in the Jezreel Valley in modern Israel on September 3, 1260, was the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt. The Mamluks were themselves an extraordinary institution, a military caste of enslaved soldiers, mostly Turkic or Caucasian in origin, who had been purchased as children, trained from boyhood in warfare, and who had seized power from the Ayyubid dynasty that had produced Saladin. They were, in one sense, one of the oldest ongoing military traditions in the world: soldier slaves, who became the ruling class of the state that had trained them. The Mamluk commander at Ain Jalut was Baybars, a Kipchak Turk who had himself been a slave and who would eventually become sultan. His tactical plan was the one that the Mongols had used against everyone else: feign retreat to draw the enemy out of their preferred ground, then encircle and destroy. He positioned a smaller force at Ain Jalut to make first contact with the Mongols and ordered it to give way before the Mongol charge, drawing Kitbuka's army into terrain where Baybars's main force, the bulk of the Mamluk cavalry, was waiting. Kitbuka followed the retreating Mamluks into the trap. The sources disagree on the details of the engagement, but the outcome is not in dispute. Kitbuka's army was defeated, Kitbuka himself was killed, and the Mongol force was driven from Palestine. It was the first time a Mongol army had been decisively defeated in the field since the empire's founding half a century earlier. What Ain Jalut proved. The significance of Ain Jalut is partly tactical and partly symbolic. Tactically, it demonstrated that the Mongol army was not invincible, that a mobile cavalry force using Mongol-style tactics could defeat a Mongol force on ground of the defender's choosing. This was important information for every subsequent opponent of Mongol expansion, and it was information that the Mamluks had derived specifically from their own origins. They were Central Asian cavalry soldiers who had learned from the same military traditions that the Mongols practiced. Symbolically, Ain Jalut was the high-water mark of Mongol westward expansion. The Mongols made subsequent attempts to reconquer Syria. There were 4 more Mongol invasions of Syria between 1260 and 1303, all of which were defeated or driven back by the Mamluks. The Egyptian-Mongol frontier in Palestine and Syria became a stable boundary, and the Islamic world west of it was not Mongol territory. Egypt, the most densely populated and economically significant of the Arab lands, survived Mongol conquest and preserved the Sunni Islamic tradition that Baghdad's destruction had threatened. The Mamluk state that won at Ain Jalut went on to destroy the remaining Crusader states, taking Acre, the last major Crusader stronghold, in 1291, and to rule Egypt and Syria until the Ottoman conquest in 1517. Baybars, who became sultan 2 months after Ain Jalut by killing the reigning sultan himself, was one of the most effective military and administrative rulers in Islamic history. He installed a nominal Abbasid caliph in Cairo, providing Sunni Islam with a figurehead caliphate that lasted until the Ottoman sultans claimed the title, and built the institutional infrastructure of the Mamluk state that would preserve Islamic civilization in its heartland for the next 2.5 centuries. The battle that history almost forgot. Ain Jalut is far less known in Western historical consciousness than it deserves to be, possibly because its consequences were primarily the preservation of something Islamic civilization in the Arab heartland rather than the creation of something new. Battles that stop things are harder to narrate than battles that start them. There is no dramatic new civilization to trace from Ain Jalut's outcome, only the continuation of one that might have been extinguished. The counterfactual is worth contemplating. A Mongol conquest of Egypt in 1260 would have brought Mongol power to the borders of North Africa and potentially to the Sahara. The subsequent history of the Islamic world, which includes the Ottoman Empire, the Mughal Empire, the Safavid Empire, and the entire subsequent trajectory of Muslim civilization in the Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia would have unfolded differently, or not unfolded at all. The Mamluks who won at Ain Jalut were not fighting for a civilization they had been born into. They were slaves from the Eurasian steppe who had been purchased and trained to fight for an empire they had subsequently taken over. The preservation of Arab and Islamic civilization was, in 1260, the work of people who were not Arab and had not been born Muslim. History's most important preservation events are frequently accomplished by unlikely preservers. The men who stood at Ain Jalut and stopped the force that had burned Baghdad were themselves the products of a slave trade, trained by the empire they now ruled, using tactics they had learned from the same Central Asian traditions as the Mongols they defeated. The spring in the valley of Jezreel where Goliath had allegedly died was the spring where the Mongol reputation for invincibility died with it. Baybars, the Mamluk commander whose trap at Ain Jalut defeated the Mongols, rode from the battlefield to Cairo to deliver the news of victory in person, covering the journey of approximately 400 miles in a remarkably short time. He was made sultan within weeks of his arrival, having organized the assassination of the reigning sultan along the way. Military genius and political ruthlessness rarely travel separately. The Mongol Empire, Genghis Khan, his heirs, and the founding of modern China. John Mann, 2014. Chapter 15. The Plain That Bought Europe 4 Centuries. The Battle of Lechfeld, 955. The raiders who terrorized a continent. For half a century before the Battle of Lechfeld, the Magyar cavalry, the nomadic people who had settled in the Pannonian Plain in the late 9th century and who would eventually become the Hungarians, had conducted devastating raids into Western Europe that reached as far west as Burgundy, as far south as Apulia and Calabria, and as far north as the Rhine. They struck with a speed that no Carolingian-era army could match, avoided pitched battle when they chose to, and returned to their bases on the Hungarian plain before any coherent response could be organized. The raids disrupted agriculture, depopulated regions, burned monasteries, and created a generalized terror across the German, Italian, and French kingdoms that rivaled the earlier Viking raids in psychological impact. The German kingdom, the East Frankish realm that had emerged from the division of Charlemagne's empire, was the most consistently targeted. Otto I, who had been ruling since 936 and had spent his reign consolidating the German kingdom and fighting internal rebellion, had fought the Magyars before without achieving a decisive result. The raids continued. In 954, a Magyar force penetrated deep into Germany, reaching Bavaria and Burgundy. In 955, they returned with a larger force than before. The sources claim up to 100,000 men, certainly an exaggeration, but the force was substantial and besieged the city of Augsburg. Otto assembled a coalition army from the German duchies Saxony, Franconia, Bavaria, Swabia, and Bohemia, totaling perhaps 8,000 heavily armed cavalry. It was smaller than the Magyar force by any reasonable estimate, but it was a force of armored cavalry trained for close combat, fighting on its own ground, in defense of its own territory. These were not the conditions the Magyars preferred. The cavalry battle on the Lech. The Magyars had surrounded Augsburg and were conducting a siege when Otto's army approached. The Magyar commanders made the decision to break off the siege and engage the German force, confident, on the basis of 50 years of experience, that a mobile nomadic cavalry could defeat the heavier German horsemen in open battle. It was the last confident decision they made that day. Otto attacked immediately on August 10, 955, the Feast of St. Lawrence, which the German sources would later describe as significant. The battle was fought on the plain near the Lech River, and the initial Magyar advantage was their ability to maneuver. They attempted to encircle the German formation by attacking the flanks and rear. The attempt succeeded partially. The Bohemian contingent at the rear of the German column was hit and driven back, and the Magyar cavalry reached the baggage train. But the German cavalry, rather than breaking formation to protect the baggage, maintained discipline and counterattacked. The close combat engagement that followed was exactly what the Magyars had spent 50 years avoiding. Heavy German cavalry armed with lances and swords in direct collision with Magyar horse archers, men who excelled at the mobile hit-and-run tactics of the steppe, was not an equal contest. The Magyar formation broke. The pursuit lasted for days, and the Magyar army was destroyed not in the battle but in the retreat, chased by German cavalry across their own territory, picked off by local populations in a revenge that 5 decades of raiding had made inevitable. The raids that never came again. Lechfeld ended the Magyar raids on Western Europe as completely as any battle in history has ended a pattern of behavior. There was no Magyar raid into Western Europe after 955. The destruction of the army at Lechfeld had been so thorough, the killing of the Magyar chieftains so complete, and the demoralization of the surviving warriors so total that the half-century pattern simply stopped. The consequences extended further than the end of the raids. The Magyar people, faced with the choice between extinction and assimilation, the same choice that had faced other nomadic peoples who had tried to maintain steppe lifestyle in proximity to settled European states, began the process of political and religious transformation that would make them the Hungarians. Gazar, who led the Magyars in the generation after Lechfeld, accepted Christian missionaries. His son Stephen Saint Stephen was crowned King of Hungary by Pope Sylvester II on January 1, 1000 CE, formally integrating the Hungarian kingdom into the community of Christian European states. Otto's victory at Lechfeld earned him the title Otto the Great and the imperial crown. In 962 he was crowned Holy Roman Emperor by Pope John XII, restoring the Western imperial tradition that had lapsed since 924. The Holy Roman Empire that Otto founded, a complex, often dysfunctional but persistent institution, would survive in various forms until Napoleon dissolved it in 1806. Its founding was made possible by an afternoon of cavalry combat on a Bavarian plain in 955 that ended the last great nomadic challenge to medieval European civilization before the Mongols. What Europe inherited. The 4 centuries of relative security that Lechfeld purchased for Western Europe, the period from 955 to the Mongol invasions of the 1240s, were the 4 centuries in which the medieval synthesis of European civilization was constructed. The great cathedrals, the universities, the common law traditions, the scholastic philosophy, the social structures that produced both feudal hierarchy and the beginnings of urban commercial society, all of these developed in a period when Western Europe, while certainly not peaceful by any absolute standard, was not subject to the existential threat of nomadic devastation that the Magyar raids had represented. This is not to attribute too much to a single battle. The end of the Viking raids in the late 10th century, the consolidation of European kingdoms, the Christianization of Scandinavia and Eastern Europe all contributed to the conditions in which medieval European civilization could develop. But Lechfeld was a specific contribution to a specific problem. The Magyar raids were a real threat, they had been going on for 50 years, they were not slowing down, and Lechfeld stopped them in a way that subsequent diplomatic or military action over decades had not managed. The Hungarians, who were once the Magyar raiders, eventually became one of the most consistent defenders of Christian Europe against subsequent threats from the east and south, fighting the Mongols in the 13th century and the Ottomans in the 15th through 17th centuries, serving as the eastern shield that protected the rest of Europe from steppe and Turkish power. The people who had terrorized Europe for 50 years became, in time, one of Europe's most important guardians. History's reversals are rarely this complete or this ironic. The 3 Magyar chieftains captured after the Battle of Lechfeld-Bulksü, Lel, and Sir were hanged by Otto's orders rather than being ransomed or enslaved, which was the usual fate of captured commanders. The specifically humiliating mode of execution, hanging, was considered a degrading death for warriors, was a deliberate political message about the future of Magyar raiding. It was received. Otto the Great and the Battle of Lechfeld, A Critical Analysis, Timothy Reuter, 1991. Chapter 16. The Frozen Lake That Shamed an Order. The Battle on the Ice, 1242. The Order and its Ambitions. The Teutonic Knights were a crusading military order that had spent the 1230s in a systematic campaign of conquest and forced Christianization of the pagan Baltic peoples, Prussians, Livonians, Estonians, with a thoroughness and a brutality that the paganism of their victims made acceptable to the Church of Rome. They had built a state in Prussia and Livonia that was simultaneously a religious institution and a territorial power, and by the early 1240s they were pushing eastward into the territory of the Novgorod Republic, the trading city-state that controlled northwestern Russia. Novgorod in 1241–42 was in an extraordinarily vulnerable position. The Mongol invasion that had devastated much of Russia in 1237–1241 had not reached Novgorod itself. The Mongols had turned south before reaching the city, possibly because the spring thaw had made the forests and marshes around it impassable for their cavalry, but the destruction of the southern Russian principalities had eliminated the potential allies on whom Novgorod might have called for military support. The city was, in effect, alone against whatever pressure came from the west. Alexander Nevsky, the young prince of Novgorod who had defeated a Swedish force at the Neva River in 1240, giving him the name Nevsky, was the military commander who organized the defense. He had been expelled from Novgorod by political opponents who found his authority uncomfortable, had been recalled when the Teutonic Knights' advance made his return necessary, and was now conducting a winter counteroffensive against the Knights' forces in Estonia and Livonia. By spring 1242, he had maneuvered the Teutonic force into accepting battle on his chosen ground. The wedge on the ice. The battle was fought on the frozen surface of Lake Peipus on the Estonian-Russian border on April 5, 1242. The specific date meant that the ice was still solid enough to bear the weight of cavalry but was approaching the point at which spring warming would weaken it. Alexander's choice of the lake surface was not accidental. Fighting on ice negated some of the advantages of the Teutonic Knights' heavy cavalry, which depended on the momentum of a charge that the uncertain footing of ice made more difficult to generate. The Teutonic formation was their standard offensive wedge, a dense triangular formation of heavy cavalry with the most heavily armored knights at the point, designed to punch through an infantry line. Alexander's response was to position his infantry at the center, backed by the shore, and his cavalry on the flanks. When the Teutonic wedge drove into the Russian center, the Russian cavalry on both flanks attacked the sides of the wedge, compressing it rather than allowing it to drive through and disperse. The sources, primarily Russian chronicles written afterward, describe the ice breaking under the weight of the knights as the battle turned against them, with armored men drowning in the cold water beneath. Modern historians are skeptical of this detail. The ice in early April would have been thinner at the edges near shore than in the center, and the battle would have been fought in the center of the lake. What is clear is that the Teutonic force was defeated, that significant numbers were killed or captured, and that the advance of the order eastward into Russian territory was stopped. Alexander Nevsky's calculation. The battle on the ice has a larger context that is essential for understanding its significance. Alexander Nevsky's political career involved a set of choices that later Russian historians and Soviet propagandists simplified into a story of national resistance, but which were in reality more complicated and more interesting. Alexander had won on the ice in 1242. He had won on the Neva against the Swedes in 1240. But he also made the choice to submit to Mongol overlordship, traveling to the Mongol court at Serai on the Volga to pay tribute rather than resisting the Mongols as he had resisted the Western Crusaders. His reasoning appears to have been strategic. The Mongol Empire was too powerful to resist by force, and the Mongols were interested primarily in tribute rather than in the forced conversion that the Teutonic Knights were conducting. A pragmatic submission to Mongol authority that preserved Russian religious and cultural identity was, in Alexander's calculation, preferable to a military resistance that could only end in destruction. The Orthodox Church canonized him in 1547, and Stalin used him as a propaganda figure during World War II, the Russian hero who had defeated Western invaders. The complexity of Alexander Nevsky as a figure, the man who defeated crusaders on a frozen lake and submitted to the Mongols as a calculated act of political survival, is characteristic of the actual choices available to medieval rulers caught between overwhelming powers. The battle on the ice was real, and its consequences for the Teutonic Order's eastward expansion were real. But it existed within a larger context of Mongol overlordship that made Russian military resistance in any direction a carefully managed calculation rather than a simple assertion of national pride. The myth and the film. The battle on the ice entered Russian national consciousness most powerfully through Sergei Eisenstein's 1938 film Alexander Nevsky, made at Stalin's direction as Nazi Germany's threat to the Soviet Union was becoming obvious. The film's famous battle sequence with the Teutonic Knights advancing across the ice in their distinctive white mantles with black crosses, and the ice breaking under their weight as Alexander's forces surround them, is one of the most powerful sequences in film history and was accompanied by a score by Sergei Prokofiev that is still performed as a concert piece. The film's Teutonic Knights are unambiguously the Germans of 1938, and the Russian victory is unambiguously a prefiguration of the Soviet resistance to come. When the Nazi-Soviet Pact of 1939 temporarily made Germany an ally, the film was withdrawn from Soviet theaters, When Germany invaded the Soviet Union in 1941, it was immediately re-released. Alexander Nevsky, from the battle on the ice of 1242 to the Prokofiev cantata of 1938, has served Russian national memory as a symbol of Western aggression repelled, a function that says as much about Russian political culture as it does about the actual battle. What happened on Lake Peipus on April 5, 1242 was a significant military engagement that stopped the Teutonic Order's eastward expansion and preserved Novgorod's independence from Western crusading pressure. What it has meant, in the centuries of storytelling since, is something considerably larger: the eternal confrontation between Russia and the West, the perpetual defense of Orthodox Slavic civilization against Latin crusading aggression. Battles are fought once. Their meanings are fought over forever. The Teutonic Knights subsequently sent ambassadors to Novgorod to negotiate a peace treaty, one of the few instances in the Order's history where it acknowledged defeat by seeking terms. The treaty confirmed the boundaries of the Order's territory and explicitly renounced claims to Novgorodian lands. Alexander Nevsky had achieved through one battle what years of political negotiation had failed to produce. The Northern Crusades, Erik Christiansen, 1980. Chapter 17. The Thirst That Lost the Holy Land. The Battle of Hattin, 1187. The Kingdom by the Sea. The Crusader Kingdom of Jerusalem in 1187 was 88 years old and in the worst political condition of its existence. Its barons were divided between a faction supporting the leper King Baldwin IV's successor, the weak Guy of Lusignan, who had married Baldwin's sister Sibylla and become king through her, and a faction that considered Guy incompetent and preferred Count Raymond III of Tripoli, who had governed as regent and who understood the military realities of Crusader life in Palestine better than almost anyone else in the kingdom. Saladin Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub had spent the previous decade building a unified Muslim empire that surrounded the Crusader states, Egypt, Syria, northern Mesopotamia, all brought under the control of one commander. He had fought the Crusader states repeatedly but had not found the opportunity for the decisive engagement that would allow him to recover Jerusalem. In 1187, the internal divisions of the kingdom gave him the opportunity he had been waiting for. The specific trigger was a raid by Reginald of Chatillon, the lord of the Transjordanian fortress of Kerak, on a Muslim caravan that included members of Saladin's family, in violation of a truce. Saladin declared war and assembled the largest Muslim force that had campaigned against the Crusaders in decades, perhaps 30,000 warriors. Guy of Lusignan called the Ariaban the general levi of every available fighting man in the kingdom and assembled approximately 20,000 soldiers, including 1,200 knights, the effective military strength of the entire Crusader state. The march to disaster. Raymond III of Tripoli advised against marching to relieve the siege of Tiberias that Saladin had initiated as bait. His reasoning was cold-blooded but correct. The city of Tiberias contained his own wife and household, which were under siege, but sacrificing Tiberias was preferable to risking the entire army of the kingdom on a march across dry terrain in July heat. Wait for Saladin's army to disperse, Raymond argued. The kingdom could recover from the loss of one city. It could not recover from the loss of its entire military force. Guy of Lusignan initially agreed and ordered the army to halt at Sephoria, where there was water. During the night, Reginald of Chatillon and Gerard of Ridefort, the Grand Master of the Templars, argued that refusing battle was cowardice, that God would not abandon the kingdom, and that Raymond was either a coward or a traitor. Guy reversed his decision and ordered the march to Tiberias. The army left its water supply at Sephoria on July 3, 1187, in July heat, with a full day's march across dry hills between them and the springs of Tiberias. Saladin's army harassed the Crusader column with arrows throughout the march, setting fire to the dry grass ahead of them to increase the heat and the thirst. The column was moving through a landscape with no water sources. By the evening of July 3, the army had not reached Tiberias and could go no further. They camped on the slopes of the horns of Hattin II hills near the village of Hattin in a position with no water. During the night, men and horses were dying of thirst. The Muslim army surrounded them completely. The morning after the night. The battle on the morning of July 4th was less a battle than a slaughter of men who had already lost. The infantry, desperate for water, broke from the main body and tried to reach the Lake of Tiberias, which was visible from the hillside. Saladin's cavalry cut them down or captured them before they reached it. The knights, fighting from horseback in an ever-tightening circle, made several charges that temporarily drove back the Muslim cavalry but could not break through permanently. The dry grass was set alight around them. The true cross, the relic that the Crusader army carried into battle as its most sacred possession, believed to be a fragment of the cross on which Christ was crucified, was captured when the bearer fell. The loss of the true cross was psychologically catastrophic. It meant that God had not protected his most sacred object in the hands of his chosen soldiers, and the theological implications were devastating for the morale of every Christian in the Levant. Guy of Lusignan was captured. Reginald of Chatillon was brought before Saladin, who personally killed him with a sword, the execution of a man who had violated truces and had once considered a raid on Mecca. The Templar and Hospitaller knights who were captured were offered the choice between conversion and death. Almost all chose death. The rank-and-file soldiers were enslaved. The army of the Kingdom of Jerusalem had ceased to exist. Jerusalem falls. With the army destroyed at Hattin, the cities and fortresses of the kingdom fell in sequence over the following months. Jerusalem itself surrendered to Saladin on October 2, 1187. After a brief siege, there was no army left to relieve it. Saladin's handling of the city's surrender was in striking contrast to the First Crusaders' handling of Jerusalem in 1099, when the population had been massacred regardless of religion. He accepted ransom for those who could pay, allowed those who could not to leave, and permitted the city's Christian population to depart in safety. The Muslim sources that describe his generosity are confirmed by the Christian sources that describe their own humiliation. The fall of Jerusalem produced the Third Crusade. Richard I of England, Philip II of France, and Frederick Barbarossa of the Holy Roman Empire leading the largest crusader force since the First Crusade. Richard reconquered the coastal cities and won several significant battles, but he never retook Jerusalem. The subsequent Crusades, the Fourth, which sacked Constantinople instead, the Children's Crusade, which dissolved into tragedy, the later efforts of the 13th century all failed to reverse the outcome of Hattin. The Kingdom of Jerusalem that the Third Crusade reconstituted was a coastal strip without the Holy City. It lasted another century before the Mamluks finished what Saladin had started. Hattin was decided by thirst, by the decision to march across dry hills in July heat when there was water at Sephoria, by the refusal to listen to the one commander who understood the consequences, by the combination of pride, political pressure, and religious confidence in divine protection that overcame military judgment. Armies are defeated by thirst in the same way that individuals are defeated by it. The body's most basic demand overrides every other consideration. The Crusader army on the slopes of Hattin was not defeated by superior tactics or superior weapons. It was defeated by the absence of water on a hot July night, which is another way of saying it was defeated by the decision to be in that place, without water, on that night. The true cross captured at Hattin was never recovered. Saladin reportedly refused to return it despite repeated Crusader offers, at one point offering to return all Muslim prisoners in exchange. The relic that the Crusader army had carried into battle as a guarantee of divine protection disappeared into Muslim custody and was never seen again, which was perhaps the most powerful theological statement that the battle made. The Crusades, the authoritative history of the war for the Holy Land, Thomas Asbridge, 2010. Chapter 18. The Mud That Made Kings Look Like Fools. The Battle of Agincourt, 1415. The Army That Should Have Surrendered. Henry V of England had no business winning the Battle of Agincourt. His army, approximately 6,000 men, roughly 5,000 of them archers, had been marching through northern France for 2 weeks in October 1415, drenched by autumn rains, depleted by dysentery, short of food, and attempting to reach Calais before the French force that outnumbered them by perhaps 4-1 could force an engagement on unfavorable ground. The French army had been shadowing them for days, staying between the English and safety, and had finally positioned itself across the road to Calais near the village of Agincourt. There was no way around. Henry would have to fight. His army was in a condition that contemporary sources describe with an honesty that military accounts rarely achieve: men too weak from dysentery to close their visors, archers pulling arrows from dead men because their own supplies were running low, soldiers who had thrown away pieces of equipment to reduce the weight they had to carry. Henry allegedly offered to pay compensation for any damage his army had done in France, cede some of his territorial claims, and be allowed to continue to Calais in peace. The French, who were 5 times his number and who were, in the military understanding of the time, looking at a battle they could not possibly lose, declined. Henry's response to this situation, as reported by his chaplain who was present, was to hear Mass, confess his sins, take communion, and order his army to advance. He had no good options. He chose the one that moved the crisis forward rather than letting it resolve at his expense. The field and its physics. The battlefield at Agincourt was a recently plowed field of soft soil, waterlogged by the October rains. The field narrowed between 2 woods as it approached the English position, which meant that a large army advancing toward the English lines would be compressed together as it moved. The compression was significant for heavily armored French knights. A man-at-arms in full plate armor weighed approximately 40 to 50 pounds more than normal, moved more slowly, and when knocked down required significant effort to rise. In wet, plowed soil, the effort required was considerably greater. The English archers, whose longbows could release an arrow every 5 to 6 seconds, planted sharpened stakes in front of their positions against cavalry charges and waited. The French vanguard dismounted men-at-arms advancing on foot, which was a tactical choice reflecting the lessons of battles where cavalry charges against prepared archery positions had failed began the advance. The walk across the plowed field, under arrow fire, against wind that was blowing toward the French, took approximately 10 minutes. Many men in the French vanguard reached the English line exhausted, struggling to lift their legs from mud that pulled at each footstep. The longbow's effectiveness at Agincourt was not primarily in killing through armor. Modern testing suggests that longbow arrows could not reliably penetrate good plate armor at long range, but in killing horses, wounding men at less protected points, visors, joints, the back of the neck, and in the cumulative physical and psychological effect of 5,000 arrows arriving every 5 to 6 seconds. The French vanguard that reached the English line was compressed by the narrowing field into a mass so dense that men could not use their weapons. They were held up by the pressure of men behind them and the resistance of men in front. The English archers dropped their bows, drew maces and swords, and went to work. The prisoners and the order. The battle was not long, perhaps 3 hours for the main engagement, but its immediate aftermath produced one of the most controversial episodes in the history of medieval warfare. Henry received a report that the French rearguard, which had not yet engaged, was advancing, and that a force of French and Burgundian soldiers was attacking the English baggage train at the rear. He ordered the massacre of the French prisoners, thousands of men who had already surrendered and who were, under medieval convention, theoretically protected by their status as captives pending ransom. The order was not universally obeyed. Some commanders refused to kill valuable prisoners, and the military necessity for it is debated. The rearguard may not have actually been advancing to attack, and the baggage raid may have been conducted by French peasants rather than soldiers. Henry's decision was the pragmatic calculation of a commander who could not guard thousands of prisoners while fighting a renewed engagement and could not afford to have them rearm from the battlefield's weapons. Medieval convention accepted prisoner killing in these circumstances, even if individual commanders found it distasteful. The order has followed Henry's reputation ever since, complicating the straightforward heroism that Shakespeare's version of the battle made canonical. The Street Crispin's Day speech in Henry V is not historical, but it captures the mythological meaning that Agincourt acquired almost immediately: the outnumbered band of brothers, the king who walked among his men on the night before battle, the victory against impossible odds that seemed to confirm divine favor for the English cause. The prisoner massacre complicates that mythology without entirely displacing it, which is an accurate representation of how history works. What Agincourt meant and didn't mean. Agincourt was strategically significant in that it established Henry V's credibility as a military commander and produced the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, by which Henry was recognized as heir to the French throne and betrothed to the French king's daughter. It appeared to have achieved the English dream of continental dominance that Edward III had pursued at Crécy and Poitiers. It did not. Henry V died in 1422 at the age of 35, leaving an infant son Henry VI as king of both England and France, with a regency that was divided between English factions. France refused to accept the treaty's terms completely. Joan of Arc revitalized French resistance beginning in 1429, and by 1453 the English had been expelled from virtually all their French territories except Calais. The 100 Years' War ended with England having less French territory than it had held before Agincourt. The battle that Shakespeare made into England's greatest military triumph was, in the longer perspective, a brilliant tactical victory in a war that England ultimately lost. It matters it delayed the French recovery, it produced the treaty, it defined a generation's understanding of English military capacity, but it did not change the underlying reality that a small island kingdom could not permanently dominate the much larger kingdom across the Channel. The mud at Agincourt worked for the English in October 1415. The tide of French history worked against them for the following 38 years. History honors the mud. It remembers the tide. Henry V is said to have knighted his brother Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, on the battlefield after Gloucester was wounded using the sword of a fallen French knight because the ceremony required a knighting sword and Henry's own sword was in use. The image of a king conducting a field knighting ceremony during an ongoing battle, with borrowed equipment, captures something essential about the improvised reality behind the legendary account. Agincourt, Henry V and the Battle That Made England, Juliet Barker, 2005. Chapter 19. The Cannon That Killed an Age. The Fall of Constantinople, 1453. The city that had survived everything. Constantinople had been besieged perhaps 24 times in its 11 centuries of existence and had never been taken by external assault. It had been sacked once by the Fourth Crusade in 1204, by people who were theoretically its allies and co-religionists, but that catastrophe had eventually been reversed, and the city had functioned as the capital of the Byzantine Empire, however reduced, for another 250 years. Its land walls, built by Theodosius II in the 5th century, had withstood every assault that the ancient and medieval world had thrown at them. The city had survived the Avars, the Persians, the Arabs, the Bulgars, the Vikings, the first waves of Turkish expansion, and the Fourth Crusade. It had survived, most recently, a previous Ottoman siege in 1422 that had been broken off when the Ottoman commander who ordered it died and his successor had other priorities. The defender of Constantinople in 1453 was the last Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, with approximately 7,000 to 8,000 men soldiers, sailors, and Genoese mercenaries under Giovanni Giustiniani Longo defending 12 miles of wall against an Ottoman army that modern estimates put at 50,000 to 80,000, plus a fleet of approximately 100 vessels. Constantine had sent appeals to the Pope, to Venice, to Genoa, to every Christian power that might intervene. The response had been inadequate, a Genoese mercenary force, promises of assistance that had not materialized, and an offer of church union from the Pope that the Orthodox clergy of Constantinople had rejected as worse than Ottoman conquest. Mehmed II, the 21-year-old Ottoman Sultan who had assumed the throne in 1451 and who had made the conquest of Constantinople the central ambition of his reign, brought something to the siege that no previous attacker had possessed in sufficient quantity: artillery. Specifically, a Hungarian engineer named Urban had built for Mehmed a bombard of extraordinary size, perhaps 27 feet long, capable of firing a stone ball weighing over 600 pounds that could reduce the Theodosian walls, which had been built for an era of catapults and siege towers, to rubble. 54 days. The siege lasted 54 days, from April 6 to May 29, 1453. The great cannon fired at the walls repeatedly, and the walls crumbled repeatedly, but the defenders were skilled at repairing the breaches overnight with timber and rubble, and the cannon itself was slow to reload, firing perhaps 7 times a day. The combination of Ottoman artillery and Byzantine repair crews created a rhythm that neither side could break for 7 weeks. The Ottoman fleet, which was supposed to prevent resupply by sea, was unable to enter the Golden Horn, the harbour inlet that protected the city's northern wall, because a great chain stretched across its mouth. Mehmed solved this problem by an act of engineering audacity that has become one of the most striking images of the siege. He had his ships dragged overland on greased wooden runners, pulled by men and animals, from the Bosphorus over a hill and relaunched in the Golden Horn behind the chain. The image of a fleet being transported overland is so extraordinary that it was long considered an exaggeration. Modern scholarship accepts that it occurred. The final assault came on the night of May 28 to 29. Mehmed sent wave after wave of attackers against the walls, exhausting the defenders, who had been sleeping in shifts and fighting continuously for 7 weeks. The decisive moment came when the Genoese mercenary Giustiniani Longo, the most effective defender in the garrison, was wounded and carried from the walls. His departure from the Blachany section of the wall produced a collapse of the defense at that point. Ottoman soldiers entered the city. Constantine XI died in the final fighting, his body never positively identified afterward, a detail that produced, in later Greek tradition, the legend of the marble emperor who sleeps beneath the Golden Gate waiting to be awakened to reclaim the city. The world that changed in a night. The fall of Constantinople on May 29, 1453 sent shockwaves through the Christian world that can be measured in the language of sources across Europe. The city that had been the seat of the Roman Empire in the Byzantine understanding, the continuous Roman Empire that had never fallen, was gone. The Patriarch of Constantinople became a subject of the Ottoman Sultan. The Orthodox Christian tradition that Byzantium had preserved was now under Muslim sovereignty. The political geography of the Eastern Mediterranean had been transformed in a single night. The more concrete immediate consequence was the Ottoman control of the straits between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean, the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles, which gave the empire leverage over the Black Sea trade routes that had been important to Venetian and Genoese commerce. The search for alternative trade routes to the east, routes that did not pass through Ottoman-controlled territory, became more pressing, and the Portuguese and Spanish maritime exploration programs of the late 15th century operated in a context in which overland routes to Asian spices and goods had become more uncertain and expensive. Whether the fall of Constantinople caused the European age of exploration is a causal claim too strong to sustain. The Portuguese had been exploring the African coast since the 1420s, before Constantinople fell. The economic and technological drivers of maritime exploration were more complex than any single political event. But Constantinople's fall was part of the context within which the decision to seek routes that bypassed the Ottoman-controlled East made increasing sense. The cannon that killed an age helped create the next one. Mehmed and the city he remade. Mehmed II, who entered the city on May 29 and rode to the Hagia Sophia, the great church that had been the spiritual center of Orthodox Christianity for 916 years, ordered it converted to a mosque. He is reported to have recited a verse from the Quran after entering and to have expressed regret at the state of destruction in the city. The looting that Ottoman custom allowed for 3 days had left the richest city in the medieval world considerably the worse for wear. Mehmed spent the following decades rebuilding Constantinople as his imperial capital, renaming it Constantinia, which became Istanbul in common use, and repopulating it with Muslims, Christians, and Jews from across his empire. He styled himself not just Sultan but Kaisari Rum, Caesar of Rome, and claimed the inheritance of the Roman Empire that Byzantium had preserved. He was, in his own understanding, not destroying a civilization but continuing it under new management. The Hagia Sophia, converted to a mosque in 1453, remained a mosque until 1934, when Ataturk converted it to a museum as part of his program of Turkish secularism. In 2020, the Turkish government converted it to a mosque again, a decision that reactivated the symbolism of 1453 in ways that demonstrated how incompletely the meaning of a single night in May 1453 has been resolved. The cannon that broke the Theodosian walls fired its last shot almost 6 centuries ago. The argument about what that cannon ended and what it began is still, in some sense, ongoing. The great cannon built for Mehmed II by the Hungarian engineer Urban was so large that it required 60 oxen and 400 men to transport it from its foundry to Constantinople, a journey that took 2 months. After the siege, Urban's cannon exploded during use, killing him and several other engineers. The weapon that brought down an empire lasted barely long enough to accomplish its purpose. 1453, the Holy War for Constantinople and the Clash of Islam and the West. Roger Crowley, 2005. Chapter 20. The Galleys that Europe Never Thanked. The Battle of Lepanto, 1571. The sea that was becoming Ottoman. By 1571, the Ottoman Empire controlled virtually the entire eastern Mediterranean coastline from the Adriatic to the Persian Gulf. It had conquered Cyprus the previous year, a Venetian possession whose fall had accompanied massacres that served as warning to the Christian maritime powers of what Ottoman control of the sea meant in practice. The Ottoman fleet, the largest in the Mediterranean, had been raiding the coasts of Italy and Spain for decades, conducting slave raids that carried off tens of thousands of Europeans to Ottoman markets. The Barbary corsairs operating under Ottoman authority had made the western Mediterranean dangerous for Christian shipping. The sea that Rome had once called Mare Nostrum, our sea, had become, in practical terms, an Ottoman lake. Pope Pius V, understanding that the existing pattern of individual resistance by Venice, Spain, and Genoa had failed to arrest Ottoman naval expansion, organized the Holy League, an alliance of Spain, Venice, Genoa, the Papal States, and smaller Italian powers in 1571 and placed Don John of Austria, the illegitimate half-brother of King Philip II of Spain, in command of the combined fleet. The fleet that assembled at Messina in Sicily was approximately 212 galleys plus ancillary vessels, crewed by perhaps 84,000 men, including approximately 28,000 soldiers who would fight the close-quarters infantry battle that galley warfare typically produced. The Ottoman fleet under Ali Pasha numbered approximately 251 galleys. The two fleets met at the mouth of the Gulf of Patras, off the Greek coast at Lepanto, on the morning of October 7, 1571. The guns in the bows. The Battle of Lepanto was the largest naval battle in the Mediterranean since Actium 1,600 years earlier, and it was decided by a technology that the Ottoman fleet had not anticipated. The Spanish had equipped 6 large galleasses, hybrid vessels, heavier than galleys but fitted with oars with heavy guns at the bow, positioned ahead of the main battle line. As the fleets closed, these galleasses fired into the Ottoman formation at ranges that the Ottoman galleys could not effectively return, disrupting the Ottoman line before the two fleets made contact. Galley combat was primarily a matter of ramming and boarding. The galley's speed and oar power made it a ram, and the soldiers on deck fought hand-to-hand once the ships were locked together. The galleasses' gunfire did not destroy the Ottoman fleet, but it disordered the formation and killed crew members who would otherwise have been fighting at the moment of contact. When the two fleets did close, the battle became a general melee across a front of approximately 3 miles. Don John led the center personally, his flagship engaging Ali Pasha's flagship directly. Ali Pasha was killed in the fighting. The Ottoman commander's death was as psychologically significant as Ariobarza's death at Salamis, and his head was displayed on a pike, which caused the crews of several nearby Ottoman galleys to lose heart and attempt to flee. The Ottoman left wing was destroyed. The Ottoman right wing managed to escape. By afternoon, the battle was over, approximately 210 Ottoman galleys captured or sunk, perhaps 30,000 Ottoman dead, and 12,000 Christian galley slaves freed from Ottoman benches. The victory that wasn't followed up. Lepanto was the largest Christian naval victory over the Ottomans in history, and it was not followed by any significant strategic exploitation. The alliance that had produced the battle immediately began to dissolve. Venice negotiated a separate peace with the Ottomans within a year, accepting the loss of Cyprus and paying a large indemnity in exchange for commercial privileges in Ottoman territory. Spain was focused on the Netherlands and on Atlantic concerns. The Holy League that had produced the fleet for one day was gone within 2 years. The Ottomans rebuilt their fleet within 2 years. The empire's resources were sufficient for this and went on to conquer Tunisia from Spain in 1574. The strategic situation in the Mediterranean was not transformed by Lepanto in the way that Salamis had transformed the Aegean. The Ottomans did not subsequently lose control of the eastern Mediterranean, they retained it until the 19th century. Christian states did not retake the lands that had fallen to Ottoman power since Constantinople's fall. What Lepanto did achieve was the psychological demolition of the myth of Ottoman naval invincibility. The Ottoman fleet had lost a major engagement, had lost thousands of experienced sailors, and had demonstrated that a coordinated Christian alliance could defeat it. The confidence that produced the ongoing Ottoman expansion in the Mediterranean was damaged in ways that the subsequent fleet rebuilding could not entirely repair. The Ottomans never again mounted the kind of aggressive naval campaign that had preceded Lepanto. Their naval operations in the western Mediterranean became more cautious after 1571. Cervantes on the flagship. Among the soldiers who fought at Lepanto was a young Spanish infantryman named Miguel de Cervantes Saavedra. He was serving on a Spanish galley, was struck by 3 gunshot wounds during the battle, 2 in the chest, one that permanently maimed his left hand, and recovered from his injuries in a Messina hospital. He was present at what he later described as the greatest event in human history and the greatest occasion that past or future centuries could ever witness. He went on to be captured by Barbary pirates on his return voyage to Spain, spent 5 years as a slave in Algiers, was ransomed, returned to Spain, struggled financially for years, and eventually wrote Don Quixote, generally regarded as the first modern novel and one of the greatest works in any literature. The man who lost the use of his left hand at Lepanto wrote the book that invented the novel. The battle that failed to save the Mediterranean for Christianity produced, by the specific root of one man's wound and captivity and financial desperation, a work that transformed Western literature. History's connections are not always the obvious ones. Lepanto saved something: the confidence of Christian Europe, the understanding that the Ottoman Empire was not invincible, perhaps the specific Western Mediterranean coastline that was not subsequently raided. But its most durable product may be the maimed hand of a Spanish soldier who spent his captivity imagining stories he would spend the rest of his life trying to tell well enough. The galleys that Europe never thanked produced, indirectly, a writer that Europe never stopped reading. Of the approximately 15,000 Christian galley slaves freed from Ottoman benches at Lepanto, most were subjects of Christian kingdoms who had been captured in raids along Mediterranean coasts. Their freedom was one of the battle's most immediate and most personally meaningful consequences for the people directly affected, and one of the least commemorated in subsequent historiography. Empires of the Sea, the Siege of Malta, the Battle of Lepanto, and the contest for the center of the world. Roger Crowley, 2008. Chapter 21. The Arrow That Ended the Night. The Battle of Crécy, 1346. The longest-range weapon in Europe. The English longbow was not a new weapon in 1346, it had been in use in Wales since at least the 12th century and had been adopted by the English army in the 13th. What was new at Crécy was the scale of its deployment and the tactical doctrine that Edward III of England had developed around it. Edward had approximately 10,000 men at Crécy, of whom perhaps 7,000 were longbowmen. Against him were somewhere between 35,000 and 60,000 French and Allied soldiers, including the flower of European chivalry, the mounted knights whose charge had been the decisive instrument of European warfare for 3 centuries. The longbow's technical specifications explain what happened at Crécy. A trained English or Welsh archer could fire 10 to 12 arrows per minute, a rate of fire that no other hand weapon of the period approached. An arrow from a longbow at close range could penetrate plate armor. At longer ranges, it could penetrate chain mail, kill horses, and wound men at exposed points. A formation of several thousand archers could put 20 to 30,000 arrows into the air per minute, a volume of fire that no cavalry charge, however courageous, could ride through without catastrophic losses. Edward positioned his archers in a wedge formation on each flank of his dismounted men-at-arms, on a hillside that gave the archers range over the approaching French formation. He had learned from Bannockburn in 1314, where Scottish spearmen had defeated English cavalry by forcing them to fight on foot in terrain chosen by the defender. He was going to do to French cavalry what the Scots had done to English cavalry, but with the addition of the most effective ranged weapon in medieval Europe. 15 charges. Philip VI of France attacked at dusk on August 26, 1346, under circumstances that compounded his tactical disadvantage. He had Genoese crossbowmen as his ranged weapon, but the Genoese had been marching all day and were tired, and their crossbow strings which had been in the rain were wet and less effective than usual. The opening exchange of fire between the Genoese crossbows and the English longbows was completely one-sided. The English archers shot faster, farther, and more accurately, and the Genoese broke and fled to the rear. The French knights, advancing behind the Genoese, rode through them. The chronicles describe Philip ordering his knights to kill the Genoese they were trampling as traitors and charged the English line. The arrows struck them immediately. Horses fell, throwing their riders. Knights in full armor, unhorsed on a hillside in the evening light, struggled to rise. The English men-at-arms moved out from their position to kill the fallen. The French rallied and charged again. And again. The chronicles of the battle record approximately 15 separate French charges during the course of the evening, each of which was broken by the English arrows before it could make effective contact with the English line. Philip VI was wounded by an arrow in the throat and by another in the thigh. He was led from the battlefield by one of his remaining attendants. His ally John of Bohemia, King of Bohemia, blind but determined to participate in the battle, had himself tied between two of his knights and rode into the melee, where he was killed. His crest of 3 feathers and his motto "I serve, ICHDN", were adopted by Edward's son, the Black Prince, and remain the motto of the Prince of Wales to this day. The morning count. The morning after Crécy revealed the extent of the French disaster. The dead included 11 princes, 1,200 knights, and perhaps 4,000 men-at-arms, the most comprehensive destruction of the French nobility in a single day since the Carolingian era. Against this, English casualties were minimal. The sources give numbers in the dozens or low hundreds. The disproportion between the two armies' losses was unprecedented in medieval European warfare. The battle demonstrated, more clearly than any previous engagement, that the mounted knights' dominance of European warfare was not inevitable but was contingent on facing opponents who could not neutralize the cavalry charge. The Scottish spearmen at Bannockburn and Stirling Bridge had shown that dismounted infantry in good position could hold against cavalry. The English archers at Crécy showed that ranged weapons could prevent the cavalry from reaching the infantry at all. The age of chivalry, the social and military system built around the mounted knight as both warrior and social ideal, was being undermined on a hillside in Picardy by men who had never held a lance. The 100 years of warfare that followed Crécy, the 100 Years' War, gradually confirmed the lesson. Poitiers in 1356, Agincourt in 1415, and a dozen smaller engagements all repeated the same basic result: English archers and dismounted men-at-arms defeating French cavalry in greater numbers. The knights who survived these battles did not draw the obvious tactical conclusion immediately. The French kept charging cavalry long after they should have adopted different tactics, but the conclusion was eventually drawn, and the forces that ended the 100 Years' War were not primarily cavalry forces. The end of an ideal. The mounted knight was not merely a military instrument, he was the organizing principle of a society. Feudal society rested on the assumption that military service, specifically, the very expensive service of a mounted, armored warrior, was the basis of social hierarchy. The man who could provide this service was the man who merited land, status, and authority. A society in which a Welsh peasant with a longbow could kill the most expensively equipped warrior in Christendom at 200 yards was a society whose social assumptions were being undermined by its own battlefield experience. The process was not immediate. Chivalric ideals persisted long after chivalric warfare had become obsolete. The tournament, in which knights competed in controlled cavalry combat that preserved the forms of a military practice that had become irrelevant on actual battlefields, flourished for decades after Crécy and Agincourt. The literature of chivalry, from the Arthurian romances to the later courtly traditions, continued to celebrate the mounted knight as the ideal warrior long after the actual fighting had been taken over by dismounted men-at-arms, longbowmen, Swiss pikemen, and eventually gunpowder soldiers. The arrow that killed the French knights at Crécy was pulled from a yew bow by a man who had been trained since childhood in a skill that required years to master and that cost a fraction of what a knight's equipment cost. This was, in its way, a democratization of lethal force. The expensive warrior of the old order was being killed by cheap warriors of the new one. The full political consequences of this development would take centuries to work out. The first arrow that flew at Crécy in August 1346 pointed the direction. Edward III ordered that all the nobility killed at Crécy be identified before being buried, producing the most comprehensive casualty list of any medieval engagement. The list included the King of Bohemia, the Duke of Lorraine, the Count of Flanders, the Count of Blois, and dozens of other noble titles, a social catastrophe for the French aristocracy that the genealogical consequences took generations to fully absorb. Crécy 1346, Anatomy of a Battle, Andrew Eighton and Philip Preston, 2005. Chapter 22. The Port whose fall no one noticed in time. The Siege of Acre, 1291. The Last City. On May 18, 1291, the city of Acre, the last significant Crusader stronghold in the Holy Land, fell to the Mamluk forces of Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil after a siege of approximately 6 weeks. The fall of Acre ended the Crusader presence in the Holy Land that had been established with the First Crusade's capture of Jerusalem in 1099. Nearly 2 centuries of Frankish settlement, of the peculiar hybrid civilization that the Crusades had created in the Levant, part European, part Arabic, part Byzantine, came to an end in a single morning of assault. The city had been a remarkable place in its final decades, a teeming port city of perhaps 40,000 inhabitants, serving as the commercial hub of Eastern Mediterranean trade, home to Venetian, Genoese, Pisan, and other Italian merchant communities, each with their own fortified quarter, to the headquarters of the military orders, the Templars, Hospitallers, and Teutonic Knights, and to the rump administrative capital of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, which had technically still existed despite having no Jerusalem to govern since 1187. It was a city of walls within walls, of competing jurisdictions and ancient quarrels, of extraordinary cosmopolitan commerce alongside permanent military readiness. The siege that ended it was not a surprise. The Mamluk Sultanate had been systematically reducing the remaining Crusader fortresses and cities for years. Caesarea had fallen in 1265. Arsuf in 1265. Safed in 1266. Jaffa in 1268. Beaufort in 1268. The list continued through the 1270s and 1280s, city after city, fortress after fortress, until Acre was essentially the last significant position remaining. Everyone in Acre knew that Acre was next. The question was when. The siege and the defense. The Mamluk army that arrived before Acre in April 1291 numbered perhaps 60,000 to 100,000 men. The sources vary, with a siege train of 92 catapults and mangonels. The defenders numbered approximately 14,000, including the garrison troops, the military orders, and a small force of crusaders from Cyprus who had arrived with King Henry II. The disparity was immense but not necessarily fatal. Acre's walls were formidable, and its seaward access meant that supply by sea was possible as long as the Christian naval powers were willing to support it. The defense was vigorous. The Templars and Hospitallers made sorties against the besieging forces. The Venetian and Genoese galleys kept the harbour open. The siege continued for 6 weeks, with the defenders holding. The decisive penetration came when Mamluk sappers undermined the foundations of the accursed tower, a key defensive position in the walls. When the tower fell, the Mamluk army flooded through the breach in multiple columns. The fighting in the streets was intense. The military orders' fortresses and the Hospitaller headquarters held for days after the walls had fallen. The Templar fortress held the longest. Its garrison, reinforced by survivors from across the city, continued to resist after everything else had fallen. A Mamluk delegation entered to negotiate its surrender and was killed by the garrison. The Mamluk response was to undermine the fortress's foundations. When the undermined tower collapsed, it fell on the Mamluk troops who had already entered the fortress, killing them along with the remaining defenders. The fortress was the last position to fall, and it fell on everyone inside it simultaneously. The end and what came after. The fall of Acre produced a mass evacuation by sea. The ships of the Italian merchants and the naval forces of Cyprus carried away tens of thousands of refugees to Cyprus and to the remaining Crusader outposts on the Lebanese coast. The other Crusader positions, Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, the Teutonic Knights' fortress of Montfort, fell within weeks without significant resistance, their garrisons evacuating before the approaching Mamluk forces. By August 1291, there was no Crusader presence left on the Palestinian mainland. The immediate response in Europe was the same as the response to every previous Crusader disaster: calls for a new crusade to recover the Holy Land. The calls continued for more than a century. The last serious plan for a crusade to recover Jerusalem was formulated in the early 15th century, but the actual military expeditions mounted were either redirected to other targets, the Fourth Crusade's attack on Constantinople, the later Baltic and Spanish Crusades, or achieved nothing in Palestine. The Crusader state that had existed for 192 years was over. What the fall of Acre actually ended, beyond the specific military-religious project of the Crusades, was the specific civilization that the Crusades had produced. The outremmer, the land beyond the sea that the Crusaders had created, was a genuinely distinctive culture, French and Arabic-speaking, with a legal system that had incorporated elements of Byzantine, Islamic, and Frankish law, with a nobility that had been born in the Levant and knew no other home. These people fled to Cyprus, where their culture persisted for another century in attenuated form, and then were absorbed into the cultures of their various European destinations. A civilization that had existed for 2 centuries in the space of a generation disappeared. The Crusades' long shadow. The Crusades' significance in Western historical memory has fluctuated dramatically over the centuries. In the medieval period, the later Crusades' failures were understood as divine punishment for the sins of the Crusaders, a framework that produced calls for moral reformation as the prerequisite for military success. In the 19th century, Romanticism and European imperialism produced a positive reassessment, the Crusades as the noble enterprise of a militant Christianity that had defined European civilization's fighting spirit. In the 20th century, as European imperialism receded and Muslim political consciousness revived, the Crusades became the template for Western aggression against the Islamic world, affirming that the fall of Acre, with its image of Frankish settlers being expelled from land they had occupied for generations, served particularly well. The political uses of the Crusades continue. Osama bin Laden regularly described the United States as crusaders. Western politicians invoke crusades rarely with historical precision to describe conflicts with Islamic militant movements. The fall of Acre in 1291 has become, across 7 centuries, a symbol available to any narrative that requires an image of failed Western intervention in the Islamic world. What it actually was, stripped of subsequent meaning, was the end of a specific historical experiment, the attempt to maintain a European Christian state in the Holy Land by military force. The experiment lasted 192 years, cost lives on all sides that no one can accurately count, produced a civilization that no one has quite replicated, and ended in 6 weeks of siege when the last port city fell to an army that had been waiting 2 generations for the opportunity. The port whose fall no one noticed in time until it was too late was the port through which the Middle Ages' most ambitious international project had been sustained. When it closed, the project ended. The argument about whether it should have been attempted continues. The Templar Grand Master Guillaume de Beaujeu was killed during the defense of Acre, struck by an arrow under the armpit where his armor provided no protection. His death during the street fighting, before the final fall of the Templar fortress, deprived the defense of its most experienced commander at the moment when coordination mattered most. Acre, the rise and fall of a Palestinian city, 1291 to 1947, Mark Levine and Gershon Schoffer, 2003. Chapter 23. The Weavers Who Destroyed the Nobility. The Battle of Courtrai, 1302. The City That Wouldn't Pay. In the summer of 1302, the city of Bruges was occupied by French troops following a Flemish uprising against French rule. The occupation was standard procedure for a French kingdom that had been extending its control over the nominally independent county of Flanders for decades. French administrators replaced Flemish ones, French tax collectors extracted revenue for Paris, and the Flemish nobility that had initially cooperated with French overlordship found itself progressively marginalized. On May 18, 1302, the date that Flemings still call the Bruges Matins, the Flemish artisans and craftsmen of Bruges rose before dawn and killed every Frenchman in the city they could find. The method of distinguishing Frenchmen from Flemings in the pre-dawn darkness was reportedly linguistic. Those who could correctly pronounce the Flemish words schild en vriend, shield and friend, were spared. Those who spoke with French accents were killed. The massacre eliminated the French garrison and triggered the general Flemish revolt. The French response was to send an army of approximately 2,500 heavy cavalry, the flower of French knighthood, equipped with the best horses and armor that the most sophisticated military culture in Europe could provide, along with perhaps 6,000 infantry, to crush the rebellion. Against them stood approximately 9,000 Flemish urban militia, weavers, fullers, craftsmen of Bruges, Ghent, and other Flemish cities, armed with long iron-tipped pikes called godendags and with a tactical plan that relied on terrain rather than armored equipment. The ditch and the pike. The Flemish commander, Guy of Namur, chose a field near the city of Courtrai that was intersected by a network of small ditches and marshy streams. He positioned his infantry between the ditches with strict instructions. No one was to break formation to pursue fleeing enemy soldiers, regardless of the temptation. The discipline this required was extraordinary for militia soldiers. The instinct to pursue a fleeing enemy is almost irresistible, and the fact that it was maintained is one of the most remarkable aspects of the battle. The French cavalry charged repeatedly, as French cavalry always did, confident that urban militia would break before armored horsemen. The ditches broke the charge before it could build to full momentum. Horses stumbled, fell, and threw their riders. The Flemish pikemen advanced into the disordered cavalry and fought hand-to-hand men who worked with wool and looms, discovering that the same physical strength and coordination that made them effective craftsmen made them effective fighters at close quarters when their opponents were unhorsed and struggling in soft ground. The French infantry, which might have been used to clear the ditches and create a passage for the cavalry, was held back because the French commander's aristocratic knights who did not believe infantry had a role in decisive combat did not deploy them effectively until too late. The battle lasted perhaps 3 hours. When it was over, approximately 700 pairs of golden spurs from fallen French knights had been collected from the battlefield, giving the battle its alternative name, the Battle of the Golden Spurs. The spurs were hung in the church of Our Lady of Courtrai as a trophy. What Weaver's winning meant. The Battle of Courtrai was the most dramatic demonstration to that point in European history that heavily armed, socially elite mounted knights could be defeated by socially inferior urban craftsmen on foot. The social implications were as significant as the military ones. The system that justified aristocratic privilege on the basis of military service, the knight as the man who fights, the social group whose function was the violence that protected the community, had been undermined by men who had no social standing as warriors. The immediate political consequence was limited. France recovered most of its influence in Flanders within a decade, and the final political settlement was not dramatically different from what it would have been without the battle. But the military lesson was observed and eventually adopted. Swiss pikemen, who developed tactics similar to the Flemish pike formations in the 14th century, would go on to be the most feared infantry in Europe for 2 centuries. The English development of the dismounted men-at-arms and longbow combination at Crécy drew on the same understanding that Courtrai had demonstrated, that cavalry needed to be slowed, disordered, and deprived of momentum before it could be engaged effectively. The golden spurs that hung in the church of Our Lady of Courtrai remained there until 1382, when a French army recovered them after defeating the Flemings at the Battle of Rysbeek, taking the spurs back as proof that the humiliation of 1302 had been avenged. The trophy and its recovery tell the story of a military lesson that both sides were still working out 80 years later, whether the social order of mounted nobility could survive the tactical revolution that Courtrai had announced. The Craftsman and the Calendar. Chapter 24. The Crusade that died in a single afternoon. The Battle of Nicopolis, 1396. The Last Great Crusade. The Battle of Nicopolis on September 25, 1396 was the last major crusade mounted by Western European powers against the Ottoman Empire, and it failed with a completeness that essentially ended the crusading tradition as a practical military enterprise. The force assembled was genuinely impressive by the standards of the time. Approximately 12,000 to 16,000 Western European knights and cavalry, French, Burgundian, Hungarian, Wallachian, and German, plus a supporting force of perhaps 60,000 Hungarian infantry and cavalry, along with a Venetian fleet on the Danube. It was the largest Christian military force assembled in the region since the Crusades' height. The immediate trigger for the crusade was the Ottoman siege of Constantinople, which appeared to threaten the last Christian imperial capital in the east, and the Ottoman expansion into the Balkans that was reducing the Christian kingdoms of Hungary and Wallachia to tributaries. Sigismund of Hungary organized the coalition and led the force. The French contingent, led by the Count of Nevis, later John the Fearless of Burgundy, brought the best equipped and most enthusiastic of the Western Knights, men who had absorbed the chivalric tradition of personal valor and who believed that a crusade was the highest expression of Christian knighthood. They had not bothered to learn much about Ottoman military tactics. The charge that ended everything. The battle opened with a strategic disagreement that proved fatal. Sigismund of Hungary wanted to let the Ottoman army advance and receive it with the Hungarian infantry, using the Western Knights as a mobile reserve to exploit any breakthrough standard European defensive tactics against cavalry. The French knights considered this dishonorable. They had not come on crusade to stand in the rear while infantry held the line. They demanded to lead the attack. They led the attack. The French and Burgundian cavalry charged uphill against the Ottoman infantry, the Azarbs and Akinjis, who formed the Ottoman vanguard, and broke them without difficulty. This was the worst thing that could have happened. The knights, flushed with success and unable to stop in good order, continued up the hill and ran directly into the Ottoman Sniper cavalry and, behind them, the elite Janissary infantry that Bayezid I had positioned in reserve. The charge that had routed the Ottoman vanguard could not be repeated against fresh, organized troops on ground of the defenders' choosing. The French and Burgundian knights were destroyed. The Hungarian and Wallachian infantry, watching from below, saw the Western cavalry break and largely fled rather than continuing forward into what was now clearly a lost battle. The Serbian cavalry under Stephen Lazarevic, operating as Ottoman vassals, attacked the flank of the withdrawing Christian force. The battle became a rout. Sigismund barely escaped by boat down the Danube. The prisoners and the massacre. The Ottoman victory was followed by a mass execution that became one of the most discussed atrocities of the period. Bayezid, reportedly enraged by the killing of Ottoman prisoners that the Christian forces had conducted during the battle, the Crusaders had killed their prisoners before the final engagement, fearing they would break free and attack from the rear, ordered the execution of most of his prisoners. Only the highest-ranking nobles, those valuable enough to be ransomed, were spared. Approximately 3,000 men were executed over the course of a day, in Bayezid's presence. The Count of Nevis and approximately 24 other high-ranking nobles were ransomed at enormous cost. The ransom was so large that it required contributions from across Burgundy, France, and other kingdoms, and was not fully paid for years. Nevis's subsequent career, he became John the Fearless, Duke of Burgundy, and was involved in the assassination of the Duke of Orleans and in the complex politics of the 100 Years' War, demonstrates how thoroughly the former Crusader leaders were absorbed back into European dynastic politics upon their return. The battle's immediate military consequence was that the Ottoman siege of Constantinople, which Nicopolis was supposed to relieve, continued. Constantinople was saved not by the crusade but by the invasion of Timur, Tamerlane, from Central Asia, which attacked the Ottoman Empire from the east in 1402 and defeated Bayezid at the Battle of Ankara, capturing him personally. The city that Nicopolis was supposed to save survived for another half-century by an accident of steppe geopolitics rather than crusading valor. The end of an idea. Nicopolis ended the crusading tradition not because it was the first crusade to fail. Many had failed, but because it was the first to fail so completely and in circumstances that made the reasons for failure so obvious. The French knights who had charged uphill had done so against advice, had broken the Ottoman vanguard as they were capable of doing, and had then been destroyed by forces they had not bothered to account for. The defeat was not the result of Ottoman invincibility or Christian weakness, it was the result of a tactical doctrine that placed individual honor above collective coordination and that was incompatible with the military realities of the late 14th century. The lesson of Nicopolis that cavalry charging in disorder against a prepared position was not a viable military strategy regardless of the righteousness of the cause was not original to 1396. Crecy had demonstrated it 50 years earlier. The difficulty was that the lesson conflicted with the social and cultural framework within which French and Burgundian knights understood warfare, the framework of individual valor, of personal combat as the expression of aristocratic identity, of the belief that God rewarded the courageous and punished the timid. Changing this framework required not just battlefield defeats but the entire social transformation that produced professional armies in the 16th and 17th centuries. The Ottoman Empire that Nicopolis failed to stop went on to take Constantinople in 1453 and to besiege Vienna in 1529 and again in 1683 before being permanently stopped. The crusading response to these advances was largely rhetorical. Popes called crusades, Christian rulers expressed willingness to participate, and the armies that actually responded were those whose specific national interests were directly threatened. The idea of a coordinated Western Christian military enterprise in defense of the Eastern Christian world died on a hillside above the Danube in September 1396. It took several more centuries for Western Christendom to notice. John the Fearless, the Count of Nevis, who was captured at Nicopolis and ransomed at enormous cost, subsequently had the Duke of Orleans assassinated in 1407, triggering the Armagnac-Burgundian Civil War that created the conditions for Agincourt and the 100 Years' War's most destructive phase. The crusader who survived Nicopolis returned home to make France's domestic wars considerably worse. The Ottoman Empire, the Classical Age, 1300 to 1600, Halil Inalcik, 1973. Chapter 25. The Afternoon That Ended the Old World. The Battle of Austerlitz, 1805. The trap Napoleon set for himself to win. The Battle of Austerlitz on December 2, 1805, the anniversary of Napoleon's coronation as emperor, is widely considered the greatest tactical masterpiece in the history of warfare, and it was built on a deception that required Napoleon to appear weaker than he was. He had positioned his army with a deliberately weakened right flank, the Pratzen Heights, the dominant terrain feature of the battlefield, conspicuously unoccupied to invite the Allied commanders to attack it. He had spread rumors through agents that his army was demoralized and considering retreat. He had even offered to negotiate, sending a personal envoy to the Allied camp who conveyed an impression of nervousness. The Allied commanders, the Russian Tsar Alexander I and the Austrian Emperor Francis II, advised by the Austrian General Weyrother, took the bait completely. Their battle plan was built around an attack on Napoleon's right, which they believed was weak and which, if turned, would cut Napoleon off from Vienna. The plan required stripping troops from the center, specifically from the Pratzen Heights, to build the force for the flanking attack. Napoleon had been waiting for exactly this. When the Allied center moved down from the heights to join the flanking attack, he ordered Soult's corps to take the heights with a rapid advance timed to coincide with the moment when the Allied center was in motion and most vulnerable. Soult, commanding approximately 16,000 men, had been rehearsing the march in his mind for days. The question Napoleon had asked him was, how long to reach the top of the Pratzen Heights? 20 minutes, Soult replied. Then we will wait another 20, Napoleon said. We want the Allies to be thoroughly committed before we cut them in two. The center and its consequence. The assault on the Pratzen Heights, launched at approximately 9 a.m. on December 2, cut the Allied army in two. The forces that had moved to attack Napoleon's right were now separated from the Allied center and left by a French corps on the heights that had the high ground and a clear field of fire in both directions. The Allied flank attack, which had been the centerpiece of the Allied plan, was now a force cut off from its main army and engaged with French troops who had been specifically positioned to receive it. The fighting on the heights was intense. The Russian Imperial Guard counterattacked in an attempt to retake the position, and Napoleon committed his own guard cavalry to hold the heights at a critical moment, but the French held. The Allied army began to break apart. The flanking force in the south was pushed back toward frozen ponds, where it was caught between French artillery fire and the ice that cracked under the impact of cannonballs. The Allied center was in retreat. The Allied left was being rolled up by French cavalry. By early afternoon, the battle was effectively over. The Allied army of approximately 85,000 had been broken in detail by Napoleon's 68,000. Allied casualties were approximately 36,000 killed, wounded, or captured, French casualties approximately 9,000. The Tsar, watching the collapse of his army, reportedly wept. The Austrian emperor requested an armistice. Napoleon dictated the Peace of Pressburg, by which Austria ceded Venice to France's Italian allies and Tyrol to Bavaria, and paid a large indemnity. The Holy Roman Empire, which had been the organizing political structure of Central Europe since the 10th century, was dissolved 8 months later at Napoleon's effective demand. The Old Europe and the New. Austerlitz broke 3 emperors. Napoleon fought against both Austria and Russia, whose emperors were both present on the field, and dissolved an empire. The Holy Roman Empire that Otto the Great had established after Lechfeld in 955, that had provided the institutional framework for Central European politics for 8.5 centuries, was dissolved on August 6, 1806, when Francis II abdicated as Holy Roman Emperor and became simply Franz I of Austria. The empire that Charlemagne had founded and that 1,000 years of European history had built around ended because Napoleon had won a battle on a December morning. The consequences of Austerlitz extended beyond the immediate political changes. The battle demonstrated that the military reforms of the Revolutionary and Napoleonic period corps organization that allowed armicized forces to move and fight independently, the tactical flexibility that years of warfare had instilled in French soldiers, and the specific genius of Napoleon's operational planning had produced a military system that the old regimes of Europe could not match. They would have to reform their armies fundamentally, or they would continue to lose. Prussia, which had not been at Austerlitz, learned the lesson more thoroughly than anyone else. After the catastrophic defeats at Jena and Auerstedt in 1806, where Napoleon destroyed the Prussian army in a single day, Prussia undertook a systematic military reform under Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Clausewitz that created the model for the 19th century professional army. The Prussian military system that emerged from the Napoleonic Wars disasters produced the force that defeated Napoleon at Waterloo, that defeated Austria in 1866, and that defeated France in 1870–71, creating unified Germany. Austerlitz was the beginning of the sequence that ended with Germany's unification through the destruction of the system that Austerlitz had exposed as obsolete. The column in the Place Vendôme. Napoleon commissioned the column in the Place Vendôme in Paris to commemorate Austerlitz, a bronze column, modeled on Trajan's column in Rome, cast from the cannon captured in the battle, showing scenes from the campaign in a spiral relief that winds to the top. The statue at the top was originally Napoleon in Roman dress. Subsequent regimes replaced it with other figures and were themselves replaced. The current statue is a copy of the original installed in 1873. The column was pulled down during the Paris Commune in 1871, the symbolism of an imperial monument in a revolutionary city being intolerable, and was subsequently re-erected by the Third Republic. The painter Gustave Courbet, who had been involved in the Commune and was blamed for the column's destruction, was sentenced to pay for its re-erection and died in Swiss exile before the bill was fully paid. A battle fought on a December morning in Moravia generated a bronze column in Paris that was pulled down by a revolution and rebuilt by its successor, with the debts collected from a painter who had nothing to do with Austerlitz. This is how history works. A battle generates a monument becomes a symbol becomes a target, and the target's destruction generates consequences for people who were not born when the battle was fought. The afternoon that ended the Old Europe, the afternoon of December 2, 1805, when Napoleon cut the Allied army in two on the Pratzen Heights, is still generating consequences in the form of a column in Paris that records its outcome in the melted bronze of the guns that fired it. Napoleon reportedly said that Austerlitz was the finest battle he ever fought, a judgment he maintained even after Waterloo, which he considered a defeat caused by accident and treachery rather than by strategic or tactical failure. His contemporaries largely agreed. Austerlitz was studied as a model of operational deception and timing by military academies across Europe for a century after the battle was fought. Austerlitz, Napoleon and the Eagles of Europe, Ian Castle, 2005. Chapter 26. The Cannons That Made the Modern Middle East. The Battle of Marj-Dabiq, 1516. The Empire That Arrived Late. In August 1516, two empires collided on a plain north of Aleppo that would give its name to a battle most of the world has never heard of, but that restructured the political geography of the Middle East in ways that persist to the present day. The Ottoman Empire under Selim I Selim the Grim, a man whose nickname was earned through the systematic execution of potential rivals including his own father's viziers and his own brothers, was expanding southward into territory that had been the domain of the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt for nearly 3 centuries. The Mamluks who faced Selim at Marj-Dabiq were the same institution that had won at Ain Jalut in 1260 and had ruled Egypt and Syria ever since. They were militarily sophisticated, experienced, and brave. The problem was that their military sophistication was the sophistication of the 14th century rather than the 16th. The Mamluk cavalry had fought on horseback with lance and sword for generations. They had perfected the mounted archery of the Central Asian steppe and the heavy cavalry tactics of medieval warfare. They had not, in most cases, embraced gunpowder weapons. The reasons were partly cultural. Firearms were considered unworthy weapons for a cavalry aristocracy, and partly institutional. A military system built around expensive individual warriors was not well adapted to the cheap and equalizing technology of the gun. Selim's Ottoman army had guns in quantity. The Ottoman Empire had been acquiring and deploying artillery since the 1420s. The cannon that broke Constantinople's walls in 1453 was one product of this investment and had developed the combined arms doctrine that integrated artillery, janissary infantry, and cavalry into a coherent tactical system. At Marj-Dabiq, the Ottomans deployed artillery that the Mamluks could not effectively counter and janissary musketry that outranged the Mamluk bows. The Battle and the Betrayal. The battle on August 24, 1516 was decided not only by the Ottoman technological advantage but by a betrayal that may have been the decisive factor in the Mamluk collapse. Kher Bey, the Mamluk governor of Aleppo who commanded the Mamluk left wing, apparently defected to the Ottomans during the battle, or at minimum withdrew his forces at the critical moment, leaving the Mamluk center exposed. Whether this was prearranged treachery or an opportunistic commander reading the battle correctly and choosing survival over loyalty is debated. Selim rewarded Kher Bey with the governorship of Egypt after the conquest, which suggests the defection was prearranged. The Mamluk Sultan Kansa Ulgari died during or immediately after the battle. The sources say he fell from his horse and died of a stroke, or that he was killed in the fighting, or that he was killed fleeing. The result was the same. The Mamluk army collapsed without its commander, and the Ottoman army pursued the survivors into Aleppo and beyond. Damascus fell within weeks without significant resistance. Egypt itself held out longer. A new Mamluk Sultan, Tuman Bey, organized resistance and fought the Ottomans in 2 engagements near Cairo before being captured and executed. The execution was specifically humiliating. Tuman Bey was hanged at the Zuwayla Gate of Cairo, in public, in a manner typically reserved for common criminals rather than monarchs. The symbolism was deliberate. The Mamluk era was over. The map that Marj-Dabiq made. The Ottoman conquest of Syria and Egypt after Marj-Dabiq created the political geography of the Arab Middle East that would persist, with modifications, until the First World War. For 4 centuries from 1517 to 1918 the Arab lands of the Middle East were Ottoman territory. The legal systems, administrative structures, land tenure patterns, and religious institutions of this long Ottoman period shaped Arab society in ways that the subsequent century of post-Ottoman history has not fully superseded. Selim also acquired, in conquering Egypt, the custody of the holy cities of Mecca and Medina and the title of Caliph, the successor of the Prophet as leader of the Muslim community. The caliphal title, which had been held by a nominal Abbasid caliph in Cairo since the Mongol destruction of Baghdad in 1258, passed to the Ottoman sultans and remained with them until Ataturk abolished the caliphate in 1924. For 4 centuries, the Ottoman Sultan was the caliph of Sunni Islam, a combination of political and religious authority that structured Muslim political thought in ways that continue to reverberate. The specific form of that reverberation became visible in 2014, when the Islamic State declared a new caliphate from Mosul, an act that was specifically framed as filling the void left by the abolition of the Ottoman Caliphate 90 years earlier. The modern Middle East's most violent political crisis of the early 21st century was articulated, by its perpetrators, in terms that traced directly to the Ottoman conquest that Marj Dabiq had made possible. The battle that most of the world has never heard of created the conditions for headlines that the world could not ignore. The technology gap and its lesson. The Ottoman victory at Marj Dabiq was fundamentally a victory of gunpowder technology over the military system that had preceded it. The Mamluks were not incompetent, they were arguably the most experienced and most skilled cavalry force in the Islamic world. The problem was that their skills were the skills of a previous military era, and the Ottoman army had crossed the threshold into a new one. The lesson that military effectiveness requires continuous adaptation to new technology, and that cultural or institutional resistance to new weapons can be fatal, was the same lesson that Crécy had delivered to the French chivalry 170 years earlier. It was also the same lesson that the Mamluk victory at Ain Jalut had delivered to the Mongols. The Mongols had faced an opponent who had learned Mongol tactics. The Mamluks now faced an opponent who had mastered the technology they had refused to adopt. The Mamluk refusal of firearms was not irrational within the Mamluk value system. Firearms were weapons that any man could use with minimal training, while the horsemanship and archery of the Mamluk warrior required years of dedicated practice from childhood. A world in which guns replaced trained cavalry was a world in which the specific investment that made a Mamluk warrior valuable was worthless. The Mamluks were not wrong about the technology's implications, they were wrong about whether refusing it would prevent those implications from arriving. It arrived at Marj Dabiq in the form of Ottoman artillery and Janissary muskets, and it destroyed the world the Mamluks had built in a single afternoon. The Mamluk Sultan Kansar Ulgari was 76 years old when he died at Marj Dabiq, an extraordinary age for a cavalry commander who had spent his life in the saddle. He had ruled Egypt for 16 years, during which he had attempted to build a Mamluk fleet in the Red Sea to counter Portuguese encroachment on the spice trade. The fleet he built was defeated by the Portuguese at the Battle of Diu in 1509. 7 years later, his army was destroyed at Marj Dabiq. The old Sultan faced threats from 2 directions simultaneously and survived neither. The Ottoman Empire and Early Modern Europe, Daniel Goffman, 2002. Chapter 27. The Gates That Held for 21 Days. The First Siege of Vienna, 1529. The tide at its height. In the autumn of 1529, the Ottoman Empire was at the high water mark of its expansion into Europe. Suleiman the Magnificent, who had already conquered Belgrade in 1521 and crushed the Hungarian kingdom at the Battle of Mohacs in 1526, killing the Hungarian king Louis II and adding most of Hungary to his empire, was besieging Vienna with an army that contemporary European sources described in numbers ranging from 120,000 to 300,000. The actual number was probably between 80,000 and 120,000, but even the lower estimate was an overwhelming force against Vienna's garrison of approximately 16,000 soldiers and armed civilians. The fall of Vienna would have opened the road to Central Europe, to Germany, to France, to the heart of the continent that the Ottoman Empire had been pressing since the fall of Constantinople 76 years earlier. Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, who controlled more territory than any European ruler since Charlemagne, was in a state of near panic. He had been unable to concentrate his forces because of the simultaneous threat from Francis I of France, who was actively allied with Suleiman against the Habsburgs. The Reformation had divided German Christendom into warring confessions. Vienna was, in practical terms, alone. The city's defender was Count Nicholas von Somme, a 70-year-old veteran who had arrived with a small professional force just ahead of the Ottomans. He organized the defense with the competence and calm of a man who had spent his life in warfare. He demolished the suburbs that would have given the Ottomans covered approaches, reinforced the medieval walls with earthworks, positioned his artillery to cover the most vulnerable approaches, and waited. What stopped the siege? The Ottoman siege of Vienna failed for a combination of reasons, each individually insufficient but together decisive. The campaign had begun too late. Suleiman had left Constantinople in the spring, but logistical problems and resistance along the route had consumed so much time that the army did not reach Vienna until late September, with the Central European autumn already turning cold and wet. The massive Ottoman siege guns, the artillery that had been decisive in the conquest of Constantinople and the Mamluk campaigns, had been left behind because the roads of Hungary could not support their transport. Without heavy artillery, the Ottoman siege was limited to mining operations and infantry assaults. The mining operations were effective but not decisive. The Viennese defenders had developed a technique of placing drums of water on the ground that vibrated when Ottoman miners worked beneath them, allowing them to locate and countermine the tunnels before they could be detonated effectively under the walls. The direct assaults were repulsed repeatedly by defenders who understood that losing the walls meant losing the city and everything it represented. After 21 days of siege, with October weather turning the campaign into a misery of mud and cold, with supply lines stretched to their limit, and with no prospect of taking the city by the methods available, Suleiman ordered the withdrawal. The retreat through Hungary in autumn conditions cost the Ottoman army almost as many men as the siege had. Count von Somme, who had held Vienna, died of wounds received during the siege a few months later. He was buried in the Church of Maria am Gestade in Vienna, where his tomb remains. The season that saved a continent. The failed siege of Vienna in 1529 established a pattern that would define Ottoman-European relations for the following century and a half. The Ottomans could threaten Vienna, could reach its walls, could terrify the continent with the scale of their military ambition, but they could not take the city. The practical reasons were logistical. Vienna was at the extreme range of Ottoman supply lines from Constantinople, approximately 1,400 kilometers away. Reaching it required months of campaigning through difficult terrain, and arriving with an army that had been marching and fighting for that long inevitably meant arriving with a force that was already tired, undersupplied, and running out of the campaign season before the Central European winter closed in. The Ottomans tried again in 1532, with another enormous army that Suleiman led personally. The campaign was again delayed by resistance along the route, specifically by the small fortress of Guns, Kosheg, whose Croatian garrison of approximately 700 men held against the Ottoman army for 25 days, allowing the campaign season to slip away before Vienna could be reached. Charles V assembled a force described as the largest army ever gathered in Germany, perhaps 80,000 men, and the Ottomans withdrew without fighting the main engagement. The specific geography of Europe, the distance from Constantinople to Vienna, the nature of the terrain, the width of the campaign season before winter had created a natural limit to Ottoman expansion that military defeat alone might not have established. Vienna was at the edge of what the Ottoman military system could reach, and the logistics that got it there left it with insufficient resources to take what it had reached. The gates that held for 21 days were held, in the final analysis, by the calendar as much as by Count von Somme. The century and a half that followed. The failed siege of 1529 did not end the Ottoman threat to Vienna or to Central Europe. The Ottoman Empire and the Habsburg Empire fought continuously, in various intensities, for a century and a half after 1529. The frontier between the two empires, a line across Hungary that shifted back and forth through the 16th and 17th centuries, was one of the most militarized borders in the world, the scene of almost continuous raiding, small-scale warfare, and occasional large campaigns. The Second Great Ottoman Siege of Vienna, in 1683, the subject of a later chapter, finally resolved the question. When the Ottomans were defeated outside Vienna in September 1683 and the subsequent Habsburg counteroffensive recovered most of Hungary, the Ottoman advance into Europe was permanently reversed. The tide had turned, and it turned from a high water mark that had been established in 1529. The 1529 siege is less well remembered than the 1683 siege, partly because success is more memorable than failure, and partly because 1683 was the conclusion of a story that 1529 had opened. But the first siege was, in some respects, the more important moment. It was the moment at which the Ottoman expansion into Europe encountered a limit that it could not overcome, and at which European defenders discovered that the force that had seemed unstoppable could, in fact, be stopped. The 21 days that Vienna held in the autumn of 1529 established the possibility that European civilization was not going to be absorbed into the Ottoman Empire. The rest of the story was the working out of that possibility. Count Nicholas von Somme, who organized Vienna's successful defense at age 70, received no formal reward from Charles V before his death from wounds received in the siege. The Habsburg Emperor was famously ungrateful to those who served him most effectively, a trait that complicated his relationships with commanders throughout his reign. Somme's tomb in Vienna, however, became a pilgrimage site for Habsburg soldiers for generations. The man the emperor didn't thank was the man the army remembered. Suleiman the Magnificent, Scourge of Heaven, Anthony Bridge, 1983. Chapter 28. The Storm God Sent, or so they said. The Spanish Armada, 1588. The Enterprise of England. Philip II of Spain called it the Enterprise of England, and its ambition matched the grandiose title. An armada of 130 warships carrying 30,000 men would sail to the English Channel, rendezvous with the Duke of Parma's veteran army of approximately 17,000 in the Spanish Netherlands, transport that army across to England, and overthrow Elizabeth I, restoring England to the Catholic faith, eliminating the English support for the Dutch rebellion against Spanish rule, and establishing Spain as the unchallenged dominant power in Northern Europe. It was the largest naval operation in Atlantic history to that point, and it failed in ways that its designers had not imagined possible. The plan had a structural flaw that Philip II had been told about and had chosen to ignore. The Spanish fleet's large galleons could not approach the shallow water ports of the Dutch coast where Parma's army was waiting. The galleons drew too much water. Parma's troops would have to cross in smaller vessels to reach the fleet. Those smaller vessels would be vulnerable to the Dutch flyboats that patrolled the coast. The junction between the Armada and Parma's army, which the entire plan depended on, was technically nearly impossible to achieve under combat conditions. Philip had been informed of this. He believed that God would provide a solution. The English fleet under Lord Admiral Howard and Vice Admiral Francis Drake did not wait for divine solutions. Drake had raided Cadiz the previous year, singeing the King of Spain's beard, as he described it, and had delayed the Armada's departure by destroying provisions and supplies. When the Armada finally sailed in July 1588, the English fleet was waiting, and it had spent the previous year developing the tactics that would neutralize Spanish naval doctrine. Up the Channel and to the fireships. The running battle up the English Channel lasted 9 days and was strategically inconclusive. The Spanish formation, a defensive crescent designed to protect the troop transports, proved difficult for the English to penetrate. English gunnery was generally superior, and the English ships were faster and more maneuverable, but the Spanish formation held. Both sides consumed enormous quantities of ammunition without inflicting decisive damage. The Spanish continued north, the English continued to harass. The crisis came at Gravelines, where the Armada anchored on the Flemish coast while the Duke of Medina Sidonia attempted to communicate with Parma about the rendezvous. On the night of August 7th to 8th, the English sent 8 fireships, unmanned vessels packed with combustibles, some with their guns double-loaded to fire as the heat reached them into the anchored Spanish fleet. The fireships did not burn many Spanish ships, but they did something more important: they broke the formation. Spanish captains, cutting their anchor cables in panic, scattered into the open sea. The tight defensive crescent that had frustrated English gunnery for 9 days was gone in a single night of fire and chaos. The Battle of Gravelines the following day, August 8th, was the decisive engagement. The scattered Spanish ships, attempting to reform in conditions of wind and disorganization, were attacked by the concentrated English fleet with an aggression that the previous 9 days' fighting had not shown. Several Spanish galleons were sunk or driven ashore, the rest were pushed north, away from the rendezvous with Parma's army, and into the North Sea. The enterprise of England was over, though most of the Armada's ships were still afloat. The storm and the coast. The return voyage of the surviving Armada northward around Scotland and Ireland, in Atlantic autumn storms, destroyed the fleet more thoroughly than the English had managed. Perhaps 40 ships were wrecked on the Scottish and Irish coasts, perhaps 20,000 men died on the voyage, many of them on ships that made it to sight of land only to be driven onto rocks. The men who reached the Irish coast were killed by English authorities or by Irish chieftains who feared the consequences of sheltering Spanish soldiers. Philip II received the news of the disaster with the equanimity of a man who had invested his faith in divine providence and was adjusting his theology to accommodate an unexpected result. He reportedly said that he had sent his fleet to fight men, not God's winds. He proceeded to build a second and third armada, both also failed, and died in 1598, still believing that God's plan for Spain and England would eventually be revealed, possibly in the next reign. Elizabeth's famous Tilbury speech delivered to her troops gathered to resist the expected Spanish landing, with its declaration that she had the heart and stomach of a king, and a King of England too, is one of the most celebrated pieces of English political rhetoric. It was delivered before the Armada's defeat was known. By the time news reached England that the Armada had been dispersed, the speech had already entered legend. The reality that the Armada had been broken by fireships and storms and the English fleet's gunnery was less dramatic than the legend required, so the legend was adjusted. God's Protestant winds had defeated the Catholic fleet. The medals struck to commemorate the victory read, "He blew and they were scattered." What the Armada decided and didn't decide. The defeat of the Spanish Armada has been treated in English historical memory as the moment that established English naval supremacy and Protestant England's providential destiny. This is substantially mythological. Spain remained the dominant European power for decades after 1588, it built new armadas, it continued to threaten England with Catholic conspiracy and invasion plots through Elizabeth's reign and into James I. The English navy that defeated the Armada did not subsequently achieve the oceanic dominance that English historians retroactively attribute to 1588. What the Armada's defeat did accomplish was more specific and more important than the myth suggests. It demonstrated that England could not be easily conquered, that English seamanship and naval gunnery were competitive with the best in the world, and that Philip II's commitment to the recatholicization of England by force had failed at enormous cost. The Protestant Reformation in England, which had looked vulnerable throughout Elizabeth's reign, was confirmed as a permanent fixture rather than a temporary aberration. The Dutch rebellion against Spanish rule gained time and breathing room that eventually produced the independence of the Dutch Republic. The storm that scattered the Armada on the Irish coast was real and deadly, and it made English propagandists' claim of divine intervention slightly easier to sustain than it might otherwise have been. But the Armada had already failed before the storms had already been separated from Parma's army, already driven north away from any possibility of landing troops. The storms finished what English fireships and gunnery had begun. The medal's legend "He blew and they were scattered" gave God credit for what England and the weather had accomplished together. The Spanish ships that were wrecked on the Irish coast carried soldiers who were sometimes sheltered by local Irish chieftains despite English orders to kill all survivors. Several hundred Spanish sailors and soldiers survived in Ireland, some for years, some permanently marrying into Irish families and leaving descendants who can occasionally be identified by the Spanish surnames that persisted in Irish coastal communities. The Armada's most lasting legacy in Ireland may be genealogical. The Armada, Garrett Mattingly, 1959. Chapter 29. The Battle That Gave Europe Its Soul Back. The Battle of Breitenfeld, 1631. The war that was already 13 years old. The 30 Years' War, which had begun in 1618 with the defenestration of Prague and the Bohemian revolt against Habsburg authority, was by 1631 the most destructive conflict Europe had experienced since the Black Death. It had begun as a religious war between Catholic and Protestant powers, had become a dynastic and territorial struggle involving virtually every European state, and had produced a pattern of devastation: armies living off the land, massacring civilian populations, spreading plague and famine across Central Europe that would kill approximately 8 million people before it ended in 1648. By the summer of 1631, the Catholic imperial side appeared to have won. The Protestant Bohemian revolt had been crushed at the Battle of White Mountain in 1620. The Protestant forces in Germany had been pushed back to the Baltic coast. The Edict of Restitution of 1629, by which the Emperor Ferdinand II demanded the return of all church properties secularized since 1552, had effectively threatened the economic foundations of every Protestant prince in Germany. The King of Denmark, Christian IV, had intervened on the Protestant side and been comprehensively defeated. Protestantism in Germany was facing extinction. Gustav Adolf of Sweden, Gustavus Adolphus, the Lion of the North, had landed in Germany in June 1630 with approximately 13,000 Swedish soldiers and a military system that had been reforming itself for a decade under his direction. He had reorganized Swedish infantry tactics, deploying his musketeers in formations thin enough to allow their fire to be concentrated rather than the deep formations that limited firepower, and had developed the integration of cavalry and artillery with infantry that would characterize Swedish tactics for a generation. He was looking for Protestant German allies. He found them slowly. The German Protestant princes were cautious about committing to a Swedish king they did not know until the sack of Magdeburg. The sack that changed everything. On May 20, 1631, the Imperial and League forces under Count Tilly stormed and sacked Magdeburg, one of the most important Protestant cities in Germany. The sack was catastrophic. Approximately 20,000 civilians were killed in the massacre and the fire that followed, and the city that had been one of Germany's major urban centers was reduced to ruins. The scale of the destruction: Magdeburg essentially ceased to exist as a functioning city for years, shocked the Protestant German states into action. The Brandenburg Elector, who had been refusing to cooperate with Gustav Adolf, now had no choice. He opened his territory to Swedish forces. Gustav Adolf moved south and east to confront Tilly's army near the village of Breitenfeld, north of Leipzig, on September 17, 1631. The combined Swedish-Saxon force numbered approximately 42,000. The Imperial and League army under Tilly was approximately 35,000. The tactical mismatch, however, was severe. The Swedish forces were among the best trained and best led in Europe, while the Saxon contingent which formed Gustav's left wing was untested militia. When Tilly's cavalry attacked the Saxon contingent, it collapsed almost immediately, fleeing the field and leaving Gustav's left flank completely exposed. At this moment, the battle appeared to be lost before the main engagement had properly begun. Gustav Adolf's response demonstrated the tactical flexibility that his reforms had produced. Rather than trying to hold a linear front that was now impossible, he wheeled his cavalry the right wing that had not been attacked around behind his own infantry and used it to attack the Imperial cavalry on the opposite flank. The Swedish infantry, meanwhile, absorbed the attack of the Imperial infantry with a steadiness that its thin formations, delivering concentrated musket fire, made possible. The wheel and its consequences. The cavalry maneuver that Gustav executed at Breitenfeld, wheeling Swedish and Finnish cavalry around the rear of his own infantry to hit the opposite flank, was the kind of complex movement that could only be executed by troops who had trained together extensively and who trusted their commander to have a plan when the original plan had failed. The Saxon collapse had created a crisis. The cavalry maneuver converted the crisis into an opportunity. By the afternoon, the Imperial army was in full retreat. Tilly had been wounded. Many of his best officers were casualties. The Imperial army had lost approximately 7,000 killed, 6,000 captured, and most of its artillery, a material and moral catastrophe that the Catholic imperial cause would spend years recovering from. Swedish and Saxon casualties were significantly lower. It was the first major Protestant victory of the war, and it came at the moment when Protestant Germany had almost ceased to exist as a military and political entity. The psychological impact of Breitenfeld was enormous. The Catholic imperial cause had appeared to have won. The Edict of Restitution had seemed to be the final act of a completed victory. Breitenfeld demonstrated that the war was not over, that Protestant Germany could fight, and that the Swedish king who had arrived with 13,000 men was a commander of the first rank. Gustav Adolf's subsequent campaign sweeping south into the heartland of Germany, taking Munich, threatening Vienna was made possible by the confidence that Breitenfeld had generated. He died at the Battle of Lutzen in November 1632, shot in the fog of battle, but by then he had changed the strategic situation irreversibly. The war that Breitenfeld prolonged. The irony of Breitenfeld is that a victory which saved Protestantism in Germany also prolonged the war by 17 years. Before Breitenfeld, the Catholic imperial side appeared to have won. A peace imposed on Protestant Germany, however unjust, would have ended the fighting. After Breitenfeld, neither side could impose terms on the other, and the war continued as a grinding attrition that depopulated large areas of Central Europe. The Peace of Westphalia that ended the war in 1648 established principles of religious tolerance and state sovereignty that historians have identified as the foundations of the modern international system. The principle that each state's ruler determined the religion of his territory quis regio, ius religio was expanded to a general recognition that states existed in a system of mutual sovereignty rather than under the authority of either pope or emperor. The Westphalian system, as it is called, is the conceptual framework within which international relations are still conducted. This system was the product of a war that Breitenfeld prevented from ending prematurely. If the emperor had won in 1631, the Westphalian settlement would not have been negotiated. The victors would have imposed their terms. Breitenfeld forced a war of attrition that exhausted both sides to the point where compromise was the only viable outcome. The battle that gave Europe its Protestant soul back also, inadvertently, gave it the international order that would shape world politics for the next 4 centuries. Gustav Adolf of Sweden was 40 years old, in the prime of his military career, when he was killed at the Battle of Lutzen in 1632, riding forward into the fog of battle in his characteristic fashion, becoming separated from his bodyguard, and being shot multiple times at close range. His horse was found wandering on the battlefield. His body was identified from the wounds when the fog cleared. He had been king for 21 years and had transformed Swedish military power from a regional to a European force in that time. The 30 Years' War, C.V. Wedgwood, 1938. Chapter 30. The Sea Fight That Killed Spanish Power. The Battle of the Downs, 1639. The Armada That Nobody Remembers. In 1639, Spain sent another armada to the English Channel not to invade England, this time, but to resupply and reinforce its army in the Spanish Netherlands that was fighting the Dutch rebellion. The fleet of approximately 77 warships under Admiral Antonio de Oquendo was carrying approximately 24,000 soldiers and a considerable amount of silver from the Americas to pay the troops. It was the largest Spanish naval force assembled since the Armada of 1588, and it met a Dutch fleet of approximately 12 ships under Martin Tromp. The initial engagement off the English coast was inconclusive. Oquendo sought shelter in the Downs, the anchorage between the English coast and the Goodwin Sands, off Deal in Kent under the protection of English neutrality. The English King Charles I, who was in no position to antagonize either Spain or the Netherlands, allowed both fleets to anchor in English waters while he attempted to negotiate a peaceful resolution. For several weeks, the Spanish fleet sat in the anchorage and the Dutch fleet grew. Tromp was reinforced until he had approximately 95 ships. The Dutch blockaded the Spanish fleet in the Downs, preventing it from completing its mission. The English protests about violation of their neutrality were real but impotent. Charles I was already in the early stages of the constitutional crisis that would produce the English Civil War, and he had neither the naval force nor the political authority to enforce neutrality against a Dutch fleet that was determined to destroy the Spanish. The fireships and the rout. On October 21, 1639, Tromp attacked. He used the same weapon that Drake had used against the Armada in 1588, fireships combined with the concentrated broadside fire of his growing fleet. The Spanish ships, anchored and unable to maneuver effectively, took the full force of the Dutch attack. Some cut their cables and attempted to flee, others were boarded, Others ran aground on the Goodwin Sands or the English coast. The battle lasted several hours and was catastrophically one-sided. Perhaps 40 Spanish ships were captured or destroyed, perhaps 7,000 to 10,000 soldiers and sailors were killed. The soldiers who were supposed to reinforce the Spanish Netherlands never arrived. The silver that was supposed to pay the Spanish army there never arrived. Oquendo escaped with a portion of the fleet and returned to Spain a broken man. He died the following year, reportedly of despair. The English reaction to the battle fought in their own coastal waters was a mixture of outrage and helplessness. Charles I protested vigorously. The Dutch paid a modest compensation. The practical consequences for English sovereignty were that there were none. The Dutch had done what they intended, in full view of the English coast, and England had been unable to prevent it. The humiliation contributed to the mood of constitutional crisis that was already building in England, though the Civil War would have come regardless. What the Downs decided. The Battle of the Downs is one of the most consequential naval battles in European history and one of the least known outside specialist circles. Its consequences were immediate and structural. The Spanish Army of Flanders, the force that had been the instrument of Spanish power in the Netherlands for decades, was never adequately resupplied or reinforced after the Downs. The war of attrition with the Dutch Republic that Spain could no longer win was eventually ended by the Peace of Münster in 1648, which recognized Dutch independence. More broadly, the Downs marked the passing of Spanish naval supremacy in European waters. The fleet that had dominated Atlantic trade routes and had projected Spanish power from the Americas to the Philippines had been defeated, decisively and publicly, by a much smaller fleet under a commander who knew exactly what he wanted to achieve and had the tactical skill to achieve it. The Dutch Republic, not Spain, would dominate Atlantic trade for the following half-century. The specific mechanism of Dutch commercial dominance, the flyboat, the Joint Stock Company, the sophisticated financial instruments of Amsterdam's exchange, was enabled by the naval power that the Downs had confirmed. The VOC and the WIC, the Dutch East and West India Companies that controlled the most profitable trade routes in the world, operated in a strategic environment that Dutch naval victories had created. The battle that nobody remembers was the battle that made the Dutch Golden Age possible. Martin Tromp and the Broom. Martin Tromp became, after the Downs, the most celebrated naval commander in Europe, the man who had destroyed a Spanish fleet 3 times his size in English coastal waters. The famous story that he sailed through the English Channel with a broom at his masthead indicating that he had swept the seas clean of enemies is almost certainly apocryphal, invented by English propagandists to make the humiliation more vivid. But it was repeated and believed because it captured something true about the post-Downs strategic situation. The Dutch had swept the Spanish from the Channel, and English impotence in the face of this had been publicly demonstrated. Tromp's subsequent career was equally distinguished. He fought the English in the First Anglo-Dutch War of 1652–54 and was killed in the final battle of that war, at the Battle of Scheveningen in August 1653. He died as he had lived in a naval battle, in command, with the outcome still uncertain. His death reportedly caused his fleet to lower their flags to half-mast in grief, an unusual gesture for a military engagement, suggesting something about the personal loyalty he had inspired. The Dutch Golden Age that Tromp helped create lasted approximately half a century before being eclipsed by English and French naval power. The mechanisms by which this happened, the French wars of Louis XIV, the English Navigation Acts, the alliance against the Dutch, are a later story. What the Downs established was the starting point, a world in which Spanish naval power had been broken and Dutch naval power had taken its place. That the replacement would itself eventually be replaced is the nature of historical succession, not a criticism of the battle that began it. The silver that the Spanish fleet was carrying to pay the Army of Flanders when it was destroyed at the Downs, approximately 1.5 million ducats, was largely recovered by the Dutch from the wrecks and the captured ships. The money that Spain had intended to use to fight the Dutch war paid, effectively, for the Dutch victory over Spain. The Dutch Republic, its rise, greatness, and fall 1477 to 1806, Jonathan Israel, 1995. Chapter 31. The hill that made Oliver Cromwell inevitable. The Battle of Marston Moor, 1644. The war that divided a kingdom. The English Civil War that began in 1642 between King Charles I and the Parliament of England was not, initially, a war about abolishing monarchy or establishing republican government. It was a war about who controlled the government of an existing monarchy, and about whether the king could govern without Parliament's consent. Both sides, in 1642, would have been horrified by the suggestion that it would end with a king on trial and a republic declared. History is made by the specific, and the specific in 1642 was a king who believed God had given him absolute authority and a parliament that believed otherwise. By the summer of 1644, the war had been going on for 2 years without a decisive result. The Royalist forces had won a series of engagements in the Midlands and the West. The parliamentary forces had controlled London and the southeast from the beginning and had formed an alliance with the Scottish Covenanters in January 1644, which brought a Scottish army into northern England. York, the most important Royalist city in the north, was besieged by parliamentary and Scottish forces. Prince Rupert, the king's nephew, who was the most talented Royalist military commander, was ordered to relieve it. Rupert was 24 years old, brave to the point of recklessness, tactically skilled, and strategically impulsive. He reached York, raised the siege, and then made the decision that shaped British history. Rather than accepting the advantage of having relieved the city and waiting on events, he pursued the parliamentary army, which was retreating south, and forced an engagement at Marston Moor on July 2, 1644. The cavalry that changed everything. The battle was fought on a flat moor in the late afternoon and evening of July 2. The opposing forces were roughly equal in total numbers, approximately 18,000 Royalists against approximately 28,000 parliamentarians and Scots, but the parliamentary advantage was significant enough that Rupert initially decided not to attack. The battle began as a parliamentary initiative rather than the Royalist assault that Rupert had been planning. The initial Royalist cavalry charge on the right, led by Lord Goring, was successful. The Scottish horse on the parliamentary left broke and fled. The Royalist infantry in the centre held and pushed the parliamentary infantry back. The battle appeared to be going Royalist. On the parliamentary right, however, something different was happening. Oliver Cromwell's cavalry, the Eastern Association horse that Cromwell had trained with particular emphasis on discipline, on remaining in formation after a successful charge rather than pursuing, on returning to the battle after a breakthrough, had routed the Royalist cavalry opposite them and, crucially, had stayed on the field. Cromwell's horse swept around behind the Royalist centre, attacking from the rear. Lord Goring's cavalry, which had broken the Scottish left, had done what cavalry always did. It had pursued and was no longer on the battlefield as a coherent force. Cromwell's cavalry had not pursued. When it came back into the battle, there was nothing on the field to stop it. The Royalist army was encircled and destroyed in the darkness, fighting and being killed under a rising moon. Prince Rupert hid in a beanfield and escaped. Perhaps 4,000 Royalists were killed. Cromwell and the lesson of the Ironsides. The cavalry that Oliver Cromwell had trained, which he and his opponents called the Ironsides, had been trained on a specific principle that Cromwell had derived from the failure of English cavalry in earlier battles. Parliamentary cavalry had consistently broken Royalist cavalry in initial charges and had then pursued the fleeing enemy off the field, removing themselves from the battle at the moment when they were needed elsewhere. Rupert's cavalry had done the same thing at Naseby the following year, with the same result. Cromwell's solution was to insist that his cavalry, after a successful charge, rally immediately and return to the battle rather than pursuing. This required a level of discipline that was extremely difficult to instill in cavalry. The instinct to pursue a fleeing enemy is powerful, and horsemen who have broken their opponents are flushed with adrenaline and momentum. Cromwell achieved the discipline by a combination of rigorous training, personal authority that was remarkable among his contemporaries, and the selection of men who shared his religious conviction that God's work was not done when the enemy was fleeing but only when the battle was won. The Ironsides were, in some respects, a Protestant theological project as much as a military one, Men who believed that God had a specific purpose for them in this specific war were more likely to subordinate personal impulse, the desire to chase and kill and plunder, to the collective military requirement. The correlation between Puritan conviction and military discipline was not coincidental. Marston Moor demonstrated that it produced results, and Cromwell's subsequent career was built on that demonstration. The North and what followed. Marston Moor was the largest battle of the English Civil War and the battle that decided the north of England. York surrendered to the parliamentary forces shortly after the battle, and the north, which had been the heart of royalist military power in England, was effectively lost to the king. The subsequent campaigns, Naseby in 1645, the defeats of the royalist regional forces, the final surrender of Oxford in 1646 were the working out of a strategic reality that Marston Moor had established. Cromwell's role in what followed the Civil War's military phase, his management of the king's trial and execution, his subjugation of Ireland with a violence that Irish memory has never forgiven, his wars with the Dutch and the Spanish, his protectorate was built on the military reputation and the political position that Marston Moor and Naseby had created. He was the man who had won the war, he claimed the right to determine the peace. The man who hid in the beanfield at Marston Moor, Prince Rupert, went on to be one of the founders of the Hudson's Bay Company and the first governor of the territory of Rupert's Land in Canada. The battlefield defeats of 1644 and 1645 led him eventually to a career as an investor in North American colonial enterprise, which is perhaps the most unexpected trajectory in the entire story of the English Civil War. History's defeated commanders sometimes find their most durable legacies in unexpected directions. Oliver Cromwell was 44 years old at the Battle of Marston Moor, relatively old for a man who had never held a significant military command before the Civil War began 2 years earlier. He had been a member of Parliament, a farmer, and a gentleman of modest means. His military career was entirely a product of the war. The Ironsides' discipline at Marston Moor was the product of 2 years of improvised military education by a man who had learned everything he knew about war from the war he was fighting. The English Civil War, A People's History, Diane Purkis, 2006. Chapter 32. The Field That Told a King He Could Be Killed. The Battle of Naseby, 1645. The King in the Field. Charles I was present at the Battle of Naseby on June 14, 1645, and reportedly attempted to lead a cavalry charge personally when the battle turned against the Royalists. His attendants reportedly seized his horse's bridle and turned him away from the charge, perhaps saving his life, certainly depriving him of whatever dignity a royal death in battle might have provided. He escaped the field and continued fighting the Civil War for another year, but Naseby was the battle that ended any realistic prospect of a royalist victory. The new model army that faced the Royalists at Naseby was itself a novelty. Parliament had reorganized its military forces in the winter of 1644–45, creating a professional army with a unified command structure, regular pay, and standardized training. The army's commander was Sir Thomas Fairfax, its cavalry commander was Oliver Cromwell, fresh from Marston Moor. The infantry was reorganized along Swedish lines, the same thin formations with concentrated musket fire that Gustav Adolf had pioneered at Breitenfeld. The new model was, in effect, England's first professional national army. Against this reorganized force, the Royalist army that faced them at Naseby was a largely veteran force of approximately 7,500 infantry and 4,000 cavalry under Prince Rupert. The parliamentary force was approximately 14,000. Rupert's decision to fight at Naseby, rather than retreating to Yorkshire where Royalist support was stronger, was another of his impulsive commitments that proved fatal. The charge and the pursuit. Naseby replicated Marston Moor's decisive dynamic with almost perfect symmetry. Rupert's cavalry on the Royalist right charged the parliamentary left and routed it. The Royalist infantry in the centre made progress against the parliamentary infantry. On the Royalist left, the cavalry was routed by Cromwell's Ironsides. Rupert's cavalry, true to its pattern, pursued the fleeing parliamentary horse off the field and spent time attacking the parliamentary baggage train, achieving nothing militarily significant while removing itself from the battle. Cromwell's horse, as at Marston Moor, rallied and returned. The parliamentary infantry, which had been pushed back by the royalist centre, steadied and held when it saw Cromwell's cavalry approaching the royalist flank. The royalist infantry, suddenly attacked from the flank and rear by Cromwell's cavalry while the parliamentary infantry pressed from the front, broke. The royalist cavalry that had been with the centre, unable to escape encirclement, surrendered in large numbers. The royalist army's baggage and correspondence were captured, which proved as damaging politically as the military defeat. Among the captured papers were the king's private letters, including correspondence with foreign Catholic powers in which Charles appeared to be negotiating for foreign military intervention in England. Parliament published these letters the king's cabinet opened as evidence of royal duplicity and foreign entanglement. The letters fueled the argument that the king could not be trusted to honor any agreement and contributed to the radicalization of parliamentary opinion that eventually produced the decision to try him for treason. The professional army and its consequences. The new model army that won at Naseby was not merely a military instrument, it was a political force of the first order. An army paid regularly by Parliament, organized around merit rather than aristocratic connection, imbued with Puritan religious conviction, and led by men who had proven themselves in battle rather than inheriting their commands, was an army with opinions about the political settlement it was fighting for. Those opinions were more radical than most of Parliament's leadership was comfortable with. The Levellers, a movement within the new model army that advocated for manhood suffrage, freedom of religion, and equality before the law, were the most articulate expression of a political consciousness that the war had created among ordinary soldiers. The Putney debates of 1647, in which the Army's General Council discussed constitutional questions with a frankness and sophistication that has no parallel in 17th-century political discourse, were made possible by the army that Naseby had created. The debates were ultimately suppressed by Cromwell, who was not a leveller and who had no intention of extending political rights to the degree the levellers demanded. But the army's political weight, its capacity to intimidate Parliament, to expel members who disagreed with it, to ultimately try and execute the king, derived from its military effectiveness, which derived from the professionalism that the new model had created and that Naseby had demonstrated. The field that told a king he could be killed eventually told Parliament the same thing. The King's Trial and its foundation. Charles I was tried by a High Court of Justice that Parliament had created specifically for the purpose, found guilty of tyranny and treason against his own people, and beheaded on January 30, 1649, the first and only time in English history that a reigning monarch was judicially executed. The act shocked Europe as much as the execution of Louis XVI would shock it a century and a half later, and established a precedent that no English king was permitted to forget. The constitutional settlement that emerged from the interregnum, the restoration of Charles II in 1660, the Glorious Revolution of 1688, the Bill of Rights of 1689, was built on the foundation of the argument that sovereignty rested with Parliament rather than with the king alone. The specific mechanisms differed from what the Civil War had produced, but the fundamental principle that the king was subject to law and that Parliament had the authority to enforce this was established in blood at Naseby and confirmed in the deliberate public spectacle of the king's execution. The English Constitution that produced parliamentary democracy, that was exported to the American colonies and influenced the framing of the American Constitution, that shaped the constitutional development of the British Empire and the Commonwealth, all of it rests on a foundation that was laid in a Northamptonshire field in June 1645, when a professional army that Parliament had created defeated a king who believed God had made him absolute. The field told him he could be killed. It took 3.5 more years to fully deliver the message. Among the papers captured in the royalist baggage at Naseby were letters in Charles I's own hand discussing negotiations with Catholic Ireland and with foreign powers for military assistance. When Parliament published these letters as the King's cabinet opened, it destroyed what remained of the King's reputation for honesty and contributed directly to the decision to try him. Naseby was decisive militarily. The captured correspondence may have been decisive politically. The English Civil War, Papists, Gentlewomen, Soldiers, and Witchfinders in the Birth of Modern Britain, Diane Purkis, 2006. Chapter 33. The night 200,000 ran. The Second Siege of Vienna, 1683. The last great thrust. On July 14, 1683, an Ottoman army of approximately 150,000 to 200,000 men, the largest force the empire had assembled for European operations since the 16th century, arrived before the walls of Vienna and began what would prove to be the last Ottoman attempt to take the Habsburg capital. The Grand Vizier Kara Mustafa Pasha, who commanded the army, had convinced the Sultan Mehmed IV that Vienna could be taken and that its conquest would establish Ottoman dominance over Central Europe permanently. It was an ambition that had been deferred since 1529, and it would not survive the summer of 1683. Vienna's garrison was approximately 16,000 soldiers under the command of Count Ernst Rudiger von Starhemberg. The Emperor Leopold I had fled the city as the Ottoman army approached a departure that Starhemberg considered dishonorable and that later historians have found difficult to excuse, though Leopold's survival was strategically necessary for organizing the relief effort. The city was defended by its walls, its garrison, and approximately 5,000 armed civilian volunteers. The siege was intense. Kara Mustafa's army dug mines under the walls, and the defenders spent the 2 months of the siege listening for the sound of mining beneath their feet and countermining where they found it. The physical destruction of the walls was significant. Sections were repeatedly breached and repeatedly repaired. By early September, Starhemberg was sending increasingly desperate messages to the relief force that was assembling outside the city, indicating that the garrison could not hold much longer. The relief and the charge. The relief army that assembled in the mountains above Vienna was one of the most remarkable coalitions in European history. The Holy League, organized by Pope Innocent XI, brought together the Habsburg forces, the forces of the Holy Roman Empire under Charles of Lorraine, and the Polish-Lithuanian army under King John III Sobieski. The Polish king, who was the most experienced and most capable commander among the Allied leaders, took overall command of the relief force, approximately 70,000 men in total, as it assembled on the Kahlenberg Ridge above Vienna on September 11 to 12, 1683. The battle on September 12 opened with infantry and artillery fighting in the wooded terrain of the Kahlenberg Hills above the Ottoman camp. The fighting was fierce and the progress slow. In the afternoon, Sobieski committed what was at that point the largest cavalry charge in European history. Approximately 18,000 horsemen, led personally by Sobieski, descended from the Kahlenberg heights into the Ottoman camp. The charge hit the Ottoman forces at the moment when the infantry engagement had already created significant disorder. The psychological effect of an overwhelming cavalry charge in conditions of existing confusion was total. Kara Mustafa's army broke and fled. The Grand Vizier fled so hastily that he left behind his personal treasury, his correspondence, his harem, and most symbolically his green standard of the Prophet Muhammad, which the victors considered a trophy of incomparable value. The Ottomans abandoned their entire camp, leaving behind supplies, ammunition, livestock, and the extensive siege equipment that had been the material foundation of the entire campaign. The reversal and its completeness. The defeat at Vienna was followed by something the Ottomans had not experienced in Europe in 2 centuries, a sustained Christian counteroffensive that pushed them back. The Holy League that had been organized to defend Vienna became an alliance of conquest. Buda, which had been in Ottoman hands since 1541, was retaken in 1686. The Battle of Mohacs in 1687, on the same plain where the Ottomans had destroyed the Hungarian kingdom in 1526, was won by the Habsburg forces. By the Peace of Karlowitz in 1699, the Ottomans had ceded most of Hungary to the Habsburgs, acknowledging the reversal of the conquests that had seemed permanent for a century and a half. The specific consequences of Vienna for the Ottoman Empire were severe. Kara Mustafa was executed by order of the Sultan, strangled with a bowstring by the state executioners, who brought his head to Mehmed IV as evidence of the punishment's completion. The Ottoman military system, which had not been fundamentally reformed since the 16th century, faced the crisis of repeated defeats against enemies who were adapting their military institutions more rapidly than the Ottomans were. The tulip era of the early 18th century, a period of cultural flourishing and relative openness in Istanbul, was partly a response to the recognition that something had gone wrong and that European models deserved attention. The question of what had gone wrong was asked by Ottoman officials throughout the 18th century, and the answer they consistently reached, that European military technology and organization had surpassed the Ottoman system, produced a series of reform efforts that never quite kept pace with the European military revolution they were trying to catch up with. The trajectory that began at Vienna in 1683 ended, more than 2 centuries later, with the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire after the First World War. Coffee and the spoils. The Ottoman camp abandoned at Vienna was ransacked by the Allied soldiers and the Viennese citizens who emerged from the city to celebrate the relief. Among the spoils were sacks of an unfamiliar green bean coffee which the Ottomans had been consuming for over a century and which was largely unknown in Central Europe. The coffee captured at Vienna is credited, by some accounts, with the establishment of Vienna's coffeehouse culture. Soldiers and officers who had acquired the taste opened establishments to serve the beverage to civilians. The historical accuracy of this specific story is disputed. Coffee was already known in some parts of Europe before 1683, but the broader point is true. The Ottoman siege of Vienna was the mechanism by which coffee culture spread more widely into Central Europe. The beverage that would become associated with the Enlightenment's intellectual café culture, with the coffee houses of London and Paris and Vienna where newspapers were read and political opinions were formed, arrived in some measure through the military defeat of the force that had brought it. This is the kind of consequence that battles rarely advertise. The world historical collision of 2 empires outside a besieged city, resolved in a cavalry charge that sent 200,000 men fleeing in the night, produced among its other consequences a change in European drinking habits that shaped the intellectual culture of the following century. History works through the specific, and the specific here includes a Viennese soldier finding a sack of green beans in an abandoned Ottoman tent and wondering what they were for. King John III Sobieski of Poland, who led the cavalry charge that broke the Ottoman siege, wrote a letter to his wife Merisienka immediately after the battle describing it with a mixture of military pride and domestic intimacy that is one of the most charming documents of 17th-century warfare. "I came, I saw, God conquered," he wrote, adapting Caesar's famous boast while giving the credit for victory appropriately. The Siege of Vienna, the last great trial between Cross and Crescent, John Stoy, 1964. Chapter 34. The River That Divided a Kingdom Forever. The Battle of the Boyne, 1690. The Two Kings. The Battle of the Boyne on July 1, 1690, Old Style, July 11 New Style, was the only battle in European history in which 2 reigning monarchs commanded opposing sides in person. William III of England, Ireland, and Scotland. William of Orange, who had invaded England in 1688 and had been accepted as joint sovereign with his wife Mary II in the Glorious Revolution, commanded the Williamite army of approximately 36,000 men. James II, Mary's father, the Catholic king who had been deposed by the Glorious Revolution, commanded the Jacobite army of approximately 25,000 men on the south bank of the Boyne River in Ireland. Ireland had become the theatre for the Stuart Restoration attempt because Irish Catholics and the Old English aristocracy remained loyal to James, who represented the Catholic monarchy that the Protestant Williamite settlement had overthrown. James had landed in Ireland in March 1689, and the Jacobite forces had controlled most of the country except Ulster, where the Protestant settlers had resisted in the famous Siege of Derry. William's landing in Ireland in June 1690 was intended to resolve the Irish question before a French army could arrive to reinforce James. Louis XIV, who had his own reasons for opposing William, was providing material support to the Jacobite cause. The strategic situation was simpler than the political complexity surrounding it. William needed to cross the Boyne, defeat the Jacobite army, and take Dublin. James needed to hold the river and prevent the crossing. The river itself was fordable at several points, and the battle would be fought at these fords. The crossing and its casualties. William's crossing of the Boyne was nearly fatal before it began. On the day before the battle, he rode along the riverbank to reconnoiter the Jacobite positions and was hit by a Jacobite cannonball that grazed his shoulder and knocked him from his horse. Rumor immediately spread through both armies, the Williamites in panic, the Jacobites in celebration that William had been killed. He had not. He remounted and rode along his lines to demonstrate his survival, and the battle proceeded as planned. The battle began on the morning of July 1st with a Williamite feint upriver, designed to draw off part of the Jacobite force before the main crossing lower down. The feint worked partially. James sent a significant portion of his army to counter the upriver threat, leaving the main crossing point less well defended. The main Williamite force crossed the Boyne at Old Bridge under heavy fire and established a bridgehead on the south bank. The Jacobite cavalry fought effectively in the counterattacks on the Williamite bridgehead, but the disparity in numbers and, crucially, the quality of the infantry told against them. James's Irish infantry, many of them poorly trained and poorly equipped, broke under the sustained pressure of the Williamite advance. James himself, watching from a hill above the battlefield, fled when it became clear the battle was lost, departing Ireland for France even before the fighting was entirely over, a flight that his Irish supporters never forgave and that earned him, in Gaelic Ireland, the nickname Seamus an Charca, James the Shit. The wound that never healed. The Battle of the Boyne was not, technically, the decisive battle of the Williamite War in Ireland that was the Battle of Orfrim in July 1691, where the Jacobite army was destroyed and the Irish Catholic military cause was ended for more than a century. But the Boyne has remained the central symbolic event of Irish Protestant identity and of the Orange tradition because it was the battle where the two kings faced each other and where William won. The Orange Order, founded in 1795, commemorates the Boyne with the annual 12th of July parade, one of the most politically charged cultural events in the United Kingdom, a celebration of Protestant political and military victory that Catholic Irish nationalists experience as an assertion of domination. The parade is a direct line from a river crossing in 1690 to contemporary politics in Northern Ireland, demonstrating how completely the sectarian geography that the Boyne established has persisted. The Treaty of Limerick that ended the war in 1691 promised civil rights to Irish Catholics that were almost immediately violated by the penal laws enacted by the Irish Parliament. The dispossession of Irish Catholic landowners, the flight of the wild geese, in which the Jacobite officer class emigrated to France and other Catholic countries, produced the land ownership patterns that would generate agrarian conflict and political agitation for the next 2 centuries. The Great Famine of the 1840s struck a population that was predominantly tenant farmers on land owned by Protestant landlords, a pattern whose origins lay in the settlement that the Boyne had confirmed. The parade and the past. The 12th of July parade in Northern Ireland is the most visible evidence that the Battle of the Boyne in 1690 has not, in any meaningful sense, ended. The marchers in their orange sashes, carrying banners depicting William on his white horse crossing the Boyne, are participating in a commemorative tradition that began within decades of the battle and has continued without interruption for more than 2 centuries. The tradition has survived partition, the Troubles, the Good Friday Agreement, and multiple attempts to root parades away from Catholic neighborhoods. The battle's endurance as a political symbol says something important about how certain historical events acquire a life that continues independently of their original military significance. The Boyne was a river crossing, a somewhat disorganized battle, and a decisive result, but the factors that determined its outcome were more prosaic than its symbolic weight suggests. William had a larger, better-equipped army. James had the wrong position. The crossing succeeded because the feint worked and the Irish infantry was outclassed by the Williamite regulars. None of this prosaic reality has touched the symbolic meaning. The Boyne is the battle that confirmed Protestant political and social dominance in Ireland, and it is remembered as that confirmation by both those who celebrate and those who mourn it. The river that divided a kingdom in 1690 is still dividing it in history, in ceremony, in the specific neighborhoods that Orange marches can and cannot pass through more than 3 centuries later. Some battles are too important to be merely historical. William III was wounded by a Jacobite cannonball the day before the Battle of the Boyne, a wound serious enough that his departure from the field caused a rumor of his death to spread through both armies. The news reached Paris and London before being contradicted. Louis XIV reportedly celebrated William's death briefly before learning he had survived. The graze of a cannonball across a king's shoulder altered the news cycle of 3 capitals in a single afternoon. The Williamite War in Ireland, 1688–1691, John Childs, 2007. Chapter 35. The afternoon that ended Swedish greatness. The Battle of Poltava, 1709. The king who would not stop. Charles XII of Sweden was 26 years old and had never lost a battle. He had defeated Denmark, Poland, and Russia in quick succession in the opening years of the Great Northern War, forcing the Danish king to a humiliating peace, deposing the Polish king and installing his own candidate, and destroying a Russian army 4 times his size at the Battle of Narva in 1700. He was, by 1707, the most feared military commander in Europe, a soldier king who led from the front, who refused comfortable winter quarters, who seemed genuinely indifferent to physical danger, and who had built the Swedish army into the most effective fighting force on the continent. The campaign of 1708–09 was the one that destroyed him. Instead of marching directly on Moscow after Narva, which might have forced Russia to peace, Charles had spent years pursuing Polish political objectives before turning east. When he finally invaded Russia in 1708, he discovered that Peter the Great, who had spent the years since Narva rebuilding and reforming the Russian army on Western European lines, was not offering the pitched battle that Charles needed for a quick decision. The Russians retreated, burning crops and supplies as they went, implementing the scorched earth strategy that the Russian winter reinforced. The winter of 1708–09 was one of the coldest in European history. Rivers froze that had never been known to freeze. Men died of cold in their tents. The Swedish army, which had entered Russia with approximately 35,000 men, had been reduced by winter, disease, and constant skirmishing to approximately 20,000. Charles himself had been wounded in the foot, a wound that became infected and would eventually cost him the use of the foot when he decided to force a battle at Poltava in Ukraine. The battle Charles could not win. Poltava on June 27, 1709 was fought under conditions that negated most of Swedish tactical advantages. The army that attacked the Russian fortified camp was outnumbered approximately 20,000 Swedes and Cossack allies against approximately 42,000 Russians undersupplied in ammunition, and led by a commander whose wound prevented him from riding and who was therefore carried in a litter, giving orders at one remove from the action. The famous Swedish infantry attacks that had won at Narva and in Poland were conducted here against prepared Russian positions with adequate artillery support. The artillery deficiency was critical. At Narva, the Swedish army had attacked in fog that negated Russian artillery superiority. At Poltava, in clear summer weather, the Russian guns had full effect. The Swedish infantry, advancing across open ground against Russian earthworks, took devastating casualties before reaching the Russian lines. Where they did reach the lines, they fought with the ferocity that had made Swedish infantry famous, but there were not enough of them, and they were not supported adequately. The battle was over in 2 hours. The Swedish army was broken. Approximately 9,000 Swedes were killed or captured on the battlefield. The survivors, including Charles, carried in his litter, retreated south with the Russian cavalry in pursuit. 3 days later, at Perevalokna, the last coherent Swedish force of approximately 14,000 men surrendered to a Russian army of 9,000. Charles escaped to Ottoman territory with a small retinue and spent the next 5 years trying to persuade the Ottomans to restart the war with Russia on his behalf. Peter's Russia and Charles's legacy. Poltava transformed the balance of power in northeastern Europe as completely as any battle in the 18th century. Sweden, which had been the dominant Baltic power since the early 17th century, controlling Finland, Estonia, Latvia, parts of northern Germany, entered a rapid decline from which it never recovered. The territories that Sweden lost in the Peace of Nystad in 1721, Estonia, Livonia, a portion of Finland, were the strategic foundations of Swedish Baltic dominance. Without them, Sweden was a medium power with ambitions it could not resource. Russia, conversely, had been transformed by Peter's reforms and confirmed by Poltava as a European great power. Peter founded St. Petersburg in 1703 on territory he had taken from Sweden and declared it his new capital, a statement about Russia's European orientation that was as much cultural as political. The Russia that emerged from the Great Northern War was not the semi-Asiatic kingdom that Western Europeans had condescended to before Narva. It was a modernizing European empire with a Baltic coastline and a navy, a state that would dominate Northern and Eastern European politics for the next 2 centuries. Charles XII survived Poltava and the Ottoman Suggen and returned to Sweden in 1714, where he continued fighting various European coalitions until his death at the Siege of Fredrikstad in Norway in November 1718, shot in the head, apparently by a Norwegian sniper, though rumors of assassination by his own officers have circulated ever since. He was 36 years old and had spent his entire adult life at war. His death left Sweden without the successor he had never bothered to designate and ended the era of Swedish great power status as completely as Poltava had begun its ending. The lesson of the unlimited offensive. Charles XII's career is simultaneously an example of tactical brilliance and strategic incompetence, and the combination is instructive. He was among the best battlefield commanders of his age. His ability to read terrain, to time attacks, to inspire his troops, and to adapt to unexpected developments was genuinely exceptional. What he could not do was translate battlefield victories into political settlements. He kept fighting when his enemies would have negotiated, pursued objectives that could not be sustained by Swedish resources, and declined the accommodations that his victories made available. The invasion of Russia in 1708 was the culmination of this strategic failure. Russia was too large, too resilient, and too willing to retreat and burn rather than fight on Swedish terms. Peter the Great had learned the lesson of Narva that the Russian army needed to be reformed before it could fight the Swedes on equal terms, and had spent 8 years reforming it. Charles had won so consistently that he had not developed the same institutional learning. His army at Poltava was the same army, using the same tactics, that had won in Poland. The Russian army that defeated it had been transformed. The lesson that military success requires both tactical excellence and strategic adaptation to a changing enemy was one that military theorists from Clausewitz onward drew from the Northern War. Charles XII appears in military history as the warning case, the commander whose tactical gifts were unmatched and whose strategic vision was inadequate to the scale of his ambition. Peter the Great learned from his defeats. Charles XII won until the moment he couldn't, and then there was no recovery from the loss. Peter the Great described the Battle of Poltava as the resurrection of Russia, a moment of national rebirth after the humiliation of Narva 9 years earlier. He held a celebratory banquet after the battle at which he toasted his teachers, meaning the Swedish officers who had defeated him at Narva and from whose defeat he had learned everything he needed to reform the Russian army. It was the most gracious statement a victorious commander made about his defeated enemies in the entire 18th century. Peter the Great, His Life and World, Robert K. Massey, 1980. Chapter 36. The Fog That Saved George Washington. The Battle of Long Island, 1776. The Army That Had to Survive. By August 1776, the American Revolution was 6 months old and already in serious danger of being extinguished. The Continental Army under George Washington had approximately 19,000 men, many of them militia with minimal training, nearly all of them poorly equipped compared to the British forces they faced defending New York against the largest British expeditionary force ever assembled in North America, approximately 32,000 regular soldiers and Hessian mercenaries, supported by the Royal Navy's fleet of warships. The strategic question was not whether Britain could take New York, but how much of the Continental Army would survive the taking. Washington made the decision to defend Brooklyn Heights on Long Island, the high ground that commanded the harbor and the approaches to Manhattan, with approximately 10,000 men under General Israel Putnam. The decision was defensible as a tactical choice but was based on incorrect assumptions about British intentions and the terrain. Washington did not know that there was a road, the Jamaica Pass, through the hills on the American left that was barely defended by 5 cavalry officers whose assignment appears to have been simply to watch the road rather than hold it. General William Howe, commanding the British forces, had identified the Jamaica Pass and its minimal defense. On the night of August 26 to 27, while a diversionary force engaged the American front, Howe led 10,000 men through the Jamaica Pass, appearing behind the American left flank at dawn on August 27. The American forces on Long Island were caught between the British force coming through the pass and the diversionary force in front. The result was a near encirclement that cost the Americans approximately 1,500 killed, wounded, or captured, a significant fraction of their Long Island force. The retreat in the fog. Washington, arriving from Manhattan to assess the situation, recognized that the position on Long Island was untenable. The British could advance from the Jamaica Pass to cut off the Brooklyn Heights garrison entirely, and the British fleet could sail up the East River to complete the encirclement. The Continental Army needed to evacuate to Manhattan, and it needed to do so without the British knowing until the evacuation was complete. The evacuation on the night of August 29 to 30 was one of the most skillful operations of the entire war. Washington organized boats, fishing vessels, sloops, ferries, and rowers, including a regiment of Massachusetts fishermen who knew the currents of the East River. The Continental Army began crossing at nightfall. By midnight, progress was slower than planned. There was a real risk that daylight would arrive before the evacuation was complete, exposing the remaining troops on Brooklyn to British attack. At approximately 2 a.m., a heavy fog rolled in from the bay. The fog that covered the East River and the Brooklyn shore for the remaining hours of the evacuation was so thick that sentries on each shore could see neither the boats crossing nor the opposite bank. Some British officers reported hearing rowing in the darkness. By the time they could determine its direction and significance, the evacuation was complete. Approximately 9,000 men crossed the East River in a single night without the British knowing until the last boats had gone. Washington was reportedly in one of the last boats to leave. The army that lived to fight. The evacuation from Long Island saved the Continental Army from destruction, and the Continental Army was the Revolution. Without it, the political structures of the Revolution, the Continental Congress, the state governments could not have maintained the war. Britain could have broken the back of organized American resistance in the summer of 1776 if the Long Island garrison had been destroyed rather than evacuated. Washington's subsequent retreats through New Jersey, abandoning Manhattan, abandoning White Plains, retreating across the Delaware, have been characterized by some historians as a retreat strategy that kept the army alive while demonstrating to British commanders that decisive battle was possible but not achievable. The British could win battles, they could not win the war while Washington remained in the field with an army, however small. The strategy required accepting humiliating retreats and the loss of territory, including New York City, which remained in British hands for the rest of the war. The crossing of the Delaware on the night of December 25 to 26, 1776, Washington's surprise attack on the Hessian garrison at Trenton was the strategic reversal that kept the Revolution alive through the winter. It was made possible by the fact that Washington had an army to cross with, which was made possible by the evacuation from Long Island. The fog that covered the East River in the early hours of August 30, 1776 was the specific meteorological condition that saved the American Revolution, not as a single sufficient cause, but as the condition without which Washington's army would have been destroyed and the Revolution would have entered a crisis from which recovery might not have been possible. Howe's failure and its cause. General Howe's failure to press the British advantage after Long Island is one of the most analyzed decisions in American revolutionary historiography. After catching the American army in a near encirclement on August 27, he declined to storm the Brooklyn Heights fortifications, instead ordering a formal siege approach. The decision gave Washington the time to organize the evacuation. Howe had the forces and arguably the opportunity to end the war on August 28, 1776, and he declined to use them. The reasons historians offer for Howe's caution are various. The memory of the enormous casualties of Bunker Hill in 1775, where British regular infantry had stormed an American fortification and won at great cost, a possible desire to negotiate rather than crush, driven by his role as a peace commissioner as well as a military commander, the characteristic caution that military success sometimes produces when commanders believe they have already won and prefer not to risk what they have gained. None of these explanations is fully satisfying. and the combination of them is probably closest to the truth. What is certain is that Howe's caution at Long Island and his subsequent failure to destroy the Continental Army during the New Jersey retreats of late 1776 converted what might have been a war-ending campaign into the beginning of a long war of attrition that Britain ultimately lost. The fog that saved Washington was also, in a sense, the fog that covered Howe's judgment, the opacity that prevented him from seeing, in August 1776, that the war was there to be won if he pressed hard enough. He didn't press. The Revolution survived. The Massachusetts regiment of fishermen and sailors who rowed the Continental Army across the East River during the Long Island evacuation worked through the night without rest, making the crossing repeatedly in both directions to bring men over and return for more. When dawn came and the fog arrived and the last boats finally crossed, the regiment reportedly received no particular recognition. They had done their job, as soldiers do, in the dark, unobserved except by the men whose lives depended on the rowing. Washington's Crossing, David Hackett Fisher, 2004. Chapter 37. The crossing that nobody believed was possible. The Battle of Trenton, 1776. The Army in despair. On Christmas night, 1776, the Continental Army was in the worst condition of the war. It had retreated from New York through New Jersey, losing battles and losing men to desertion with equal regularity. The enlistments of most of the troops expired on January 1 in 1 week, and Washington had no reasonable expectation that they would re-enlist given the Army's condition and the Revolution's apparent trajectory. Thomas Paine, traveling with the Army, had written the crisis specifically to address the despair that Washington recognized in his men. These are the times that try men's souls. Washington's strategic situation was desperate. He had approximately 6,000 men south of the Delaware River. The British and their Hessian allies held New Jersey with approximately 12,000. General Howe had effectively concluded the 1776 campaign, dispersing his forces into winter quarters across New Jersey and expecting to complete the conquest of the rebellion in the spring. The Hessian garrison at Trenton, approximately 1,400 men under Colonel Johann Rall, held their position with the comfortable confidence of professional soldiers who did not believe a beaten army was capable of offensive action in midwinter. Washington had identified the Trenton garrison as vulnerable and had decided that a surprise attack on it was his only realistic opportunity to change the war's momentum. The attack required crossing the Delaware River, which was choked with ice floes on the night of December 25 to 26, in sleet and snow, with 2,400 men and 18 artillery pieces. He had been planning it for 2 weeks. He executed it in conditions that a professional military assessment would have declared impossible. The Christmas Crossing. The crossing began at nightfall on December 25. The Durham boats that Washington had assembled were large enough to carry men and horses and artillery, but maneuvering them through the ice floes on a dark night with sleet driving horizontally required the same Massachusetts fishermen and sailors who had managed the Long Island evacuation. Henry Knox, Washington's young artillery commander, described the crossing as a terrible scene: men packed in boats, pushing through ice, some of them frostbitten before they reached the far shore, all of them understanding that if the element of surprise was lost, they were walking into a fight they could not afford to lose. The crossing took much longer than planned. Washington had intended to have his force on the New Jersey side by midnight. It was nearly 4 a.m. when the last units crossed. 2 other crossings that were part of the original plan, one led by General Cadwalader, one by General Ewing, were unable to complete the crossing because of worse ice conditions downriver. Washington's force was on its own, hours behind schedule, marching in winter darkness toward a garrison that outnumbered it. The attack on Trenton on the morning of December 26 was organized into 2 columns that approached the town from opposite directions simultaneously. The Hessian garrison, despite later legend, was not sleeping off a Christmas celebration. They had been on alert for several days because of intelligence about possible American movements. What they were not expecting was an attack in the specific conditions of that morning, from 2 directions at once, with artillery that was immediately positioned to cover the main streets of the town before the garrison could form. The 45 minutes. The battle lasted approximately 45 minutes. The Hessian garrison, caught between two attacking columns and immediately under artillery fire in the main street, attempted to form up and counterattack twice. Both counterattacks were broken by American musket fire and artillery before they could develop. Colonel Rawle, who had been wounded in the fighting, attempted to lead his men out of the town through an orchard. He was cut off and surrounded. He surrendered and died of his wounds later that day. Washington's casualties were minimal, no combat deaths, 2 men frozen to death during the crossing. The Hessian garrison lost approximately 22 killed and 83 wounded, with approximately 900 taken prisoner. The prisoners were marched back to the Delaware crossing and transported to Pennsylvania, along with 6 Hessian cannon and considerable military stores. Washington knew that his position across the Delaware was unsustainable. The 2 supporting crossings had failed, and a British response was inevitable. He recrossed the Delaware on the night of December 26 to 27 with his prisoners and returned to Pennsylvania. But he had done what he came to do. He had demonstrated that the Continental Army was capable of offensive action, had taken prisoners who provided an intelligence windfall, had captured artillery that his own forces desperately needed, and had inflicted a humiliating defeat on troops that the British and Hessian High Command had considered unbeatable by the Americans. The turning point and the enlistments. The victory at Trenton allowed Washington to make the appeal that the military situation required. Standing before his troops on the banks of the Delaware, with their enlistments expiring in days, he asked them to stay for 6 weeks. He offered a $10 bonus. Congress had authorized it, and his own personal appeal. The accounts suggest that the drums rolled for re-enlistment and no one stepped forward, then one man did, and others followed. The battle Washington had just won made the appeal possible. The battle he had just won made men willing to hear it. A week after Trenton, Washington crossed the Delaware again and won a second engagement at Princeton on January 3, 1777, forcing the British to abandon most of New Jersey. The 2 victories transformed the strategic situation entirely. New Jersey was no longer an occupied province awaiting the Revolution's end but a contested territory. The British army that had been preparing to complete the conquest of the rebellion in spring found itself spending the winter fighting to hold what it had. The recruitment and supply of the Continental Army, which had been in crisis, recovered sufficiently for the 1777 campaign. Trenton was not won because the Continental Army was superior in numbers or equipment or training. It was won because George Washington crossed a frozen river in a sleet storm with 2,400 men who had nowhere else to go, because the Massachusetts fishermen who rowed the boats knew their trade, and because the Hessian garrison at Trenton, brave, professional, and prepared, was not prepared for what arrived in their main street at 8 in the morning on December 26, 1776. The crossing that nobody believed was possible proved that it was. That proof was worth more, in December 1776, than any conceivable military victory. Washington's personal appeal to his troops to re-enlist after Trenton is one of the most celebrated leadership moments of the Revolution, but the $10 bonus that Congress authorized was arguably as important as the speech. The men who stayed were choosing between $10 and going home. The victory at Trenton had made $10 feel like a reasonable exchange for 6 more weeks. Revolutionary military leadership and congressional appropriations work together, or they don't work at all. The Winter Soldiers, The Battles for Trenton and Princeton, Richard M. Ketchum, 1999. Chapter 38. The Forest That Dragged France into a Revolution. The Battle of Saratoga, 1777. The plan that required coordination. The British plan for the 1777 campaign in North America was strategically elegant and organizationally catastrophic. General John Burgoyne, commanding the British forces in Canada, would march south through the Lake Champlain-Hudson River corridor and link up with a force moving north from New York City under General Howe. The junction of these 2 forces at Albany would cut New England off from the rest of the colonies, strangling the Revolution's most committed region and its most important supply base. The plan made sense on a map. The plan required coordination between Burgoyne in Canada and Howe in New York. The coordination did not occur. Howe, apparently with the approval of the Secretary of State for the American Colonies Lord Jermyn, decided to take his army to Philadelphia rather than march north to link up with Burgoyne. Whether this was a failure of communication, a deliberate decision by Howe to pursue his own strategic objectives, or a bureaucratic breakdown in London that failed to reconcile conflicting orders, is still debated by historians. The result was that Burgoyne marched south through the wilderness of upstate New York toward a junction that would never happen, without knowing that his supporting force had sailed to the Chesapeake. Burgoyne's army, approximately 7,700 regulars, loyalists, Canadian militia, and approximately 400 indigenous warriors had advanced successfully through the summer, taking the American fort at Ticonderoga. But the advance had consumed the campaign season. By August, the army was deep in the New York wilderness, its supply lines stretching back to Canada through territory that American militia was systematically disrupting, and the American forces under General Horatio Gates and General Benedict Arnold were growing stronger, not weaker. The two battles. The Battle of Saratoga was actually two engagements, fought 3 weeks apart. The first Battle of Freeman's Farm on September 19, 1777 was tactically inconclusive. Burgoyne's regulars held the field but took heavy casualties and failed to break the American position. The British suffered approximately 600 casualties, the Americans approximately 300. Burgoyne chose not to attack again immediately, hoping for the British relief force from New York that he still expected to arrive. 3 weeks of waiting in the wilderness, with supplies dwindling and American forces growing, convinced Burgoyne that he had to attack or retreat. He attacked on October 7, 1777, in what became the Battle of Bemis Heights. The attack was broken by American forces under Daniel Morgan and Benedict Arnold, who had been relieved of his command by Gates during the dispute between the two generals, rode onto the battlefield without authorization and personally led several critical attacks that broke the British line. He was wounded in the leg and his horse was killed under him. His actions are among the most celebrated and most ambiguous of the entire war, committed by a man who would subsequently commit treason. The British force was shattered and fell back to Saratoga, where it was surrounded. With no supplies, no prospect of relief, and his army reduced to approximately 6,000 men, Burgoyne surrendered on October 17, 1777. Approximately 5,700 men laid down their arms, the first surrender of an entire British army in the war's history. The French and their decision. The news of Saratoga reached Paris in December 1777, and its effect was immediate and decisive. France had been covertly supporting the American Revolution since its beginning, providing money, weapons, and supplies through a fictitious trading company that Benjamin Franklin and Silas Deane had organized but had declined to enter the war openly. The risk of military confrontation with Britain without a reasonable prospect of American success was too great. France had been humiliated in the 7 Years' War and was not willing to risk another defeat. Saratoga changed the calculation. The surrender of an entire British army demonstrated that the Americans could win. The demonstrated capacity to win was the precondition for French entry. The treaties that France and the American Congress signed in February 1778 committed France to open military and financial support for the revolution. Spain entered the war the following year. The Netherlands eventually followed. The American Revolution became a world war that stretched British resources across the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and the Indian Ocean. The French intervention was decisive in the war's final phase. French naval forces contested British control of the Atlantic and the Caribbean. French financial support kept the Continental Army supplied when American resources were insufficient. And the French military force that coordinated with Washington at Yorktown in 1781 provided the siege artillery and the naval blockade that forced Cornwallis's surrender. Without French intervention, the timeline of the revolution and perhaps its ultimate success is uncertain. Without Saratoga, French intervention would not have occurred when it did or in the form it took. Burgoyne's return and Benedict Arnold's turn. John Burgoyne returned to England under the terms of the Convention of Saratoga, which allowed his army to go home on condition of not serving again in North America. He faced a parliamentary inquiry, defended himself with reasonable success against the charge that the plan was his failure rather than the government's, and subsequently became a playwright of modest distinction. His comedy The Heiress was reasonably well received in London. The general whose plan failed became a writer. It is one of history's more graceful recoveries. Benedict Arnold's role in the Saratoga battles was decisive. His unauthorized leadership at Bemis Heights was arguably the critical action of the Second Battle. His subsequent treason, negotiated in 1780 and revealed when the British officer he was communicating with was captured, converted him from the war's most dramatic battlefield hero into its most enduring villain. The man who had been wounded in the leg at Saratoga, wounded in the same leg he had previously been wounded in at Quebec, eventually went to Britain, attempted several business ventures, and died in London in 1801, rejected by the country he had served and by the country he had tried to betray. His name has been uniquely erased from American military memory. His boot is memorialized at Saratoga, but his name does not appear on it. The convention that Burgoyne signed at Saratoga required his army to lay down its arms on condition of being allowed to return to Britain without serving again in North America. Congress subsequently refused to honor the convention, and the convention army spent the rest of the war in captivity in Virginia and Massachusetts. The prisoners' exposure to American society during their captivity had an unintended propaganda effect. Many of the Hessian mercenaries among them deserted and settled permanently in America, contributing to the German-American community that became one of the largest ethnic groups in the new republic. The Battle of Saratoga, turning point of a revolution, Richard M. Ketchum, 1997. Chapter 39. The river crossing that made Marlborough a god. The Battle of Blenheim, 1704. The War of the Spanish Succession. The War of the Spanish Succession, which had begun in 1701 following the death of the childless Spanish King Charles II, was a war about who would inherit the most powerful empire in the world. Would the Spanish monarchy pass to a French Bourbon prince, thus potentially uniting the French and Spanish empires under Louis XIV family, or to an Austrian Habsburg candidate, thus maintaining a balance of power in Europe? The answer to this question would determine European politics for a generation, and England, the Dutch Republic, Austria, and their allies were willing to fight a major war to prevent a Bourbon Spain from merging with Bourbon France. By 1704, the war was going badly for the Allied cause. Louis XIV armies were advancing in Italy and in the Low Countries. More critically, a French Bavarian force was threatening Vienna itself. The Emperor Leopold I was facing the possibility that the capital of the Habsburg Empire might fall to France, which would effectively end the war on French terms. Something had to be done, and the something that the Allied commanders devised was one of the most audacious strategic movements of the early modern period. John Churchill, Duke of Marlborough, commanding the Allied forces in the Low Countries, proposed marching his army approximately 40,000 men from the Rhine to the Danube, a march of approximately 400 miles through friendly but difficult territory, maintaining surprise about his ultimate objective while keeping his army in fighting condition for what would be a major engagement at the end of the march. He achieved it. The march took approximately 6 weeks, and the French and Bavarians did not understand its objective until Marlborough was already on the Danube. The village and the river. The Battle of Blenheim on August 13, 1704 was fought along a 6-mile front near the village of Blindheim-Blenheim in English on the north bank of the Danube. The Allied force of approximately 52,000 under Marlborough and his Austrian co-commander Prince Eugene of Savoy faced a Franco-Bavarian force of approximately 56,000 under Marshal Tallard. The battle's decisive action was one of the most elegant tactical maneuvers in military history, requiring precise coordination between two commanders and the exploitation of an enemy mistake. The French commander Tallard made a critical error in his deployment. He placed a large portion of his best infantry, approximately 27 battalions, in and around the village of Blindheim on his right, intending to hold it as an anchor. Marlborough sent an attack against Blindheim that was just strong enough to convince the French that it was the main assault, pinning the French elite troops inside the village while the real attack went elsewhere. The French commander in Blindheim, deciding that the village was threatened and refusing to let his men leave to support the center, kept his 27 battalions inside the village for most of the battle. The Allied main attack drove against Tallard's centre, which had been weakened by the commitment of so much of the French best infantry to Blindheim, and broke it. Marlborough's cavalry crossed the marshy ground in front of the French centre and drove the French horse from the field. By late afternoon, the French centre was destroyed and the troops in Blindheim were surrounded. Tallard himself was captured. The 27 battalions in Blindheim surrendered the following morning. Approximately 10,000 elite French soldiers who had spent the decisive phase of the battle locked in a village while their army was destroyed around them. The consequences of an afternoon. Blenheim was the most significant Allied military victory since Marlborough's fellow General Eugene had defeated the Turks at Zenta in 1697, and its consequences were immediate and structural. Bavaria surrendered. The threat to Vienna was eliminated. Louis XIV army had suffered its first major defeat in decades. The strategic initiative in the war shifted to the Allied side. Marlborough became, overnight, the most celebrated military commander in Europe. Queen Anne granted him the royal estate of Woodstock and the funds to build Blenheim Palace, one of the largest private houses in England, whose construction consumed more than a decade and more money than originally appropriated. The palace, named after the battle, is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site and was the birthplace of Winston Churchill, whose ancestor built it. History's genealogies are sometimes very direct. The War of the Spanish Succession continued for another 9 years after Blenheim and was resolved by the Treaty of Utrecht in 1713, which created a compromise settlement. A French Bourbon prince inherited Spain, but with guarantees that the Spanish and French crowns would not be united. The balance of power that the Allied coalition had been fighting for was approximately achieved, at enormous cost in lives and treasury. Blenheim had not won the war, it had prevented France from winning it, which in 1704 was enough to keep the war going on terms that the Allies could ultimately sustain. The partnership that won. The victory at Blenheim was the product of a military partnership between Marlborough and Eugene that was one of the most effective in European military history. The two commanders had met for the first time only weeks before the battle and had recognized each other immediately as professional equals whose different strengths complemented each other. Eugene handled the Allied right, Marlborough the center and left. The coordination between their commands during the battle required a level of mutual trust and professional understanding that partnerships of much longer standing often fail to achieve. Both men went on to win further victories in the subsequent years of the war. Ramillies, Oudenarde, Malplaquet for Marlborough, Turin for Eugene, but Blenheim was the foundation on which their reputations rested. Marlborough was eventually brought down not by military defeat but by political intrigue. His Whig patrons lost power, his Duchess's friendship with Queen Anne cooled, and he was dismissed from his commands in 1711 on charges of corruption that were at least partly politically motivated. He lived to see the accession of George I, who restored his offices, but he suffered strokes in his last years and died in 1722. The palace that Blenheim had paid for was still being finished when Marlborough died. The battle that had won him the most celebrated victory of his age had produced a monument that outlasted him by 3 centuries and would eventually give his descendant a name. These are the strange afterlives that battles acquire when the men who fought them are gone: the palace, the name, the birthplace, the Churchill who learned from the Marlborough who won at Blenheim. History collects its coincidences slowly and distributes them without apparent design. The French battalions trapped in the village of Blindheim, approximately 10,000 men who surrendered the morning after Blenheim without having effectively participated in the battle, were marched to England as prisoners of war. The surrender of so large a force, intact and having barely fought, was a humiliation to French military pride that contemporaries compared to the Roman surrender at Cannae. It was not that comparison, but it was felt as deeply. Marlborough, His Life and Times, Winston Churchill, 1933. Chapter 40. The Afternoon That Made Frederick the Great. The Battle of Rossbach, 1757. The King Who Needed a Miracle. By the autumn of 1757, Frederick II of Prussia was losing the 7 Years' War. He had started the war in 1756 by invading Saxony in a preemptive strike against the coalition that France, Austria, Russia, and Sweden were assembling to dismember his kingdom, and he had won impressive early victories. But the coalition was enormous and Prussia was small, a kingdom of approximately 4 million people facing enemies with a combined population of perhaps 100 million. Frederick's strategy required winning battles faster than his enemies could replace their losses, a rate of attrition that was mathematically unsustainable. In the autumn of 1757, a French imperial army of approximately 41,000 under the Prince of Soubise and the Duke of Saxe-Hildburghausen was advancing into Saxony, threatening to cut Frederick off from his Prussian heartland. Frederick moved to intercept with approximately 22,000 men. Soubise, who was cautious by temperament and who had a significant numerical advantage, was attempting to maneuver around Frederick's flank rather than attacking directly. It was a sound approach that required only patience and coordination, neither of which the Franco-Imperial Army managed to produce in sufficient quantities. On November 5, 1757, near the village of Rossbach in Saxony, Soubise began a flanking march that would take his army around Frederick's left and cut him off from his base. Frederick watched the march through his telescope from a hilltop and recognized immediately what was happening, and also recognized that Soubise was executing the maneuver with the kind of extended column that was vulnerable to a rapid attack before it could deploy into battle formation. 90 minutes. Frederick struck before the French imperial column could complete its maneuver. The Prussian cavalry under General Seydlitz, arguably the finest cavalry commander of the 18th century, was released against the head of the flanking column before it had formed up. Seydlitz's horsemen, attacking at full gallop against an enemy still in column of march, broke the French imperial cavalry almost immediately. The Prussian infantry followed at the double, covered by artillery that had been rapidly repositioned to enfilade the enemy column. The battle lasted approximately 90 minutes and was one of the most one-sided engagements in 18th century European warfare. The Franco-Imperial Army lost approximately 10,000 killed, wounded, or captured. Frederick lost approximately 550 men. The entire French imperial force was broken and driven from the field in less time than it took most 18th century battles to properly begin. The campaign that had threatened Frederick's position was ended in an afternoon. The specific causes of the Prussian success were the speed of Frederick's response. He struck before the enemy column could deploy, and the excellence of his cavalry under Seydlitz, who combined the bold commitment of a battlefield commander with the rare discipline to rally his cavalry after the initial charge rather than pursuing. The echoes of Cromwell's Ironsides at Marston Moor are audible. The cavalry that disciplines itself to return from a successful charge and attack again is always more dangerous than the cavalry that pursues. The oblique attack and Fredrickian tactics. Rossbach was followed 3 weeks later by an even more impressive Prussian victory at Leuthen, where Frederick used the oblique attack, concentrating his force against one flank of a much larger Austrian army while fixing the other flank with a demonstration to win against odds of more than 2 to 1. The two victories together demonstrated a system of tactics that military academies across Europe studied for the rest of the century. The Fredrickian system rested on several innovations: the use of cadenced step to maintain formation at speeds that made rapid redeployment possible, the aggressive use of artillery as a mobile arm rather than a static support weapon, the training of infantry to fire faster and more accurately than any other army in Europe, and the use of cavalry not as a decisive arm in itself but as the instrument that exploited the openings that infantry and artillery created. The system required intensive training, strict discipline, and a command culture in which initiative was exercised within understood doctrine, the system that Molt the Elder would later call Auftragstaktik. Frederick's tactics were studied and emulated by every European army for the rest of the century. Napoleon, who said he owed his military education entirely to reading Frederick's campaigns, applied Fredrickian principles to the operational and strategic scales that Frederick had applied them at the tactical level. The oblique attack at Leuthen became the model for the core attacks that Napoleon used at Austerlitz and at Jena. The Prussian army that Napoleon destroyed at Jena in 1806 was attempting to fight in the Fredrickian mode against an army that had evolved beyond it, which is the fate of every successful tactical system in time. The war that Prussia survived. Frederick survived the 7 Years' War through a combination of military brilliance, Prussian resilience, and the extraordinary luck that his principal enemy, Empress Elizabeth of Russia, died in January 1762 and was succeeded by Peter III, who admired Frederick and immediately concluded peace. The so-called miracle of the House of Brandenburg, the Russian reversal that saved Prussia from the destruction that had seemed imminent, was real, but it would not have been available to exploit if Frederick had not kept his army in the field through 7 years of nearly continuous fighting that would have destroyed most armies. The Prussia that emerged from the 7 Years' War was recognized as a great power rather than merely a large German principality. The military system that Rossbach and Leuthen had demonstrated was acknowledged as the most effective in Europe. The state that Frederick had built, disciplined, austere, militarized, and administratively efficient, became the model that German nationalist thinkers of the following century identified as the foundation of German greatness. The specific Frederikian legacy in German military history runs directly from Rossbach to the Prussian reforms after Jena to the victories of 1866 and 1870–71 to the Schlieffen Plan to the Blitzkrieg of 1940. Each step modified and adapted the previous one, but the thread, the emphasis on speed, initiative, aggressive use of combined arms, and the encirclement of an enemy force before it can deploy is continuous. The afternoon that made Frederick great made possible, through a chain of military inheritance, much of what followed in German military history, for good and for ill. General Seydlitz, whose cavalry charge at Rossbach broke the French imperial force in 90 minutes, was so aggressive in his riding that he reportedly smoked his pipe as he led the charge, dropping it as the cavalry accelerated to full gallop and catching it again after the charge broke the enemy line. The story is probably apocryphal, but it was believed and repeated because it captured something true about Seydlitz's relationship with danger. It was, for him, a context in which one could comfortably smoke a pipe. Frederick the Great, A Military Life, Christopher Duffy, 1985. Chapter 41. The Heights That Decided a Continent in 15 Minutes. The Battle of the Plains of Abraham, 1759. The Siege That Wouldn't End. General James Wolfe had been besieging the French city of Quebec since June 1759 and by September was running out of options and running out of campaign season. Quebec sat on a high promontory above the St. Lawrence River, its walls facing both the river and the landward approaches, and the French commander, the Marquis de Montcalm, had positioned his army to defend against the most obvious lines of attack. Wolfe had tried the eastern shore below the city and had been repulsed at the Battle of Beauport with significant casualties. He had tried bombardment. Quebec's stone buildings resisted it better than expected. He had tried raiding the surrounding countryside. This produced destruction but not strategic progress. Wolfe was 32 years old, sick with tuberculosis and kidney disease that he had been treating with experimental doses of opium and other medicines, and under enormous pressure from London and from his subordinates, with whom his relationship was as fractious as his health was poor. By early September, he was considering abandoning the siege and retreating downriver before the St. Lawrence froze. His 3 brigadiers proposed an alternative, an upstream landing that would cut Quebec's supply lines and force Montcalm to fight on ground of British choosing. Wolfe modified the plan. Instead of landing several miles upstream and marching on Quebec, he would land immediately below the city, where a path up the cliffs, the Anse au Foulon, known to the British from a French deserter, would bring his force onto the Plains of Abraham, the plateau above the city. The climb up the path at night, in silence, past French sentries who were expecting a French supply convoy rather than British soldiers, was the most audacious tactical gamble of the entire campaign. The dawn on the plateau. The landing on September 13, 1759 succeeded by a combination of careful planning, extraordinary luck, and French sentries who accepted the password offered by a Scottish officer who spoke French well enough to pass in the darkness. By dawn, approximately 4,500 British soldiers were formed in line on the Plains of Abraham, between Quebec and its supply lines. Montcalm, who had been expecting an attack to the east, received the news with an urgency that his subordinates found surprising. He marched his army from its prepared positions to face the British on the plateau. The decision to attack immediately rather than wait behind Quebec's walls is one of the most debated tactical choices in Canadian military history. Quebec's walls were strong, Waiting behind them would have required Wolfe to storm them or retreat when his supplies ran out. But the French army that Montcalm marched onto the plateau was a mixed force, regular French regiments with a solid training background alongside Canadian militia whose tactical habits were those of forest warfare rather than European formal battle, and Montcalm chose to use it in the European linear fashion rather than the guerrilla approach that had proved so effective against British forces throughout the war. The battle lasted approximately 15 minutes. The French advanced. The British held their fire until the French were within 40 yards, and then the first British volley fired from 4,500 muskets almost simultaneously, something that could only be achieved by troops who had drilled the specific skill of waiting under fire until ordered to shoot broke the French formation. Both Wolfe and Montcalm were mortally wounded in the fighting. Wolfe died on the field, Montcalm the following morning. The continent and its consequences. The Battle of the Plains of Abraham lasted 15 minutes and decided which language would be the majority language of North America. A French victory or even a French capacity to hold Quebec through the winter until a relief fleet arrived would have maintained French control of the St. Lawrence Valley, the Great Lakes, and the Mississippi drainage that connected them. The arc of French territory that had encircled the British colonies from Quebec to New Orleans would have remained intact, and the westward expansion of the British colonies would have faced the permanent barrier of a French imperial interior. With Quebec fallen, the city surrendered 5 days after the battle, and Montreal falling the following year, New France was effectively over. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 confirmed the cession of all French territory east of the Mississippi to Britain. The British colonies on the Atlantic coast now faced a continent with no significant European rival. The American Revolution that followed within a decade, driven partly by the removal of the French threat that had made American colonists dependent on British military protection, was a consequence of the strategic situation that the Plains of Abraham had produced. The specifically Canadian consequence was equally profound and equally enduring. The French-speaking population of Quebec, approximately 70,000 people in 1763, remained under British rule rather than being absorbed into a French imperial framework or evacuated to France. The relationship between this French-speaking population and the subsequent British and Canadian state has been the defining tension of Canadian national history ever since. The question of how a British-derived federal state accommodates a French-speaking minority with its own distinct cultural identity is the question that Quebec nationalism, the Quiet Revolution, and the constitutional debates of the 20th century were all about. The 15-minute battle on the plateau above the St. Lawrence set the terms of that question. Wolfe's death and its painting. General James Wolfe's death at the moment of victory produced one of the most famous paintings in British imperial art, Benjamin West's The Death of General Wolfe, completed in 1770, showing Wolfe surrounded by his officers in a heroic death pose, the battle still visible in the background, an indigenous warrior kneeling reverently in the foreground. The painting established a visual template for the heroic military death that would be replicated in paintings, engravings, and descriptions for the rest of the imperial era. The historical accuracy of the painting is minimal. Wolfe died not in a composed group but in the arms of a few soldiers, gasping, on the battlefield. The specific officers depicted were not necessarily present at his death. The indigenous figure included, West later explained, to emphasize the New World setting was a compositional choice rather than a historical observation. The painting is art historical rather than historical. It shows what the death of a hero should look like rather than what the death of James Wolfe actually looked like. The gap between what happened on the Plains of Abraham and how it was subsequently depicted and remembered is itself significant. Wolfe, who was a difficult personality, an aggressive general who made serious tactical errors at Beauport, and a man whose health was giving out, was transformed by death and victory into the embodiment of British imperial sacrifice, the young hero who dies at the moment of triumph, whose death is the price of the empire's expansion. The painting is one of the founding documents of British imperial self-understanding. The battle that it commemorates was 15 minutes of musket fire on a plateau above a river. The two things are related, they are not the same. The Scottish officer who persuaded French sentries to let the British landing party pass by speaking French in the darkness was Captain Simon Fraser of the 78th Fraser Highlanders, who was himself a recent former Jacobite whose family had fought for the Stuart cause at Culloden 13 years earlier. A man who had fought against the British Crown at Culloden was fighting for it at Quebec, deceiving French sentries in their own language. The British Empire's army was a more diverse institution than its mythology suggests. Crucible of War, The 7 Years' War and the Fate of Empire in British North America, Fred Anderson, 2000. Chapter 42. The Tide That Sold Louisiana. The Battle of Plassey, 1757. The Company and its Ambitions. The British East India Company in 1757 was a trading corporation with a private army and ambitions that its royal charter had not originally envisioned. It had been trading in India since 1600, operating out of fortified settlements at Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. The Mughal Empire that had dominated the subcontinent was in rapid decline. The Emperor Aurangzeb had died in 1707, and the successors of his vast empire were fighting each other while Maratha confederates, Afghan invaders, and various regional powers carved off pieces of the imperial periphery. In Bengal, the wealthiest province of the former Mughal Empire, power had passed to the Nawab, the regional governor who was technically a Mughal official but was in practice an independent ruler. The current Nawab, Siraj-ud-Daulah, had taken his position from his great-uncle in 1756 and immediately confronted the British presence in Calcutta with a hostility that the British found unexpected and the Nawab found justified. The company had been fortifying Calcutta beyond the terms of its trading license, sheltering fugitives from the Nawab's justice, and generally behaving as if Indian sovereignty was a formality to be managed rather than a reality to be respected. Siraj attacked Calcutta in June 1756, captured it, and imprisoned British survivors in what became known as the Black Hole of Calcutta, a small room in which a disputed number of prisoners died overnight. Whether the Black Hole was an atrocity deliberately ordered by Siraj or a tragic accident of poor planning, it became the justification for the company's counteroffensive under Robert Clive. Clive and the Conspiracy. Robert Clive, who had already demonstrated his military talent at Arcot in 1751, retook Calcutta in January 1757 and was looking for a basis on which to permanently remove the threat that Siraj represented to company operations in Bengal. He found it in the court of the Nawab itself. Mir Jafar, the Nawab's military commander and uncle by marriage, was willing to betray his master in exchange for the position of Nawab of Bengal with company support. The conspiracy that Clive organized was elaborate, was known to most of the significant parties, and was documented in contracts that specified what each party would receive. The Battle of Plassey on June 23, 1757 was the military expression of this conspiracy rather than a genuine military contest. The Nawab's army of approximately 50,000 including cavalry, infantry, and artillery faced the company's force of approximately 3,000 European and Indian soldiers and 8 cannon. The disparity was enormous. What the company had that the Nawab's army lacked was Mir Jafar's willingness to keep the bulk of the Nawab's force inactive during the engagement. The battle began with an artillery exchange in which the company's guns performed better than the Nawab's, largely because a monsoon rain shower wet the Nawab's powder while the company had covered its ammunition. The Nawab, uncertain whether Mir Jafar's forces would support him, held back his main army. The company's forces attacked the more exposed portions of the Nawab's line. By evening, the Nawab's army had withdrawn, Siraj fled and was subsequently captured and killed on Mir Jafar's orders. Mir Jafar became Nawab of Bengal as agreed. The world that Plassey made. Plassey was not a battle, it was a coup, executed with military force as its instrument. The significance of the coup was the position it gave the company in Bengal, as the power behind the new Nawab, entitled to collect revenue, exempt from customs duties, and protected by the right to defend its interests militarily. The Bengal that the company now effectively controlled was the wealthiest region in India. Its textile industry, its agriculture, its trade networks produced revenues that dwarfed anything available to European trading companies elsewhere in Asia. The extraction of Bengal's wealth through the Diwani, the revenue collection rights that the company acquired in 1765, was systematic and devastating. Edmund Burke, prosecuting Warren Hastings, the company's Governor-General, in the 1780s, described what was done to Bengal with an eloquence that has not been surpassed. An ancient society, capable of governing itself, had been subjected to a foreign corporation that used its political power to extract revenue on a scale that left the population without the resources to survive famines that would previously have been manageable. The Bengal famine of 1770, which killed perhaps 1/3 of the province's population, occurred under company administration. The trajectory from Plassey to the full British control of India that was completed in the 19th century was not inevitable. The company made many mistakes, faced many reversals, and was challenged by serious Indian military powers until well into the 19th century. But Plassey established the pattern: the use of Indian allies, Indian divisions, and Indian financial resources to extend British power, with military force available when the political manipulation was insufficient. It was a pattern that would be applied across the subcontinent for the next century. Clive and his fortune. Robert Clive left India in 1760 with a fortune that he described to a parliamentary committee as small. Given the opportunities he had had, I stand astonished at my own moderation. The moderation was relative. Clive returned to England wealthy enough to buy himself a parliamentary seat and considerable landed property, and wealthy enough to be denounced in Parliament as emblematic of the corrupting influence of Indian wealth on English political life. The parliamentary investigation of Clive's conduct in India, part of the broader reform effort that eventually produced the India Act of 1784 and the transformation of the company from a trading corporation into a de facto arm of the British state, concluded that while his acquisition of wealth was improper, his services to the company and to Britain had been extraordinary. He was censured but not punished. He died by suicide in 1774, apparently from an overdose of opium that he had been using to manage chronic pain, a death that has been interpreted as deliberate by most historians. The empire that Plassey initiated, the British Empire in India that reached its greatest extent in the 19th century, that governed more than 300 million people, that extracted resources that contributed to the British Industrial Revolution, that left its mark on Indian law, education, language, and political culture, began with a monsoon shower that wet the Nawab's powder and a traitor who kept his cavalry inactive while the company's soldiers attacked. History's empires are built on specific contingencies as often as on long-term structural forces. The contingency at Plassey was an afternoon's worth of rain. Mir Jafar, who betrayed the Nawab Siraj-ud-Dowla at Plassey and was installed as Nawab of Bengal by the company in return, was subsequently deposed by the company when it found him insufficiently cooperative and replaced with another ruler who would be more accommodating. He was then reinstalled when his replacement also proved difficult. The pattern installing, removing, and reinstalling Indian rulers based on their usefulness to company commercial interests was the political system that Plassey had created. Clive of India, Mark Bence-Jones, 1974. Chapter 43. The Island That Refused to Fall. The Great Siege of Malta, 1565. The Order and the Island. The Knights Hospitaller, formerly the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, Rhodes, and Malta had been fighting the Ottoman Empire since the 14th century, first from Rhodes, which they had held until Suleiman the Magnificent's siege of 1522 forced their evacuation, and then from Malta, which the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V had granted them in 1530. Malta was a small, barren island of approximately 95 square miles in the middle of the Mediterranean, strategically positioned to threaten Ottoman communications between Constantinople and its North African territories. For Suleiman, eliminating the knights from Malta was both a military necessity and a point of personal honor. He had let them go from Rhodes in 1522 with their arms and their banners, and they had immediately resumed their harassment of Ottoman shipping. The Ottoman force that arrived at Malta on May 18, 1565 was enormous by any standard, approximately 40,000 soldiers and sailors, supported by a fleet of approximately 200 ships. The knights' garrison, under their Grand Master Jean Parisot de Valette, numbered approximately 9,000, including 500 knights, several thousand Maltese irregulars, and several thousand Spanish infantry. The island had three main fortifications: the fort of St. Elmo at the tip of the Sybaris Peninsula, and the twin forts of St. Angelo and St. Michael across the Grand Harbour. Valette, who was 70 years old and had spent decades fighting the Ottomans, understood immediately that St. Elmo was the key to the Ottoman strategy. The Ottomans needed its position to bring their fleet into the Grand Harbour, and he could use its defence to buy time for a relief force to arrive from Sicily. He reinforced the relatively small fort and ordered it held as long as possible. St. Elmo's price. The siege of Fort St. Elmo lasted approximately a month and cost the Ottomans more casualties than anyone had anticipated. The knights and Spanish soldiers within the fort, their numbers supplemented by volunteers, rode across the harbour at night from St. Angelo Fort with a ferocity that reflected their understanding that surrender meant either death or enslavement. The Ottoman commander Mustafa Pasha, surveying the massive losses his forces were taking in daily assaults, reportedly said, "If so small a son has cost us so dear, what price shall we have to pay for so great a father?" referring to St. Angelo across the harbour. St. Elmo finally fell on June 23 after approximately 1,500 of its defenders had been killed. The Ottoman forces had suffered approximately 8,000 casualties in taking it. Mustafa Pasha, enraged by the cost, had the bodies of the knights mutilated and sent them floating across the harbour on crosses. Valette's response was to execute his Ottoman prisoners, load their heads into his cannon, and fire them back. The siege of the remaining fortifications continued through July and August, with the Ottoman forces making repeated assaults that the defenders, knowing that their only options were to hold or to die, repulsed with a consistency that was remarkable given their declining numbers. The heat of the Maltese summer temperatures regularly above 40 degrees Celsius affected attackers and defenders equally but had different effects on armies of different sizes. The Ottoman forces' large numbers required more water, more food, and more medical resources than a comparable defensive force. The relief and the withdrawal. The relief force from Sicily, approximately 9,500 Spanish and Italian soldiers under Don Garcia de Toledo, arrived on September 7, 1565. The Ottoman force had been besieging Malta for nearly 4 months, had taken Fort St. Elmo at great cost, and had been repulsed repeatedly from the main fortifications. When the relief force landed and the Ottoman army turned to face it, the army's morale, which had been declining through weeks of bloody and unsuccessful assault, broke. Mustafa Pasha, assessing his depleted and dispirited force against fresh Spanish troops and the threat of the knights sallying from behind him, ordered the retreat. The withdrawal was conducted in reasonable order, but the Ottoman fleet left Malta on September 12, having achieved none of its objectives. St. Elmo had been taken, nothing else had fallen. The Knights of Malta remained on the island that they would hold until Napoleon captured it in 1798. The casualties of the Great Siege were enormous by any standard. The Knights and their allied forces lost approximately 5,000 killed. The Ottoman force lost somewhere between 20,000 and 30,000, including many of its best experienced soldiers and sailors. Suleiman the Magnificent, who had given specific orders that Valette was to be brought to him alive, died the following year on campaign in Hungary without having seen the Grand Master of Malta in chains. The island and the sea. The Great Siege of Malta has been called, by various historians and commentators, the most important battle of the 16th century, the engagement that saved Europe from Ottoman domination of the central Mediterranean. This claim is somewhat exaggerated. The Ottoman Empire had other strategic priorities, faced the simultaneous pressure of Safavid Persia to the east, and may not have had the capacity to follow up a successful Malta campaign with the full-scale invasion of Europe that the siege defenders imagined they were preventing. What Malta did prevent was the Ottoman use of the island as a forward base, a position from which Ottoman naval forces could have projected power much more effectively into the western Mediterranean. Sicily, Sardinia, and the coast of Italy would have been significantly more vulnerable to Ottoman naval operations from Malta than from their existing bases in North Africa and the eastern Mediterranean. The Knights' resistance was commercially and strategically significant to the Christian powers of the western Mediterranean, even if it was not the apocalyptic last stand it has been portrayed as. The Great Siege entered European consciousness almost immediately as an epic of Christian resistance, and it was widely celebrated in paintings, poems, and chronicles that established it as one of the defining events of the 16th century. The building program that Valletta undertook after the siege, constructing the new city of Valletta on the Sybaris Peninsula where St. Elmo had stood, was one of the most ambitious town planning projects of the Renaissance, creating a purpose-built military and administrative capital that expressed the order's confidence in its continued presence on the island it had defended. Valletta became, and remains, the capital of Malta. Grand Master Jean de Valletta, who organized the defense of Malta at age 70, founded the new city of Valletta in 1566, the year after the siege, naming it after himself. It is the only city in the world named after a successful military defender who organized its construction as an act of thanks for a siege survived. Valletta died in 1568, 2 years after Valletta's founding, of sunstroke suffered while hunting. Having survived 4 months of the worst siege of the 16th century, he was killed by the Maltese summer. Empires of the Sea, the Siege of Malta, the Battle of Lepanto, and the contest for the center of the world. Roger Crowley, 2008. Chapter 44. The night the Aztec Empire began to die. La Noche Triste, 1520. The Conquest and its Crisis. Hernán Cortés arrived in the Valley of Mexico in November 1519 with approximately 400 Spanish soldiers, 16 horses, and a collection of indigenous allies whose number was growing as he marched. He entered the Aztec capital Tenochtitlan, a city of approximately 200,000 to 300,000 people, larger than any city in Europe at the time, built on islands in the middle of a lake and connected to the mainland by causeways as a guest of the Emperor Moctezuma II, who appears to have believed that the Spaniards' appearance fulfilled a prophecy, or to have calculated that keeping them close was safer than trying to expel them. The situation deteriorated in Cortés's absence. While he was on the coast dealing with a Spanish force sent to arrest him for insubordination, his lieutenant Pedro de Alvarado massacred hundreds of Aztec nobles during a religious festival, triggering an uprising. Cortés returned to Tenochtitlan to find his forces besieged in the palace complex where they had been housed, with Moctezuma dead, either killed by his own people for collaborating with the Spaniards or killed by the Spaniards themselves. Accounts differ and no prospect of continuing to hold the city. He decided to break out on the night of June 30, 1520, the night that the Spanish would call La Noche Triste, the Night of Sorrows. The plan was to slip across the causeway to the mainland under cover of darkness, using a portable bridge to cross any gaps in the causeway where the Aztecs had removed sections. The causeway was approximately 5 miles long and was the only land route out of the island city. The causeway and the drowning. The retreat across the Tlacopan Causeway on the night of June 30 to July 1 was one of the most disastrous military operations in the history of the Spanish Empire. The Aztecs discovered the departure almost immediately. Some accounts blame a woman filling a water jar who raised the alarm, others blame the noise of the Spanish and their horses and the allied Tlaxcalan warriors. By the time the Spanish column reached the first gap in the causeway, the portable bridge was stuck and could not be moved further. Men, horses, and equipment began crossing the stuck bridge as Aztec warriors attacked from canoes in the lake and from the causeway itself. The bridge eventually collapsed under the weight of those pressing across it. Many of those behind used the bodies of the fallen as stepping stones. Men who fell into the lake in full armor and carrying gold, the expedition's treasure, which soldiers had loaded on themselves, drowned. Cortés reportedly wept when he reached the mainland and turned to see how few of his men had made it. The Spanish and their allies lost approximately 600 to 800 Spaniards killed, plus thousands of Tlaxcalan allies and most of the artillery, ammunition, and the gold that had been accumulated. Cortés himself escaped, so did most of his senior captains. The force that reached the mainland was diminished, exhausted, and would have been destroyed if the Aztecs had pursued aggressively. Instead, the Aztecs held their position, perhaps believing that the Spaniards were permanently expelled. The return. Cortés did not return to Cuba as a sensible man in his situation might have done. He rebuilt his force, recruiting more indigenous allies, particularly among the Tlaxcalans who hated the Aztecs and saw the Spanish as their best prospect for revenge and autonomy, and spent the following year preparing a second assault on Tenochtitlan. He had 13 brigantines built in pieces, carried over the mountains, and assembled on the lake. He organized a siege that surrounded the island city and cut off its food and water supply. The siege of Tenochtitlan lasted approximately 3 months in 1521 and was fought with a ferocity that La Noche Triste had made inevitable. The Spaniards and their allies knew what defeat meant, and the Aztecs knew what surrender meant. The final fall of the city on August 13, 1521, when the last Aztec emperor Cuauhtémoc was captured trying to escape by canoe, was accompanied by destruction so complete that the city had to be substantially rebuilt afterward. Mexico City was built on the ruins of Tenochtitlan. The conquest that La Noche Triste had almost ended became, within 2 years of that near disaster, the complete subjugation of the most powerful empire in the Americas. The demographic catastrophe that followed smallpox and other European diseases killed an estimated 90% of the indigenous population of Mexico within a century was not Cortez's plan and was not within his power to prevent. It was the biological consequence of contact between two populations that had been separated for thousands of years. La Noche Triste was the military crisis of the conquest. The epidemic was its most permanent consequence. The tree and the tears. Cortez's tears on the night of La Noche Triste, if he actually wept, which the accounts agree he did, were tears of military failure at the moment when failure seemed complete. Perhaps half his men dead, his treasure lost, his position destroyed, his indigenous allies scattered or killed. He had been brilliantly successful for a year and had in one night lost almost everything. There is a tree in the Popotla neighborhood of Mexico City, the Árbol de la Noche Triste, the tree of La Noche Triste that tradition identifies as the Ahuhuit cypress under which Cortez sat and wept. The tree was struck by lightning and partially burned in the 19th century. The stump has been preserved as a historical monument. Whether Cortez actually sat under this specific tree is impossible to verify. That he wept somewhere near the causeway, having lost hundreds of men and the position he had spent a year building, is more plausible. The monument to his tears is a peculiar way for history to remember the man who conquered Mexico, but it reflects something true about the night. The conquest that created modern Mexico, that established the template for Spanish colonization of the Americas, that produced the hybrid civilization of Latin America with its Spanish language, Catholic religion, and indigenous cultural foundations. This conquest came within a night of failing. The tears that Cortez reportedly shed under the Ahuhuit tree were the tears of a man who could see how close he had come to the end of everything he had built, and who had enough resilience to build it again. La Noche Triste was the darkest point of the Spanish conquest of Mexico. It was followed, with a year's delay, by the complete destruction of Tenochtitlan and the end of the world that had built it. The portable bridge that Cortez had prepared for crossing gaps in the Tlacopan causeway became so jammed with men, horses, and baggage during the first crossing that it could not be freed and moved to the next gap. The men who died at subsequent gaps died partly because the bridge that was supposed to save them had been destroyed by the weight of those it had already saved. It is a detail so typical of military logistics that it would be unremarkable if the consequences had not been so enormous. Conquest, Cortez, Montezuma, and the Fall of Old Mexico, Hugh Thomas, 1993. Chapter 45. The Room Where an Empire Surrendered. The Battle of Cajamarca, 1532. The Invitation. Francisco Pizarro arrived in the Inca Empire in 1532 with 168 soldiers, 62 horsemen, and 106 infantrymen, a force so small by the standards of the conquest it undertook that later historians have struggled to explain how it succeeded. The Inca Empire that it confronted was the largest state in the Americas, stretching from modern Ecuador to central Chile, governing perhaps 10 to 12 million people, connected by a road system of approximately 40,000 kilometers, administered by a bureaucracy sophisticated enough to manage the redistribution of goods across a territory as large as the Roman Empire. The Inca emperor at the moment of Pizarro's arrival was Atahualpa, who had just won a civil war against his half-brother Huascar and was consolidating his power with approximately 80,000 soldiers camped near the town of Cajamarca in the northern highlands. Atahualpa received intelligence about the Spanish presence on his territory and chose to meet them rather than expel them or destroy them. The reports he had received suggested they were a small force, possibly useful, certainly manageable. He agreed to meet Pizarro in the central square of Cajamarca. Pizarro, who had studied the precedent of Cortez's capture of Moctezuma in Mexico, was planning something similar. The capture of the emperor as the decisive action that would paralyze the imperial administration and make the conquest possible without the need to defeat the enormous Inca military force that surrounded him. He positioned his cavalry and infantry in the buildings around the square and waited for Atahualpa to enter the trap. The square and the massacre. On November 16, 1532, Atahualpa entered the plaza of Cajamarca with a retinue of perhaps 6,000 to 8,000 unarmed attendants. The military force was camped outside the town. The Dominican friar Vicente de Valverde approached and offered Atahualpa a Bible and an explanation of Christianity and Spanish sovereignty, apparently expecting the emperor to accept both on the spot. Atahualpa, who had no frame of reference for the concept being offered, examined the Bible, heard the explanation, and reportedly threw the book to the ground. This was the signal. Pizarro's soldiers emerged from the buildings around the square and opened fire with their arquebuses. The cavalry charged into the mass of unarmed Inca attendants. The massacre that followed lasted approximately 2 hours, in which every person in the plaza except Atahualpa was killed or fled. The Spanish losses were minimal. Pizarro himself was wounded in the hand, reportedly by his own men in the press to grab the emperor, which suggests both the chaos and the specific objective of the attack. Atahualpa was captured. The 80,000 Inca soldiers outside the town, without orders or leadership, did not attack. The empire that had been the most powerful state in the Americas was paralyzed by the capture of the single man at its center. The Inca imperial system was a command economy organized around the divine authority of the Sapa Inca. Removing the Sapa Inca removed the organizing principle of the entire system. The ransom and the execution. Atahualpa, understanding that the Spanish valued gold and silver, offered a ransom, a room approximately 22 feet long and 17 feet wide, filled to a height of about 8 feet with gold objects, and twice that quantity of silver in 2 adjacent rooms. The offer was accepted. The gold and silver were collected from across the empire and delivered. The ransom, when melted down and assessed, amounted to approximately 13,000 pounds of gold and 26,000 pounds of silver, the largest ransom ever paid for a captive in history. The payment did not save Atahualpa. He was accused by the Spanish of plotting against them, tried on various charges including the murder of Huascar, his half-brother, who had been killed on his orders earlier in the Civil War, and heresy, condemned, and executed on July 26, 1533 by garroting rather than burning, because he had agreed to be baptized, and burning was the punishment reserved for unbaptized heretics. The baptismal name given to him before his execution was Francisco, after Pizarro. The capture and execution of Atahualpa, which took less than a year from the meeting in Cajamarca to the execution, was the decisive act of the Spanish conquest of the Inca Empire. The empire that had existed for approximately a century before the Spanish arrival did not survive the loss of its organizing center. The subsequent campaigns to consolidate Spanish control took decades and involved significant resistance, but the structural capacity for organized resistance had been broken in the room in Cajamarca. 168 men and an empire. The question that Cajamarca poses most insistently is how 168 men were able to capture an emperor surrounded by 80,000 soldiers and subsequently conquer his empire. The answer involves several factors that historians continue to debate: the specific vulnerability of highly centralized political systems to the capture of their leadership, the epidemic diseases, particularly smallpox, that had been sweeping the Inca Empire since before Pizarro arrived, killing approximately half the population including the previous emperor, the Inca Civil War that Atahualpa had just won, which had disrupted the political cohesion of the empire, and the specific advantages of Spanish military technology: horses, steel armor, firearms against an opponent that had never encountered any of them. Guns and horses were real advantages but were not sufficient to explain the conquest. The 80,000 soldiers outside Cajamarca could have overwhelmed the 168 Spanish regardless of their technological advantages if they had attacked with coordination. They did not attack because the capture of the emperor had removed the command authority that would have organized the attack. The specific vulnerability was not military but political. The Inca Empire was too centralized, its authority too completely vested in a single person, to absorb the capture of that person without paralysis. Jared Diamond, in Guns, Germs, and Steel, used Cajamarca as the central example of the structural advantages that allowed Eurasian civilizations to dominate the Americas. The accumulated advantages of geography, agriculture, and disease that produced the gunpowder, the steel, and the epidemic immunity that made 168 men capable of defeating an empire. The room in Cajamarca where Atahualpa was captured was the specific place where those structural advantages became concrete events. The ransom paid for Atahualpa's life, 13,000 pounds of gold and 26,000 pounds of silver, was distributed among Pizarro's 168 soldiers. A cavalry trooper received approximately 90 pounds of gold, an infantryman approximately 45 pounds. Many of the soldiers who received this extraordinary windfall were dead within years, killed in the internecine violence among the conquistadors that followed the conquest. The greatest treasure ever accumulated by 168 men in history proved remarkably poor protection against the dangers of the world they had created. Guns, Germs, and Steel, The Fates of Human Societies, Jared Diamond, 1997. Chapter 46. The Siege that America Won with French Ships. The Battle of Yorktown, 1781. The war that was going wrong. By 1781, the American Revolutionary War had been going on for 6 years and the British were not winning it, but neither were the Americans. The Continental Army under Washington had fought brilliantly and had survived, but surviving was not winning. The British held New York and had recently shifted their main effort to the south, where General Cornwallis had won a series of victories in the Carolinas and was advancing into Virginia. The French alliance, which Saratoga had produced, had not yet delivered the decisive military advantage that the Americans had hoped for. The strategic opportunity that would end the war presented itself in the summer of 1781 through the combination of French naval power and American intelligence about Cornwallis's position. Cornwallis had moved his army to the Virginia Peninsula between the York and James Rivers, establishing his base at Yorktown while he awaited either reinforcements or evacuation by the British fleet. Washington, who had been planning an attack on New York, was persuaded by the French General Rochamby that a march to Virginia offered better prospects. A French fleet under Admiral de Grasse was sailing north from the Caribbean and could, if it arrived in time, seal the Chesapeake Bay and trap Cornwallis's army. The operation required extraordinary coordination across thousands of miles between Washington in New York, Rochamby in Rhode Island, de Grasse in the Caribbean, and the French fleet in the Chesapeake. It also required moving the Franco-American army from New York to Virginia without the British in New York understanding where it was going until it was too late to respond. The Bay and the Battle. The Battle of the Chesapeake on September 5, 1781. The naval engagement that decided the siege of Yorktown was fought between de Grasse's French fleet of 24 ships of the line and a British fleet of 19 ships under Admiral Graves. The French had the advantage of numbers. The British had the disadvantage of surprise. They had not expected to find a French fleet of this size in the Chesapeake. The battle was tactically inconclusive. Neither fleet was destroyed but strategically decisive. The British fleet returned to New York for repairs, leaving the Chesapeake in French control. With the Chesapeake sealed by the French fleet, Cornwallis's army at Yorktown was cut off from the naval evacuation or reinforcement that was its only hope of survival. The Franco-American army that had marched rapidly from New York arrived at Yorktown in late September and began the formal siege. Washington and Rochamby had approximately 17,000 men, Cornwallis had approximately 8,000. The siege followed classical European principles, parallels dug progressively closer to the British lines, redoubts stormed in night attacks, artillery positioned to reduce the British defences. On the night of October 14, 2 redoubts that guarded the final British defensive line were stormed simultaneously, one by American troops under Alexander Hamilton, one by French troops. The coordination of the 2 attacks, executed in darkness with bayonets to maintain silence, required the kind of precise timing that the siege had been preparing. Both redoubts fell in approximately 10 minutes of fierce close-quarters fighting. The surrender. Cornwallis surrendered on October 19, 1781. He was ill on the day of the formal surrender ceremony, or claimed to be, which allowed him to avoid the humiliation of personally handing his sword to Washington, and sent a subordinate, General Charles O'Hara, in his place. The British and German soldiers marched out of Yorktown with their colours cased, the traditional gesture of defeat between lines of French and American soldiers, to the tune of a march called The World Turned Upside Down, which was either a piece of British self-awareness or an American joke, depending on who chose the tune. O'Hara attempted to surrender to Rocambie rather than Washington, perhaps to avoid the symbolic significance of surrendering to a colonial military commander, and Rocambie directed him to Washington, who directed him to his subordinate General Lincoln. The protocol of the surrender was a small diplomatic negotiation about status and precedents that the years of warfare had made necessary. The Americans needed to establish that they were receiving the surrender as equals, and the British needed to find any way possible to surrender that was marginally less humiliating than the straightforward version. The news of Yorktown reached London in late November 1781. The Prime Minister Lord North reportedly said, "Oh God, it is all over," when he received it. He was substantially correct. The peace negotiations that followed, concluded in the Treaty of Paris in September 1783, recognized American independence and gave the new nation all the territory east of the Mississippi. Britain retained Canada, East Florida, and West Florida. The alliance that won. Yorktown is the demonstration case for how military alliances actually work, not through the simple addition of forces, but through the combination of capabilities that neither partner possesses alone. The Americans had infantry and local intelligence and political legitimacy. The French had a fleet of the line that could contest British naval supremacy and the financial resources to sustain operations that American credit could not support. Neither had enough alone. Together they had what was needed. The Treaty of Paris gave the United States its independence and its continental territory. France, which had spent enormous resources on the alliance, received relatively little: some Caribbean islands, the restoration of some trading rights in India, and the satisfaction of having humbled Britain. The financial cost of the American alliance contributed directly to the fiscal crisis of the French monarchy that produced the Revolution of 1789, the revolution that decapitated the king who had supported American independence. The irony is one that history seems designed to produce. Cornwallis went on to have a distinguished subsequent career. He served as Governor-General of India, as Viceroy of Ireland during the 1798 rebellion, and returned to India where he died on campaign in 1805. He was one of the more capable British commanders of the age, and his defeat at Yorktown was arguably less his fault than the British government's, which failed to send the naval relief that might have saved his army. The man who lost the American Revolution for Britain had careers in India and Ireland that were more consequential than his American campaign. History distributes its outcomes without regard for symmetry. The march of the Franco-American Army from New York to Virginia, approximately 450 miles, was conducted with such effective operational security that the British garrison in New York did not realize the army had departed for Virginia rather than attacking New York until it was far too late to intercept it. Washington maintained the deception by leaving a skeleton force in front of New York and continuing to communicate as if an attack on the city was imminent. The operational deception that made Yorktown possible was as important as the siege itself. Washington's Spies: The Story of America's First Spy Ring, Alexander Rose, 2006. Chapter 47. The Cannonade That Gave Birth to a Republic. The Battle of Valmy, 1792. The Revolution and its Enemies. The French Revolution of 1789 had, by 1792, alarmed every monarchy in Europe. The execution of Louis XVI was still months in the future, But the principles that the revolution was proclaiming: popular sovereignty, the abolition of aristocratic privilege, the rights of man, were sufficiently threatening to the existing order that the Habsburg Empire of Austria and the Kingdom of Prussia had formed a coalition to restore the French monarchy and suppress the revolution by force. The Duke of Brunswick commanded the Allied army of approximately 80,000 Prussian and Austrian regulars, some of the best-trained soldiers in Europe, marching on Paris. The French army that faced this invasion was in a state of collapse. The officer corps, which had been predominantly aristocratic, had emigrated in large numbers following the revolution. The rank and file, infused with revolutionary enthusiasm but lacking experienced leadership and adequate training, had performed poorly in the war's opening engagements, breaking and running on several occasions. The road to Paris appeared open. Brunswick issued a manifesto threatening to treat Paris as an enemy city if the royal family was harmed, a document that was interpreted by the revolutionaries as reason to accelerate rather than halt the radicalization of the revolution. The French army that positioned itself to block the Prussian advance near the village of Valmy on September 20, 1792 was a mixed force. Veteran artillery units that had survived the revolution's disruption of the officer corps better than the infantry had, alongside raw recruits whose commitment to the revolution exceeded their military training. The commanders Dumouriez and Kellerman were trying to hold a position rather than conduct an offensive battle. The cannonade and the refusal. The Battle of Valmy, which both sides subsequently agreed was more of a cannonade than a battle, consisted primarily of an artillery exchange that lasted several hours, after which the Prussians declined to continue their advance. The French artillery, which was well served by experienced gunners, performed competently and inflicted enough casualties to make a Prussian infantry advance expensive. The French infantry, which would have been required to hold if the Prussians had advanced, was not tested. Brunswick decided not to attack. His reasons have been debated ever since. The French position was strong, his own army was suffering from dysentery that had reduced its effective strength considerably. The political situation was complicated by the fact that he had been warned that a Prussian victory might help Austria rather than Prussia, and possibly he calculated that the French revolutionary government would collapse on its own without the expense of a major assault. He was wrong about the collapse. The revolutionary government, which declared the French Republic the following day, September 21, 1792, did not collapse. It organized, mobilized, and fought. The cannonade at Valmy, which the Prussians had expected to be a preliminary to a quick march on Paris, turned out to be the limit of their advance. They withdrew from France shortly afterward. Goethe and the New Era. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe was present at Valmy as a civilian observer traveling with the Prussian army. His account of the cannonade and the Prussian withdrawal is the most famous civilian report of a military engagement in literary history. After the battle, when Prussian officers asked him what he made of what had happened, Goethe replied, "From this place and from this day forth commences a new era in the world's history, and you can all say that you were present at its birth." The declaration has been treated as the most perceptive single observation about a contemporary battle in military history. Goethe understood, in a way that the Prussian officers did not, that the refusal of the Revolutionary Army to run the demonstration that men fighting for a principle could hold a position that well-trained regular soldiers declined to attack had changed something fundamental about the relationship between military force and political legitimacy. The era of dynastic armies fighting for monarchical interests was giving way to the era of national armies fighting for national causes. Whether Goethe actually said this at the time or reconstructed it in the memoir he wrote years later is debated by scholars. The sentiment he expressed, however, was accurate. Valmy was the first demonstration that the revolution could defend itself militarily, and the demonstration was sufficient to make the subsequent history possible. The French army that had been humiliated in the opening campaigns of the Revolutionary Wars would, under the impetus of revolutionary organization and the military genius that the new meritocratic system would eventually produce, become the most effective fighting force in Europe within 2 years. The Republic and its armies. The Republic that was declared the day after Valmy would produce, within 3 years, The levée en masse, the first modern national conscription that put approximately 750,000 men under arms and transformed the scale of European warfare permanently. The armies of the Revolution, and of the empire that followed, did not fight like dynastic armies. They fought for France, for the Revolution, for principles that made defeat feel like something more than a military setback and victory feel like something more than a professional accomplishment. The transformation of warfare that Valmy opened from the limited, professional wars of the 18th century to the national wars of the 19th had been predicted by no one and was resisted by everyone who benefited from the old system. The Prussian officers who declined to attack at Valmy were fighting according to 18th century military logic: professional soldiers, expensive to train and maintain, not to be wasted in frontal assaults on prepared positions when retreat and maneuvering were available. The French soldiers who held the ridge were fighting according to 19th century logic, men defending their country and their revolution, for whom retreat meant the destruction of everything they had been told they were fighting for. The cannonade that gave birth to a republic was not much of a battle by the standards of what followed. The Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars would produce engagements that made Valmy's few thousand casualties look like a skirmish. But the battles that matter most are not always the bloodiest. Valmy mattered because it happened, because the French held, and because the Prussians declined to push the matter. The new era that Goethe announced did not require a great battle to begin. It required only that the old order decline to press its advantage at the moment when it still could have done so. The French Republican calendar, adopted in October 1792, named the first year of the Republic from the autumnal equinox of 1792, making September 22, 1792, the first day of year I of the Republic. Valmy, which had demonstrated that the Republic could defend itself militarily, was fought on September 20th. The new calendar that measured the Republic's time began 2 days after the battle that made the Republic's survival possible. The Oxford History of the French Revolution, William Doyle, 1989. Chapter 48. The Bridge that Made Napoleon Believe He Was Destiny. The Battle of Arcolay, 1796. The Young General. Napoleon Bonaparte was 27 years old in November 1796 and had been commanding the army of Italy for approximately 7 months, during which he had won more battles than most generals win in a career. The campaign had opened in April with a series of rapid victories that had driven Piedmont out of the war and Austria's Italian forces back to the Adige River. The French army of Italy, which had been a half-starved, ill-equipped force when Napoleon took command, had been transformed by a combination of rapid movement, aggressive tactics, and the personality of a commander who seemed to believe that the ordinary laws of military caution did not apply to him. By November, the Austrian commander Wurmser had been forced into Mantua, which the French were besieging. A new Austrian army under Alvinci was advancing to relieve Mantua from the east. Napoleon had fought it to a standstill at Caldero on November 12, absorbing enough damage that a second Austrian attack might break the French position. His response to near defeat was to attack. He moved his army around the Austrian flank through the marshy terrain of the Adige Valley, attempting to cut the Austrian supply lines and force Alvinci to fight on ground of Napoleon's choosing. The movement brought the French to the Alpone River at the village of Arcolay, where a bridge offered the only crossing for miles. The Austrians had positioned infantry with artillery support at the far end of the bridge. Every French attempt to cross was driven back by fire that the narrow bridge concentrated against the attacking force. The army was stuck, and the entire flanking movement depended on crossing the bridge. The bridge and the flag. What happened at the Bridge of Arcolay on November 15, 1796 has been told in ways that range from hagiography to revisionism, and the truth is probably somewhere in between. The most famous version, Napoleon seizing a French tricolour, rushing onto the bridge, and rallying his men to follow him, is the version that Napoleon's official painter Antoine-Jean Gros immortalized in a famous portrait, and it is the version that Napoleon himself promoted in his subsequent accounts of the battle. The more prosaic reality appears to be that Napoleon did advance onto the bridge under fire, was nearly captured when he and his staff were pushed into the marsh beside the bridge in the confusion of a retreating French surge, was pulled out of the marsh by his staff and grenadiers, and that the battle for the bridge continued for 3 days without a decisive result. The French eventually crossed the Alpone by a different route that outflanked the Austrian position, rendering the bridge itself unnecessary. The significance of what happened at Arcole was not military but psychological. The image of a commanding general personally leading an assault, advancing under fire, seizing a standard, rallying troops who were retreating was not what French or European military culture expected of a commander. Generals in the 18th century commanded from positions where they could see the battle. They did not expose themselves to the fire that their soldiers faced. The gesture at Arcole, whether it was as theatrical as the painting suggests or as confused as more skeptical accounts indicate, communicated something about Napoleon's relationship with his army that no amount of brilliant operational planning could have communicated alone. The battle and the portrait. Gross's painting of Napoleon at the Bridge of Arcole shows a young general in a general's uniform, his hair loose, holding a tricolour standard, advancing into fire with the expression of a man who has no doubt whatsoever about the outcome. It was painted in 1801, 5 years after the event, based on accounts and Napoleon's own direction of how he wanted to be depicted. It is one of the founding documents of the Napoleonic legend, the image that established the visual language of how Napoleon would be portrayed for the rest of his career and for much of subsequent history. The gap between the painting and the event, the mud, the confusion, the men being pulled from the marsh, is itself revealing. Napoleon understood that how battles were remembered mattered as much as how they were fought, that the stories armies told about their commanders shaped the soldiers' willingness to follow those commanders into future battles, and that a young general who was still consolidating his authority needed heroic images as much as he needed victories. The portrait at Arcole was the first of many such constructions. The image of Napoleon crossing the Alps on a rearing white horse, he actually crossed on a mule. The image of Napoleon pointing toward the battlefield at Austerlitz, he rarely pointed, preferring to direct through his officers. The image of Napoleon surveying his wounded after Eylau, a painting that he specifically commissioned to manage the public perception of a painful battle. The man who believed himself destined also understood the mechanics of destiny, that it required management as well as talent. The campaign and its lesson. The Italian campaign of 1796–97 that produced Arcole was the making of Napoleon as a military figure of European significance. The campaign demonstrated the operational concepts that would characterize his warfare for the next decade: the concentration of force at a decisive point before the enemy could concentrate in response, the use of speed to create a tempo that opponents could not match, the willingness to fight battles in sequence against components of a larger enemy force before they could unite, and the personal authority that a commander exercises when his troops believe he can produce results that other commanders cannot. The lesson of Arcole was specific and personal, that Napoleon's authority over his army rested not just on his operational genius but on his demonstrated willingness to share the dangers that his plans created. An army that has seen its general under fire will follow him into places that an army led from a safe distance might refuse. The mud in the Alpone marsh was the price Napoleon paid for the credibility that Gross's portrait was supposed to represent, and the investment paid returns throughout the subsequent campaigns. He was 27 at Arcole. By the time he was crowned emperor at 35, the Italian campaign and the Egyptian campaign that followed it had established him as the most successful general in Europe and the man around whom the French national myth had organized itself. The bridge at Arcole, where he may or may not have done what the painting shows, but where he was certainly present under fire, certainly in the mud afterward, and certainly alive when many of the men around him were not, was the specific place where he began to believe that what he wanted to be was what he would become. Napoleon was pulled from the marshes beside the Arcole bridge by his grenadiers, the elite infantry, who served as his personal guard and carried to safety on their shoulders while Austrian fire continued around them. The specific soldiers who saved his life at Arcole are unknown. The act established the personal bond between Napoleon and his grenadiers that would be one of the defining relationships of his entire military career. Napoleon, A Political Life, Stephen England, 2004. Chapter 49. The Pyramids That Opened a Continent. The Battle of the Pyramids, 1798. The Expedition and its Ambiguity. Napoleon's Egyptian expedition of 1798 was simultaneously a military campaign, a scientific enterprise, a colonial project, and a geopolitical move aimed at threatening British India, and its internal contradictions help explain why it succeeded in some respects and failed in others. The Directory government of France approved it partly to get Napoleon out of Paris, where his military celebrity was making him a political threat. Napoleon approved it because Egypt offered possibilities for glory that Europe, temporarily at peace, could not. The expedition carried approximately 38,000 soldiers and 150 scholars, scientists, and artists. The Institut d'Egypte that Napoleon established in Cairo was a genuine scientific body that produced, among other things, the Description de l'Égypte that became the founding document of Egyptology. The French found the Rosetta Stone during the expedition. It was later taken by the British when they expelled the French, and eventually provided the key to deciphering ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. The scientific consequences of the expedition outlasted the military ones by 2 centuries. The military challenge in Egypt was the Mamluk cavalry, the same institution that had ruled Egypt since defeating the Mongols at Ain Jalut in 1260, though 538 years of Ottoman overlordship had modified but not destroyed the Mamluk military class. The Mamluk cavalry was probably the finest in the world at its specific discipline. The individual horsemanship and weapons skill of a Mamluk warrior was incomparable. Against the French infantry that had been reorganized along Napoleonic lines, it was insufficient. The square and the charge. The Battle of the Pyramids on July 21, 1798 fought not actually at the pyramids but near the village of Imbaba, with the pyramids visible in the distance, was decided by French infantry tactics against Mamluk cavalry in a way that demonstrated both the Mamluk cavalry's extraordinary skill and the impossibility of that skill against properly organized European infantry. Napoleon formed his infantry into divisional squares, hollow rectangles of infantry with bayonets presented on all 4 sides, artillery at the corners, with the baggage and camp followers in the center. The Mamluk cavalry, under Murad Bey, charged these squares repeatedly with a dash and courage that French observers admired even as they shot the chargers and their horses. The carbines, pistols, javelins, and swords of the Mamluk warriors could not penetrate the wall of muskets and bayonets that the squares presented. A Mamluk warrior who reached the square was a man who had navigated 100 meters of musket fire to reach a bayonet. The battle lasted approximately 2 hours. The Mamluk cavalry lost perhaps 2,000 killed, the French lost approximately 300. Murad Bey withdrew south into Upper Egypt, where he would fight a guerrilla campaign for the remaining years of the French occupation. Ibrahim Bey fled east toward Syria. The Mamluk cavalry that had made Egypt ungovernable for every ruler since the 13th century was scattered in an afternoon. Nelson and the Nile. The Battle of the Pyramids gave Napoleon Egypt. What he could not have and could not prevent was the destruction of the French fleet. On August 1, 1798, 11 days after the Pyramids, Admiral Horatio Nelson found the French fleet anchored in Aboukir Bay and attacked it with a tactical audacity that was the naval equivalent of Napoleon's own style. He divided his fleet, sending part of it around the inside of the anchored French line while the rest attacked from the outside, catching the French between 2 fires. The Battle of the Nile was a catastrophic French defeat. 11 of the 17 French ships of the line were captured or destroyed. The French Admiral François-Paul Bruys d'Égaliers was killed when his flagship L'Orient, the largest warship in the world at the time, exploded. Napoleon and his army were stranded in Egypt. They could campaign, they could administer, they could conduct the scientific work that the Institut d'Egypte was producing, but they could not get home without the fleet that Nelson had destroyed. Napoleon spent 14 months in Egypt after the Nile, campaigning into Syria, where he failed to take Acre, suppressing an Egyptian uprising with considerable violence, and watching the strategic situation in Europe deteriorate to the point where he decided to return to France regardless of the fleet's absence. He left Egypt secretly in August 1799, leaving his army behind under the command of Kleber, who was subsequently assassinated. The army he left survived in Egypt until 1801, when a British Ottoman force compelled its surrender. What Egypt opened. The Egyptian expedition failed militarily, the army was stranded and eventually expelled, the intended blow against British India never materialized, and France gained no permanent territorial advantage. What it opened was the question of Egypt and of the Islamic world more broadly that the subsequent century of European imperialism would pursue. The Description de l'Égypte, published between 1809 and 1828 in 23 volumes, established the academic discipline of Egyptology and introduced European culture to ancient Egypt in a way that produced the Egyptomania of the early 19th century, the fashion for Egyptian motifs in architecture, furniture, and art that still influences Western design. The Rosetta Stone that French soldiers found became the key to understanding ancient Egyptian civilization. The scientific work that the expedition's scholars produced outlasted the empire that had organized the expedition by a century. More broadly, the expedition demonstrated that a European army could penetrate the core of the Islamic world and defeat its military forces with relative ease, a demonstration that established the template for the 19th century's European imperial expansion into the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia. The Mamluk cavalry that had held Egypt for 5 centuries was broken by French infantry squares in 2 hours. The implications for the Ottoman Empire, for the Safavid successor states in Persia, and for every Islamic state that had relied on cavalry as its primary military instrument were drawn by the European powers that succeeded Napoleon in the region. Egypt would be occupied by Britain from 1882 to 1952. The British Empire that occupied it was drawing on lessons that the battle near the pyramids had established. Napoleon's famous address to his troops before the Battle of the Pyramids: "Soldiers, 40 centuries of history look down upon you," referred to the visible pyramids in the distance and was designed to invest the engagement with a historical weight that would inspire his men. The line is among the most celebrated military speeches of the era. It was also entirely improvised, which was characteristic of Napoleon's rhetorical method. The 40 centuries were accurate. The Great Pyramid of Giza had been standing for approximately 4,500 years. Napoleon in Egypt, Paul Strathern, 2007.